Hello, good morning. Live from Westminster on this historic day, Labour has won a landslide victory in the general election and Sir Keir Starmer is to become the UK's next Prime Minister. He'll run the country with one of the largest ever parliamentary majorities, becoming the first Labour leader to win a general election in almost 2 decades.
Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country.
Admitting defeat, Rishi Sunak said voters had delivered a damning verdict on the Conservative Party after 14 years in power.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
In one of the most dramatic moments of the election, the former Prime Minister Liz Truss loses to Labour. Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan and Jacob Rees-Mogg were all also voted out as a record-breaking 11 cabinet ministers lose their seats. It's been a big night of success for the Liberal Democrats. Sir Ed Davey celebrates their best results in recent history. And Reform leader Nigel Farage says he's coming after Labour after winning a seat in Parliament at the 8th attempt. In Scotland, a hugely disappointing night for the SNP, who fall victim to a resurgent Labour Party north of the border.
We will have full analysis of the general election results here through the day on Sky News and what it means for the political parties.
Well, this is a scene in Downing Street this morning, where later today we will witness only the second change of government in 27 years. So, Sir Keir Starmer set to become the first Labour leader elected Prime Minister at a general election since Tony Blair's landmark victory in 1997. Hello and good morning from Westminster. On this historic day for the United Kingdom, Labour has won the general election in a landslide victory and Sir Keir Starmer will become the country's next Prime Minister. After 14 years of Conservative rule, Rishi Sunak conceded defeat a little bit before 5 this morning, saying it had been a sobering night for his party. A total of 11 cabinet ministers have so far lost their seats. That's a record, as has, in just the past few minutes, Mr Sunak's predecessor as Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Labour's now won more than 400 seats in a landslide, second only to Tony Blair's in 1997. Well, if you're just joining us, it is time to look now at the numbers. We have got some results still to come in, I should say. We'll bring them to you as soon as we do, but just look at that in the centre. Sir Keir Starmer, Labour won so far 409 seats, more than doubling the 202 they won in 2019. The Conservatives currently on 116. That's only around a third of the 365 seats they won under Boris Johnson. It's been a big night for the Liberal Democrats. They are on a total of 70 seats so far. Remember, they only had 11 at the last election, which gives you a sense of just what a good night this has been for Sir Ed Davey. In contrast, though, it's been a disastrous night for the SNP in Scotland. They're only on 8 seats in total in Scotland. A very, very bad night for the SNP. They won 48 in 2019, so really they're a victim of a resurgent Labour Party. Reform have won their first ever parliamentary seats. They're on a total of 4. That includes victory for Nigel Farage at the 8th attempt in Clacton. You can imagine what kind of a voice he's going to be in the House of Commons. Plaid Cymru are on 4 seats in total, and the Green Party have won 4 seats so far as well. So good night so far with the Green Party. Well, this is the scene live in Downing Street. At some point this morning, we are expecting to hear from Rishi Sunak. Travelling down from his North Yorkshire constituency, he will be speaking in number 10 for the final time. Things are going to be moving very quickly today. The transfer of power in the United Kingdom is a pretty brutal business. All day here on Sky News, we're going to be discussing the outcome of this historic general election with our panel of guests. In this hour, we're going to be joined by the veteran Labour politician Dame Margaret Hodge. and the Conservative peer, Baroness Nicky Morgan. Great to have you both here with us. Also with us throughout the day, two people who shouldn't really need much introduction from me, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, and a very familiar face to Sky News viewers, our election analyst, Adam Bolton. We'll have more from them shortly. First, though, let's really bring you right up to date on the story of the night and how this big election win for Labour unfolded. Jason Farrell has a story of the night.
What an amazing reception. We did it!
Today, the country will have a new Prime Minister.
You campaigned for it. People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again. Walk.
A little bit of an issue with that report there from Jason Farrell, but we will, of course, bring it to you just as soon as we have a look at it. It's a good time for me just to remind you of the results of this extraordinary election. It is a record-breaking election. Keir Starmer, so far, on course for a Labour landslide, 409 seats. I should say, though, that at 35%, that is the lowest vote share ever to win a majority, let alone a landslide. So a very efficient election victory for the Labour Party. The Conservatives currently on 117 seats. They have hit the record number of losses, which was back in 1906 when they lost 246 seats. Good night for the Lib Dems so far. The Liberal Democrats on 70 seats in total. Let's bring in our panel at this point, shall we? Dame Margaret Hodge and Baroness Nicky Morgan. Great to have you both on the programme. Margaret, to you first. I can see the smile on your face.
I think it's an unbelievably wonderful morning for me, having been awake all night too. If you'd asked me in 2019, did I think there would be a Labour victory at the next general election, I'd have said no chance. We had the worst defeat that we'd had since 1935, and I thought it would take at least a decade to rebuild that trust in Labour that would bring us back into government. So you've got to hand it to Keir Starmer. He has done completely brilliantly. He's ruthlessly reformed the party, made the party fit for purpose, and then he turned to the country and he has, won an astounding victory.
Without taking away the strength of the majority, because it is, as you say, extraordinary and such a turnaround from one of your worst ever results, the vote share is very low. It feels fragile. Is that fair?
I think what's happened is that there's a huge distrust in politics. I mean, we know that from poll after poll that most people don't trust politics. There was a very low turnout, which is really worrying. And if I go back to when I was the MP for Barking, in 2001, we had a very, very low turnout. And I remember doing some research after that. I did a few focus groups on a couple of my council estates. What came out of that was not that people were apathetic and therefore not voting. They were angry and not voting. And I think there is an anger and distrust of politicians. And I think there's one thing that Keir will do, has to do, and I hope will do, and he says it almost in this country before party, that I think encapsulates his attitude. We have all got to rebuild trust, and I think that's as important for the Conservatives as it is for us. We've got to rebuild trust in politics, that there's integrity, that there's honesty, which has been so sadly missing over the last 14 years.
Nicky, how on earth do you rebuild from this? It feels really as if the story of this election is people voting against the Conservatives, frankly, however they can.
I think that's one of the stories. Yes, I mean, I think after 14 years in power, and we've had, a lot of issues to deal with along the way. Some of them self-inflicted, and people have paid the price with their seats overnight. And so I think, of course, we can rebuild. Much will depend on the makeup of the parliamentary party, the analysis of exactly what's gone wrong, where votes have moved to, for example. But I do think, I mean, it's extraordinary. We're obviously going to talk about a Labour victory, but there is another story of the night, which is the sort of rise of the independents. And I think that is going to make the next Parliament very interesting, actually, in terms of the composition and how MPs conduct themselves.
Yeah, it has been a redrawing in that sense, hasn't it? Thank you both very much indeed. We're going to be having lots more from Anna Bolton and Sam Coates as we go along. I do also want to just update you on one result that we've had coming in from Devon Central as well. Mel Stride has just about managed to hold on to his seat, the former Work and Pension Secretary, real ally of Rishi Sunak. He's just about managed to hang on in Devon Central with a majority of just 61. I mean, that's extraordinary. I think we can show you that there. Mel Stride there, just about hanging on, a majority of only 61, 16,831 votes. Labour really did run him close, didn't they? Ollie Pearson there on 16,770. No wonder they were having a recount there. Right, let's go to Ed Conway, shall we, who has been up all night crunching all of the numbers for us. Ed, what's been happening?
I mean, it's been an extraordinary night. The political geography of this country, for one thing, has changed. Just look at how much red we're talking about across this country. Constituencies that were once blue. Remember, this used to be called the Red Wall, then it turned blue, and now it's red all over again. Look at Scotland. Just look at what's happened in Scotland, which used to be painted almost completely yellow for the SNP, and now essentially, there's a lot of red there for the Labour Party, particularly doing well there, and their share of the vote increased in Scotland in particular, if not enormously elsewhere, as I'm going to show you here. But the big picture is really this, OK? So when you look across the UK and just look at the change in the share of votes in the UK, you see this picture, OK? So there's Labour, over 400 seats now, up by 216. They lost some along the way. There's a Gaza story there. So some constituencies where people are voting against Labour, partly related to Gaza, particularly in kind of areas of high Muslim populations. Jonathan Ashworth, one of the victims of that. Conservatives, 117, but down by 248. The Lib Dems up to 70 seats, basically multiplying by 7 what they had before. And the SNP, that collapse I was talking about a moment ago. And the upshot of all of this, when you take all of these seats together, is that there's the Labour Party going way over the line with this thumping majority, this landslide majority in the Commons. And, of course, there's still more to come. And it's worth actually just focusing on that question of how many votes they needed to do it. Because this is kind of the interesting thing. Keir Starmer is going to essentially more or less match what Tony Blair achieved in 1997 when it comes to seats in Parliament. But here's what's interesting. Look, this is how many votes across the country, how many people voted for Tony Blair and how those votes stacked up over the course of the count. Let's just compare that with what we've just seen for Keir Starmer. Just have a look at that. OK, so that is the number of votes that Keir Starmer has achieved. And just look at how far short it is of the number of people who voted for Tony Blair in 1997. It's even short of the number of people who voted for Jeremy Corbyn in 2017, who obviously didn't even get into government. And so you can call that what you want. You can call it a change in the voting system. Well, certainly a representation of the voting system. You can call it efficiency. Whatever you call it, though, it is a thumping majority without a thumping share in the vote. So you don't have a large number of people that voted. But what you do have is changes in the nature of the political geography. I was pointing it out there, OK, and what we've done is we've taken all of the hexes, all of those constituencies in the UK and arranged them here in order of how many people voted or what proportion of people voted for Brexit. So here you have constituencies where a lot of people voted Remain, and you can see there's lots of Green. The Green Party doing very well at this election, better than expectations. A lot of yellow for the Lib Dems and a lot of red as well. But what's interesting, OK, is over here, these are the constituencies where a lot of people voted Leave. And you can see there's some of the Reform seats there, the light blue. But what I want you to just focus on is how much of that is red. So areas that were strongly Brexit voting have gone back towards the Labour Party. That used to be really blue. Now there's a lot of red there. So it's kind of reversion to where they were before. But for the Conservative Party, well, this was disastrous, absolutely disastrous. This is showing you the share of the vote for the Conservative Party, not just in this election, I'll bring on this election actually in a second, but going all the way back to the 90s, the 70s, all the way back to the 1800s, 1830s, and just look at where we are now. Around 22%. And if I draw a line back, OK, we have never seen a share of the vote for the Conservative Party that is as low as this. Not since this period when basically the Conservative Party as we know it was invented. It's extraordinary, really. And that's just one fraction of the stories. I'm going to show you one more thing about the Conservative Party, which I don't think anyone's going to be very happy with at the Conservative Party. This is showing you the number of deposits that are forfeited. Of course, if you don't get 5% of the votes in your constituency as a candidate, then you have to forfeit the deposit that you put in to stand in an election. The Conservatives now have 30 forfeited deposits. That was just at the last count. It might have gone up since I last looked at it. And that is the most since 1918, when deposits were basically invented. And doubly humiliating for the Conservatives, it's actually not that far off what Reform have experienced in terms of deposits that have to be returned. So an extraordinary humiliation for the Conservative Party. And like I say, many other stories as well across the UK. Haven't even mentioned Northern Ireland, where Sinn Féin looks like it's going to be the leading party there. But there is so much to unpack from this. Not simple, but what is simple is the scale of the seats and the scale of the majority that Keir Starmer will now enjoy in Parliament.
Ed Conway there. Thank you so much, Ed. As Ed was saying, so many seats to unpack there. The Conservatives losing more than 30 deposits, more seats than any general election on record. Let's go now to Downing Street, where our political correspondent, Mari Aurora, is standing by. Mari, I have to say, I can see your umbrella. It's raining again. It really brings me back to that first speech that Rishi Sunak gave, soaked through with the rain, when he announced this general election.
Absolutely, Sophie. It started in the rain and it has ended in the rain. So this morning, now we know that Keir Starmer is going to be our Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak is going to be heading down to Downing Street. Later this morning, we expect him to come out and give his parting remarks, really, potentially in the rain if he wants to go with the theme, or potentially a slightly different location. We'll have to see, depending on the weather. Then he will go and see the King, have an audience with the King, tender his resignation officially. Then Keir Starmer will meet with the King after that. The King will ask him to formally form a government and become our next Prime Minister. Keir Starmer will then be driven down the Mall to here, Downing Street, where he will move in with his family and begin being our Prime Minister. We expect him to make a statement once he has been appointed by the King as well. And then he will need to not just get to grips with the job, but also, as he said so many times before, deal with what he's going to be inheriting in terms of the dire economic situation our country finds itself in, as well as lots of other policy areas that he's going to have to find a way to negotiate, especially things like immigration that we know has been a big factor in this election. But as you say, Sophie, for now, Downing Street is absolutely soaked. Broadcasters all up and down this street are ducking for cover. So the question will be, will Rishi Sunak come out and try and make another speech in the rain, or will he think better of it?
That really is the question. Mari, thank you very much indeed. Mari Aurora there, reporting from a very rainy Downing Street. Well, these are the latest pictures of Liz Truss. A couple of consolation hugs there from her supporters. She has lost Norfolk South West to the Labour Party, bearing in mind she did previously have a majority of around 26,000 there. In any other world, that would have been a safe seat for the former Prime Minister. Not anymore. Just to show you the result of Norfolk South West, because it really does feel that this is the biggest scalp of the night so far. The Labour Party have now taken that seat with a majority of 630, 11,847 votes for the new MP there, Terry Jeremy. Liz Truss, she needs no introduction, does she? She was beaten into second place with 11,217 votes, and also, of course, worth reflecting on the big chunk of votes that went to the Reform candidate there in Norfolk South West. Right, let's bring in Sam Coates and Adam Bolton at this point, shall we? Great to have you both here. Sam, to you first. Your reflection.
Well, that Liz Truss result, fascinating. She lost almost half of her vote, and that is the thing that put her behind the Labour candidate. And that encapsulates a large part of the story of the last few hours. Now, we are seeing a peaceful transition of power, but there's been a peaceful political revolution overnight that has put Keir Starmer on course for Downing Street within hours with a massive majority that allows him effectively a blank political check to do what he thinks necessary to deliver the change that he promised over and over again in this election. But it's results like the one that you just saw that put him there. It is the collapse of the Conservative Party. They are breaking records all over the place and not in a good way. The biggest drop in the proportion, in the proportion of vote, the share of the vote ever in any election. The lowest number of seats for the Conservatives ever in any election. 11 cabinet ministers out, the largest total ever. The largest number of deposits lost ever in any election. That is a spectacular judgment. Electorally, right now, Sophie, Rishi Sunak is the worst ever Tory leader and has cleared the way for the rise of the Labour Party, but also the rise of Reform and the rise of the Liberal Democrats. And we have had this revolution with the Labour Party getting barely any more votes than it did last time. I think it's gone up about 1 percentage point overall. And instead, it is the collapse of the Tories that have done this. It feels a little bit like, I don't know whether it's a revenge election where voters have gone in to punish incumbents, whether it's the SNP collapse in Scotland, the Conservatives in England, even a bit of Labour in Wales. And now we have this revolution, not through love for the Labour Party. It's a sort of loveless landslide, if you were. But the public presumably looking arms folded at Keir Starmer now going, you've got what you want, impress us.
Well, that's what we're going to be finding out today, I guess, isn't it? How does Sir Keir Starmer handle this? You know, he's going to be making his first speech as Prime Minister. He's going to be going to see the King. Adam, you've seen transfers of power before. You've seen governments come and go. How does what we're going to see today compare?
Well, this is an extraordinary election because it's not about Labour winning, it's about a savage punishment beating from the electorate for the Conservative Party. I mean, in popular discussions, people say, well, who's been the worst Prime Minister of the last 5? And people can actually make a case for each of them. And, you know, public patience has run out, although clearly the person who's been left holding the exploding parcel is Rishi Sunak, who, I have to say, has not done a great deal to diffuse it himself. And it does pose, I think, a massive challenge for the new Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, because we're seeing, you know, disturbances across the agenda. I mean, we've not just got 4 Reform MPs, we've got the Liberal Democrats coming back extremely strongly, we've got, you know, what people are calling 4 pro-Palestine independents, and he has fought a campaign where he's tried to keep a blank sheet pretty much as to what he's going to do, at the same time as hemming himself in by saying, I'm not going to put up these taxes. I mean, extraordinary, the last day of the campaign, he suddenly says he doesn't think he's going to see Britain rejoining the single market within his lifetime. I mean, you know, he's been tying himself up. So the question is going to be, A, can he restore confidence in government and his style of government? But B, has he actually got any big ideas he hasn't been telling us about?
It's the challenge, isn't it? It's interesting you're talking there about, like, the makeup of Parliament as well, with, you know, reform, with all these different people in it. It's going to be almost like a kind of tinderbox.
And you're going to have the smaller parties shouting louder simply because of the volume of Labour MPs and the size of the Labour majority.
And because of the opposition party is going to be in disarray. Shouldn't forget Scotland, though. I mean, what other party has had three three leaders since the last election? The SNP and the Scottish voters have given exactly the same verdict there. That they're fed up with the SNP and the government there.
Doesn't go down well, does it? Leaders without elections. Margaret?
I'm just going to push back a little bit on this rather negative verdict that we've had on this triumph that we had last night. I mean, we won seats. We never thought we'd think for the Bournemouth seats. You know, we never. When have we ever won Bournemouth? So there is something there in the Bournemouths in how we do.
Isn't the issue really the volatility of the voters?
Well, I agree there is volatility of the voters, and I think actually the Liz Truss, if I can just say about that, I don't think that's a Portillo moment, because Portillo, when he lost because of what was happening to the Conservative Party. Liz Truss was defeated on a very personal, in a very personal way, because of the appalling nature of the budget. Can I just one other thing say, Sophie, that I also don't think it's absolutely right to say that Keir hasn't got an idea of what he's doing. He's very constrained. He's constrained by the finances, by the economy, by all sorts of things like that. But if you just look at where those early promises are, the first steps that they've called them, there is a story to tell behind that. If I just think about the family, you start with babies, and we're going to have 100,000 more childcare places. You go into primary schools, and they're going to have breakfast clubs. You go into secondary schools, they're going to have 6,500 more teachers. You then go into apprenticeships, they get more, and then you go into home ownership, and there's 1.5 million
at the same time,
more houses.
I accept that there is
there.
a story, but the promises are pretty small. He's got a huge majority, a historic majority. If you look back when people have had big majorities before, Attlee set up the NHS, Stanley Baldwin gave women the vote.
Okay.
Keir Starmer's promising 6,000 more teachers.
And let me say, the reason for that is twofold. One, the constraints that he's facing, both fiscally and economically. And the second, which I think is more important, the way in which he governs is absolutely crucial in rebuilding trust in politics. So under-promising and over-delivering must be the order of the day. And I'm sure, knowing all those characters at the centre, whether it's Rachel, whether it's Rachel Reeves, Pat McFadden, or Keir Starmer, they are absolutely conscious of that issue of rebuilding trust.
Where does the Conservative Party go from here, Nikki?
Well, as I say, I think the first thing is to look at the makeup of the parliamentary party. And obviously, I hope Rishi Sunak doesn't just leave very quickly. I hope that he does what Michael Howard did in 2005, which is stay around for a number of months, partly to give any leadership contenders some time, but also the party, I think, just sort of an element of recovery, I suppose, is sort of coming to terms, if you like, a little bit, if that's possible. And then I think really understanding, as I say, I do think one of the stories is that the votes have gone all over the place. So you look, for example, at the Liz Truss vote, and, the Lib Dem vote there has absolutely collapsed. And there'll be a different story in other seats that we've lost, where there'll be a different order of second and third parties. So where's our vote gone? Look, I firmly believe, and I'm on record as being very clear, you win elections from the centre ground.
So ignore reform is what you're effectively saying.
I wouldn't say ignore reform, but I think one of the mistakes has been that if you chase after reform votes, you end up ignoring a lot of other votes in the centre. And obviously, a number of Conservatives have lost their seats overnight, a lot of them. But interestingly, those who might often have talked a lot about, reform-type policies of appeal, they've gone too. So they haven't saved their own necks by trying to out-reform.
If you are just joining us, interesting to see a bit of a summary of where we are now, because it has been an absolutely extraordinary night, a record-breaking night of losses for the Conservative Party, their lowest number, more seats. They've lost more seats at this general election than any on record. They've lost more deposits than they've ever lost on record as well. Labour, of course, winning their second biggest majority, only second to 1997. So an astonishing turnaround since the last election. The Conservatives slumping to around a third of the seats that they won back in 2019. Other big winners on the night were the Lib Dems and Reform UK. In Scotland, though, the SNP had a disastrous night. I just want to pause and take a look at the numbers, because they really are worth taking a look at. It's been an extraordinary night, a redrawing, shall we say, the political map. The Labour Party, of course, a triumphant total for them. They're currently on 409 seats in Total, worth pointing out that they've done this on the lowest vote share for any party to win a majority at an election. So a shallow but broad appeal from the Labour Party. Let's have a look now at how this big election win for Labour unfolded. Jason Farrell has the story of the night.
Reception. We did it!
Today, the country will have a new Prime Minister.
You campaigned for it. People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
His slogan was change, and that's coming for him and his family. It's change too for a string of Conservative big hitters who've lost their seats. The biggest scalp, former Prime Minister Liz Truss losing what should be a safe seat in Norfolk South West.
It's not so much that Labour won this election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it.
The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, and the leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, won't be going back there.
Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country.
7 cabinet ministers fell when Blair won in 1997. The Tories had already lost more than that as Rishi Sunak arrived for his result in Richmond.
Shapps, gone. Chalk, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
This will go down as the biggest electoral miscalculation ever in terms of the timing of when he called this.
Sunak held on to his seat, but conceded defeat to Labour.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
This wasn't just Labour's night. Reform took large chunks out of the Tory vote. Defector Lee Anderson won in Ashfield. And more than 30 years after he fought his first by-election, Nigel Farage became an MP for the first time on his 8th attempt.
Half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that.
Other big Tory names fell to the Lib Dems, among them former Brexit Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg, losing North East Somerset, Ed Davey's party having its best night in decades.
What I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future.
It's been a bruising night for the SNP. Their vote collapsed across Scotland, with Labour mopping them up.
We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
Labour had upsets too. The Green Party co-leader Clara Denyer deposing the Shadow Culture Secretary in Bristol Central. Expelled former leader Jeremy Corbyn beat his old party to retain Islington North. And former Shadow Health Secretary Jonathan Ashworth lost Leicester South to a pro-Palestinian independent. The Labour vote has been dented in Muslim areas. Jess Phillips just won in Birmingham Yardley, but was booed by opponents. Since the countdown to the exit poll at 10 p.m. last night, watched in anticipation around the country, what's emerged is roughly what the polls had been predicting, an historic and crushing defeat for the Conservatives.
Since COVID, Partygate, the Johnson, Truss and Sunak administrations, this is the first time the British people have been able to pass judgment on this government, and the verdict is damning.
But voters have not flocked solely to Labour. It's a fragmented picture, and despite a landslide and a large majority, Starmer has many challenges ahead. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, we've got a new face around the table. Joining us is Liz Kendall, former Shadow Work and Pension Secretary. I guess perhaps hoping for that to be made into the Work and Pension Secretary by the end of the day. Let's start off with the extraordinary result. You must be delighted.
I am. I feel so proud of Keir and the whole team. The long, hard graft we put in to change the party and this quite remarkable victory, and that is down to Keir's leadership. I really remember the morning after the 2019 election, which was so grim, the whole election, and I wouldn't have thought we would have done this. And he was just absolutely single-minded in changing the party, Keir, and I think that this victory is a testament to his remarkable grit, determination and leadership.
Without wanting to take away from the scale of the victory...
I don't think we can. I don't think, without wanting to, I don't think we can. It is astonishing. It really is.
I am going to ask the question.
I know you will. I know.
And without
that's
wanting
your
to
job.
take away from the scale of it, at the same time, you know, it is quite extraordinary to see that this is... The Labour vote share is the lowest vote share ever to have secured a majority, lower than David Cameron got when he got the coalition in 2010, lower than Jeremy Corbyn got. Is that a problem?
Do you know, our job isn't to pile up votes in seats. It is to get the biggest, strongest majority and mandate that we can. This is actually a testament to the strategy that we followed, to not have all of our activists in already Labour seats, to move them progressively to more and more challenging seats. And I think this is actually, this result shows that we used our votes wisely, we used our activists widely in order to get that strategy.
I absolutely accept that this is a reflection on an extremely well-run campaign and strategy. You talk about...
Laser-focused.
Laser-focused.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, there's going to be difficult times ahead. You will acknowledge that more than anyone. The inheritance is difficult. The more people who vote for you across the country, whether or not they are in safe seats or not, that matters, doesn't it?
I think that what matters is you have to deliver. And the one thing I've learnt, feeling a little bit long in the tooth these days as a politician, is that politics is volatile and you can't take any vote or win for granted. Things can change extraordinarily quickly. And we have seen the country crying out for change. They've backed us to deliver it. But we know, after a brief period where we smile and feel pleased about what we have done, that we've got to get on and deliver. And the pressure to do that, Keir Starmer, I think you heard in his speech, he's under no illusions. But the job and the work has got to start straight away. But we have a plan. We're determined to do it. And, you know, I have been all over the country. So have you, I'm sure, speaking to people. There is cynicism about whether change is possible. But I know from great reforming governments of the past who created the NHS, the minimum wage, lifted children out of poverty, devolution in Scotland and Wales. Big changes, social and economic, are possible, but we have to prove and we have to deliver, and that's what we'll intend to do.
You haven't promised changes on that scale, though, have you?
Do you know, again, forgive me for being a child of my political upbringing. I remember in 1997 when we had, on our pledge card, we'd take 100,000 people off NHS waiting lists. We were attacked by the right saying you couldn't do it and the left for saying, you know, it wasn't big enough. But we left office having ended waiting, and Tony Blair was heckled for people having to see their GP within 48 hours. So you can make change, but you have to go step by step.
the changes that we'll see under a Keir Starmer administration are going to be bigger than the ones on the plague chart.
Well,
That's what you're saying.
We've said that. We've said here are the first steps, and here is our vision, a 10-year strategy of change. And people are desperate for it. I see it every week in my surgery. I know the moulding, damp houses. I know the poverty, the people in food banks. I know the poor quality jobs. I know how much has to change. And we are going to roll up these sleeves and get cracking.
We've been keeping a firm eye on the Downing Street door, which we will be doing throughout the day as the transfer of power happens. Are you hoping to be walking up Downing Street later? Have you had any conversations at all?
No, I haven't. And
No conversations had at all?
No, I would... Anything that Keir asked me to do, front bench, back bench, I'll do. I am over the moon. You're going to see some incredible new Labour MPs. They're a cracking bunch, and I think this is going to be a really exciting time.
OK. One very quick question just to squeeze in while we've got you as well. How concerned are you at the rise of pro-Gaza independent candidates, all people who, of course, are running for George Galloway's Workers' Party? We have seen them eating away, running some Labour MPs, Jess Phillips, Wes Streeting, very close. Do you think that this means Labour should listen, or do you think that actually it's all about sticking to your principles and not worrying about that?
I think I always think you need to listen to voters. I mean, that's why I believe in... I'm a person who's believed in changing the Labour Party, not to say the voters were wrong. And you have to listen, you have to earn that trust, but you have to do that while sticking to your principles about wanting, on this absolutely critical issue, wanting peace, wanting a two-state solution, and wanting to give the people of Palestine and Israel the peace and security they deserve.
OK, good to have you on the programme today, Liz Kendall.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure.
Right, let's talk to Sam Coates and Adam Bolton, shall we? Sam, you know, Liz there just saying that actually, you know what, all it shows is that Labour is winning where it needs to. Don't think about vote share. We've got the majority, we've got the mandate.
Labour have won, and they will delight in the massive majority. But I have to say, whichever way you look at the numbers, this is a loss for incumbents, particularly the Tories, not an advance for the Labour Party. And just going through the statistics is really, really clear. You know, across the whole of the UK, the Tories have dropped 20 percentage points. That's the biggest ever in any election. Labour's barely gone up 1.6. In England, Labour's barely gone up at all. In Scotland, another punishment beating for the incumbents, the SNP down 15 percentage points. That's allowed Labour through. In Wales, where Labour are in power in the Assembly, well, there, Labour are down in these elections, down 4 percentage points. And then if you look at individual seats, again, high-profile names associated with a big incumbent figure are being punished. So in Maidenhead, Theresa May's old seat, that's gone Liberal Democrat. In Uxbridge, Boris Johnson's old seat, that's gone Labour. This is about the public making clear their unhappiness. This has been a vote against something. Do the public know what's going to go in its place? Have they been convinced yet by what's about to pop up?
And yet, Labour have a massive majority in Parliament. And as far as running the country is concerned or implementing an agenda, they look to be in a pretty unassailable position. I mean, the only thing that could stop them would be a massive rebellion in their own ranks. And as we saw with Tony Blair in '97, that doesn't tend to happen very quickly. So while we will see, I think, you know, the Palestinian cause and populist causes to do with immigrants being raised, there's not much danger that Keir Starmer will feel a need to do something that he doesn't want to do. So in that sense, although it's, you know, it's a kind of slightly quizzical verdict from the electorate as far as Labour's concerned, they do now have the opportunity, they have won in the terms. And you know, just adding to what Sam said, 4 of the last 5 Conservative Prime Ministers, their constituencies have gone to opposite parties. So,
isn't it?
Cameron's, Whitney's gone to Liberal Democrats. Truss's lost in South West Norfolk. Theresa May's Maidenhead gone to Liberal Democrats. Uxbridge and Ruislip gone to Labour. So I think that does really tell you how people are feeling about what they've been put through over the last 14 years or so.
It does feel like a verdict, doesn't it, on 14 years of Conservatives in power. That's an extraordinary statistic with those former Prime Ministers losing their seats. Thank you very much. Well, as Adam was saying, Keir Starmer has won the election. And he's not just won it in style. He's got a huge majority, the kind of majority that he can afford to be pretty radical with. Will he be? We're going to be hearing, of course, first from Rishi Sunak on the steps of Downing Street, and then later, of course, from the incoming Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. We did hear a little bit from him earlier when he spoke at a Labour celebratory event in London's Tate Modern. He was updating his campaign message from change to change begins. Let's hear what he had to say.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity, after 14 years, to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work. And we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
One breaking result to bring you. The Conservatives have managed to hold on to Daventry. This is the former seat of the former Northern Ireland Secretary Chris Heaton-Harris. He wasn't standing this time, but the Conservative candidate Stuart Andrew just about managing to hang on in Daventry. Right, we're going to speak now to the SNP Westminster leader, Stephen Flynn, who joins us now. Well, I have to say it's been almost a complete collapse in the vote for the Scottish National Party. You've said that you need to listen to what voters are saying. What are they telling you?
Well, they've obviously told us that they don't want to vote for the Scottish National Party this time around, and it's been a very bleak election for the party. We've lost a huge number of very valued colleagues. It's not a reflection on them, it's not a reflection on their work in Westminster. It's just a tsunami, a Starmer tsunami that has swept over us, and it's not just that actually. It's something bigger. You know, the party's not been in the place it should have been over the course of recent times. I think we all accept that. There's different reasons as to why that's the case, and it's incumbent upon us now to have that internal, robust, frank discussion about what's went wrong, how do we fix it, and how do we rebuild the trust that we've so clearly lost.
There have been, as you say, many factors behind this. Just to name a couple, you would think the fact that, key figures in your party being arrested, 3 leaders without an election. Is John Swinney still the man to lead the party?
Yeah, of course he is. There's nobody better to rebuild the SNP from the foundations small foundations that we now have than John Swinney. It's been an incredibly tough night for all of us, but we need someone who can lead us into the future, who can bring us all together, who can open the curtains and look at some of the skeletons that are behind there and make sure that we accept the problems that we faced and we rebuild, we refocus, and we bring the Scottish National Party
on the
back to trust.
programme today. Stephen Swin there of the SNP. So much more coming up next. Stay with us. Good morning, live from Westminster on a historic day in British politics. Labour has won a landslide victory in the general election and Keir Starmer is to become the UK's next Prime Minister. He'll run the country with one of the largest ever parliamentary majorities, becoming the first Labour leader to win a general election in almost 2 decades.
Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country.
Conceding defeat, Rishi Sunak admitted voters had rejected the Conservative Party after 14 years in power.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
In one of the most dramatic moments of the election, the former Prime Minister Liz Truss loses to Labour. Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan and Jacob Rees-Mogg were also voted out as 11 cabinet ministers lost their seats. It was also a night of success for the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey celebrating their best results in recent history. And Reform leader Nigel Farage says he's coming after Labour after winning a seat in Parliament at the 8th attempt. In Scotland, a hugely disappointing night for the SNP, who fall victim to a resurgent Labour Party north of the border. Well, this is the scene in Downing Street this morning, where later today we will witness only the second change of government in 27 years. So, Sir Keir Starmer, set to become the first Labour leader elected Prime Minister at a general election since Tony Blair's landmark victory in 1997. Hello and good morning from Westminster on this historic day for the United Kingdom. Labour has won the general election in a landslide victory and Sir Keir Starmer will become the country's next Prime Minister. After 14 years of Conservative rule, Rishi Sunak conceded defeat a little before 5 this morning, saying it had been a sobering night for his party. A record-breaking 11 cabinet ministers have lost their seats. And 2, in perhaps the biggest shock of the election, has Liz Truss, Mr Sunak's predecessor as Prime Minister. Well, Labour's now won more than 400 seats in a landslide, second only to Tony Blair's in 1997. Worth just pausing to look at the numbers on this historic day that we have. You can see there Labour on a total of 409 seats. That is their best result since Tony Blair's in 1997. Remember, they only had 202 in 2019. The Conservatives, though, well, it's been a record-breaking night for them. They're only on 120 seats, only around a third of the 365 seats they won under Boris Johnson. That is the biggest total seat loss of any Conservative party in their history. A big night for the Liberal Democrats as well, on 71 seats in total. I think we can see the latest pictures now of Rishi Sunak. He's arriving at the party headquarters in London, travelling down from his North Yorkshire constituency. He did hold on, of course, in Richmond, but with a greatly reduced majority. Later on, of course, he'll be making his final speech as Prime Minister, the man who has just entered the history books as the man who led Britain's most successful political party to their worst ever loss of seats at a general election. We're expecting him to be walking out of that car very shortly to go and talk to the people at Conservative Party headquarters, the people, of course, who gave everything to that campaign, who tried to make his big gamble work, but the decision to call the general election ending in failure.
Do you blame yourself, Rishi Sunak?
Well, the door shuts. We will, of course, see him later, of course, in Downing Street. Throughout the morning, we are going to be following this historic day, the transfer of power, with a panel of guests, plus Sam Coates and Adam Bolton, of course, giving us their full analysis and reaction to what's been a momentous night Ben Bradshaw is here for the Labour Party, plus Sir Charles Walker for the Conservatives. We'll have lots from you later on. First, though, I do just want to bring you the story of how this big election win for Labour unfolded. Jason Farrell has the story of the night.
Walking into the biggest job in British politics. Today, the country will have a new Prime Minister. After 14 years of opposition,
we did it!
Labour are back in power.
People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
His slogan was change, and that's coming for him and his family. It's change too for a string of Conservative big hitters who've lost their seats. The biggest scalp, former Prime Minister Liz Truss losing what should be a safe seat in Norfolk South West.
It's not so much that Labour won this election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it.
The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, and the leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, won't be going back there.
Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country.
7 cabinet ministers fell when Blair won in 1997. The Tories had already lost more than that as Rishi Sunak arrived for his result in Richmond.
Shapps, gone. Chalk, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
This will go down as the biggest electoral miscalculation ever in terms of the timing of when he called this.
Sunak held on to his seat, but conceded defeat to Labour.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
This wasn't just Labour's night. Reform took large chunks out of the Tory vote. Defector Lee Anderson won in Ashfield. And more than 30 years after he fought his first by-election, Nigel Farage became an MP for the first time on his 8th attempt.
Half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that.
Other big Tory names fell, among them former Brexit Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg. And it was a night of celebration for the Lib Dems. Ed Davey's party having its biggest night in more than a century.
What I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future.
It's been a bruising night for the SNP. Their vote collapsed across Scotland, with Labour mopping them up.
We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
Labour had upsets too. The Green Party co-leader Clara Denyer deposing the Shadow Culture Secretary in Bristol Central. Expelled former leader Jeremy Corbyn beat his old party to retain Islington North. And former Shadow Health Secretary Jonathan Ashworth lost Leicester South to a pro-Palestinian independent. The Labour vote has been dented in Muslim areas. Jess Phillips just won in Birmingham Yardley, but was booed by opponents. Since the countdown to the exit poll at 10 p.m. last night, watched in anticipation around the country, what's emerged is roughly what the polls had been predicting, an historic and crushing defeat for the Conservatives.
Since COVID, Partygate, the Johnson, Truss and Sunak administrations, this is the first time the British people have been able to pass judgment on this government, and the verdict is damning.
But voters have not flocked solely to Labour. It's a fragmented picture, and despite a landslide and a large majority, Starmer has many challenges ahead. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, if you're just waking up, the story this morning, Labour has won the general election, and not only won it, they've got a landslide. We can look now at the numbers on this historic day, because you can see there Keir Starmer's Labour Party on a total of 409 seats. Keir Starmer to be the next Prime Minister. The Conservatives, though, have had a record-breaking night for all the wrong reasons. They've lost more seats in a general election than at any time in their history. They're only on 120 seats. The Lib Dems, a record-breaking night for the right reasons. 71 seats for the Liberal Democrats. That is their best ever seat total. It's been a, frankly, disastrous night, though, for the Scottish National Party. They're down to just 9 seats in total. The Green Party on 4 seats in total, so a good night there for the Green Party, picking up 4 seats, quadrupling their previous number. And Reform have won their first 4 seats, a young party, of course. That includes Nigel Farage becoming the new MP for Clacton. There is one breaking result that I do want to bring you now, because it does go against the story of the night, because you can see there the Labour Party have lost Birmingham Perry Barr in the West Midlands. The former MP there, Khalid Mahmood, losing to the independent candidate there by just 507 votes. So it was closely run, but you can see there the independent candidate, Ayub Khan, on 13,303. Khalid Mahmood, the Labour Party candidate, on 12,796. Just want to have a quick chat here to Adam Bolton and Sam Coates about this. Not to take away from the absolutely storming majority that Labour have got, but underneath the bonnet of that result, we are seeing some independent candidates, some candidates from George Galloway's party, either running Labour pretty close or, in the case of Birmingham, taking it all together.
I think this reinforces the sense that in some ways this has been quite a negative election, and the things motivating voters in quite a lot of areas, whether it was getting out the Tories, whether it was punishing the SNP, or here, whether it was voting against what is perceived to be an establishment position on the Middle East, voters are seeking to punish as much as they are seeking to reward. And here we have another independent matching some of the others around the country. And some of those with party affiliations and some of those familiar names have also ridden this wave. We have, kind of almost astonishingly, Jeremy Corbyn back in Islington, who I think campaigned a lot on this issue. You have Thangam Debonair, who yesterday was a member of the shadow cabinet, out in her Bristol seat to the Greens. And again, I think that this issue has played quite a big role in that decision by the voters there. So single issues clearly really motivating larger numbers of people than I can remember at any election since 2005 and the Iraq War. Labour won again then. But it was, I think it's been quite stark.
And Jonathan Ashworth losing in Leicester. So, you know, we've now got a group in Parliament. I mean, never mind the effect on other seats. We've got a group in Parliament, maybe about half a dozen people, including Jeremy Corbyn, who are saying the number one issue is the Palestinian issue. And I think most people would say with hindsight that Keir Starmer did make that initial misstep when he appeared to say that cutting off water was a legitimate approach, although he tried to row back on it. But it's very interesting because this is an absolute blue touch paper issue, and one wonders on the other side what the Reform MPs are going to make of it, talking about ethnic diversity in the UK and maybe trying to weaponise that factor of Muslim voters in the UK as well. So, this is one of the things that's going to be very delicate for Keir Starmer, although, it's always struck me as paradoxical that this is such a motivating issue, since there's absolutely nothing that the UK can do to affect what happens in the Middle East.
Thank you both very much indeed. As you see there, Birmingham, Perry-Barr, won by the independent candidate Labour, losing control of that seat. Just to recap, if you've missed it, which I'm sure you haven't, Labour have won. Keir Starmer going to number 10 Downing Street with a landslide majority. On this historic day, we're going to be following the two party leaders as the transfer of power takes place, and of course talking you through the numbers and what it all means as well. Labour on a total of 409 seats. That is a doubling of their seats in the last election. The Conservatives down to 120, the loss of 248 seats, their worst ever. We can now take a look at the scale of the victory for the Labour Party and go to Ali Fortescue, who has got some screens for us. She's been crunching some numbers. Ali.
Morning, Sophie. Yeah, what a night. And this is it. We've had the exit poll, we've had weeks of polling, but now we've got the actual numbers and we've got a whole new map of Britain. Look at this. It's completely different. You'll remember last time the sea of blue, that extraordinary, unexpected coalition of votes that Boris Johnson so neatly knitted together. You could walk from the northwest to the northeast on Tory blue. Well, look at this. They have rebuilt that red wall. You can see all the Lib Dem gains here in the south. And of course, the other big story is Scotland up here. Big Labour resurgence in Scotland. We are waking up today to a whole new political map in the UK. And let's have a look at what that means. We've heard the word historic this morning, and that is what this looks like for the Conservatives. This is vote share results so far, 22%. When did we last see that? Well, look back through the 1970s, 1950s, 1920s, all the way back to 1835, when the whole system was basically reformed. The new Tory party became more like what it is now. So this is completely historic when you look back. Not seen anything like this since 1835. So where have all those votes gone? Well, this is a sort of state of the parties in terms of votes won or lost. I mean, you can see here the scale of the Conservatives' loss, particularly when you think that they came from a high mark in 2019. A lot of those votes going to Labour. Worse than we are seeing a few Labour losses, part of that down to that Gaza effect, people like Jonathan Ashworth, the big losers from that. It's been a great night for the Lib Dems, hasn't it? They have got nearly 7 times the number of seats that they got back in 2019, and a terrible night for the SNP as well. But this is what's really interesting, because the picture is actually more complicated from the Labour Party than you might first think. The scale of their landslide in terms of seats is big compared to 1997. But when you look at the actual vote share, so this is how many people are actually, voting for Labour. Look at this. This is as we progress through the night and more seats are announced. Labour are well below 1997. In fact, they are below 2017 when Jeremy Corbyn was leader. That is really interesting. And part of that is down to this. So this is other parties, not the two main parties, parties like the Lib Dems and Reform. Look how well they've done in terms of vote share. We haven't seen anything like that since 1918. So a good night for those parties. And I want to look a bit more closely at Reform, because these are seats where Reform came second. Some of them are those kind of Tory red wall seats that were won by Boris Johnson. Now the Conservatives not even second in those seats. And this is a really important part of the picture for the night. So this down at the bottom is how the percentage of people that voted for Brexit in any given seat, as you'd expect. These more Remain voting seats, you're seeing green. And as you get further this way, last time round, there was much more blue round here. Boris Johnson, with that Get Brexit Done message, really winning over many of those Labour voters. They are all going red now. Look at this. And you can see some reform up over here. So a lot of red down at this end of the table. And of course, with these sorts of results for the Conservative Party come big names that have lost their seats. And I just wanted to select a couple of those. Portsmouth North. This is Penny Mordaunt's seat. She was fighting so hard. She was missing some big kind of Conservative events to fight that seat. It's always been a bellwether seat. It's gone with the winning party, and it's done that this time. A slim majority for the new Labour MP there. But she, Penny Mordaunt, expected to be someone who would want to run for the leadership, one of the favourites with the bookies. She is out in Portsmouth North. Well, in Hatfield, this is Grant Shapps' seat. He has gone as well. The interesting thing you see from this is Reform. Look at that in third place. And if you added their votes to the Conservative vote, they would have got over the line. And this, I mean, this could be the moment of the night. Liz Truss, this is one of the safest Conservative seats, really, Norfolk South West. Liz Truss has lost that seat very narrowly, the new Labour MP there, with a majority of 630. So, yeah, some pretty extraordinary results coming in. And let's just lastly have a quick look at this. This says it all, really. Here you go, 2019, as I was saying, this incredible result for Boris Johnson, winning those red wall seats. And look at this. This is a sea of red, really. This is the night for Keir Starmer, and you can see those Reform, those 4 seats that have come in so far. Not quite what the exit poll had predicted so far. And of course, down here, the Lib Dem resurgence. They never really came back since after the coalition years. Well, Ed Davey has had a really good night, and the contrast, pretty plain to see the state of the parties. Whatever way you look at it, it's a big night for Labour and a devastating night for the Conservatives.
Ali, thank you very much indeed. Ali Fortescue there on a devastating result for the Conservative Party. You're looking now at pictures of Rishi Sunak arriving at Conservative Party HQ, travelling down from his constituency, effectively to face the music. The Conservatives have now lost a total of 248 seats. The previous record for the most seats lost by the Conservative Party was 246 back in 1906. So a difficult night for Rishi Sunak, a devastating night for his party as well. I'm sure that long journey down from North Yorkshire felt awfully long for the Prime Minister. He's headed into Conservative HQ. He's still in there talking to the troops, the people, of course, who put their everything into this election campaign, who tried to make his big gamble of the early election work. No words to the reporters as the door closes. Later on, of course, we are expecting him to be walking out that door after speaking to staff members and campaigners at Conservative Party headquarters, and then going to Downing Street, where, of course, he will be... I thought that might have been Rishi Sunak, but it wasn't, obviously. We'll keep a close eye on that door. He'll be heading to Downing Street, where, of course, he will give his final speech as Prime Minister. Our political correspondent, Murray Aurora, is standing by for us. A devastating night for Rishi Sunak. I wonder how he's going to handle it.
Yeah, absolutely, Sophie. I mean, to be a fly on the wall in that meeting at Conservative Party HQ as the Prime Minister, no longer the Prime Minister, speaking to the troops, as you say, presumably apologising for a historic defeat, a painful defeat for the Conservative Party, and an incredible landslide majority for the Labour Party. So once Rishi Sunak has done that at headquarters, we expect him to come back here to Downing Street, not only to pack his bags, but also to later this morning make a statement, make a speech. So we're expecting that statement to be around 10:30 this morning. We then expect Rishi Sunak to travel to Buckingham Palace to formally tender his resignation to the King. Then we expect Keir Starmer, our new Prime Minister, to have that kind of formal audience with the King. The King will ask him to form a government, and then he will be driven down the Mall to here, Downing Street, before he makes a statement as the first statement as the new Prime Minister of the UK, before meeting his team, but also appointing his cabinet. And it'll be interesting to see who he has in his cabinet, how much kind of shuffle and churn there will be. We know, for instance, Jonathan Ashworth was his shadow Paymaster General, who lost his seat overnight. So we could see some interesting moves and shakes when it comes to the new cabinet under Keir Starmer. But that's the timeline. I think what's important to remember is we were talking about that Ming Vase approach, weren't we, for the Labour Party? And it appears that actually the Labour Party have succeeded in carrying that Ming Vase all the way to 10 Downing Street without making a mess, without smashing it. And as you say, there are some interesting polling results coming out overnight. Perry Barr, for instance. So Labour will have to do some analysis on where they've got wrong, essentially, in some of those seats they've lost. But nonetheless, it is a stonking majority. Keir Starmer is our next Prime Minister. And he was talking about hope this morning, trying to bring some hope, positivity and sunlight into politics after what he would say would be a dark 14 years. So all to wait for, this morning in Downing Street. And Sky News will be bringing you all the twists and turns. As soon as we have any updates from Downing Street, we'll bring it straight to you, Sophie.
We'll be going straight back to you as well as soon as there's any movement behind that door. Mari, thank you very much indeed. Right, let's talk to our panel now, shall we? Ben Bradshaw is here for the Labour Party. Good to have you here. And Sir Charles Walker for the Conservatives. It feels we should go to you first, Charles, if that's OK, because I hate to do it. I can see you trying to shift it onto Ben there. But really, it does feel in many ways, the story of the night is voters turning away from the Conservative Party. David Cameron he obviously didn't lose, but, the former seats of David Cameron, Theresa May going, Liz Truss losing her seat. I mean, this is a verdict on 14 years.
Look, it's an awful night. I mean, it's dreadful. Every time you've reminded your viewers of how bad it was off camera, I've been wincing. Ben's been having a smile. I've been wincing. It's been terrible. I mean, it's been a good night for men in their late middle ages. Ed Davey, Nigel Farage, Keir Starmer, they've had wonderful nights. Keir Starmer, the best of all of them. But for my party, it has been a really, really long night. And I stupidly, at 2 o'clock or just after 2 on an earlier Sky News programme, picked a fight with the exit poll, saying it was wrong. We were going to do better than 131.
You didn't say you'd eat your hat, did you?
No, I didn't. But it seems that we've actually done worse. And it's bitterly disappointing. And the Prime Minister will be bitterly disappointed. And he will bear this loss on his shoulders because that's the type of man that he is. He's a top man and a decent man.
We've got the story of the Conservative Party and the losses there. And then, of course, this huge majority for Labour. You were there in 97. Do you feel as if it's a similar, feeling of kind of exuberance that is leading voters into this election, or do you think it's more muted?
No, certainly not exuberance leading voters into the election. I think there'll be exuberance among my Labour colleagues, with one or two sad exceptions where we've seen these idiosyncratic results. But the mood of the public's been very different, and I think he has recognised that with the approach to the campaign he's had of the so-called Ming Vase strategy. And the expectations, I think, of the public are much lower. And the result's very different. I mean, as you've pointed out, the share of the vote is not high by historical standards. A lot of that, I would say, is tactical voting. A lot of Labour voters voting Lib Dem in those seats where they think the Lib Dems have a better chance to beat the Tories. But there will be exuberance, but I also think caution, and Keir will be very aware about the size of this mandate, the nature of it, and the challenge ahead, and as well the need to address some of these issues which has led to some of my very good colleagues losing their seats in exceptional results.
It feels like we should kind of look forward a little bit at this sort of juncture in the day as well. We're, of course, going to be waiting to hear from Rishi Sunak, but where do you think the Conservative Party needs to go next? Because, look, it's a bit of a cliche to say there'll be a battle for its soul going on, but that is what's going to happen, isn't it?
So, I mean, I don't mean to sound glib. It should go to ground for a few weeks, if not months, and really think about what it wants to do. I'm afraid one of the low points of the night was Suella Braverman's speech in her constituency, which I thought was just so out of order, so unnecessary, to fire the starting gun on a leadership contest and putting her name out there straight away, I just thought was a very, very unattractive thing to do. And I fear that the ill discipline that's bedevilled my party for the past 2 years is now so deeply embedded in its veins that actually we're going to tear ourselves apart for the next few months.
Do you blame them for the size of this loss?
Look, everybody, I'm a Conservative, we all have to take the blame. We all have to carry the blame on our shoulders. This was a collective enterprise and we failed miserably. And to blame the Prime Minister solely for it would be entirely wrong.
Charles, what do you think should happen next? Does Rishi Sunak stay on to allow the kind of long contest that you want? Should there be a pro tem leader? What do you think should happen today, tomorrow, over the next few weeks?
Well, I know what I would like. I would like the Prime Minister, he's still the Prime Minister for the next few hours, to stay on and say that we're going to have a proper think about this and there will be a new leader of the Conservative Party late in this year or perhaps early into next year. But we've got to understand what happened. There's lots of conjecture at the moment in studios and I'm sure around the country in constituencies about what went wrong. We need to really understand what went wrong.
But do we really think Rishi Sunak should be at Prime Minister's questions from the opposition benches at the dispatch box for weeks and weeks and weeks? That's not realistic, is it?
Well, you know, that's a really good question, but I put it this way. The alternative is pretty horrible as well. So, look, we've got probably 3 sitting weeks till recess. The Prime Minister, soon to be leader of the opposition, could do PMQs. We have the summer recess. And then, yeah, we can make that decision in the fullness of time. But I think right now, a precipitous leadership contest would be absolutely toxic.
Do you think there need to be changes in the rules, or are you happy to leave?
No, I've always said that our membership should not have any involvement in the selection of our party leader or Prime Minister when they're in office. I mean, I absolutely made that clear 2.5 years ago when we ended up with a third going to Penny Mordaunt, a third going to Liz Truss and a third going to Rishi Sunak, and we ended up with Liz Truss.
Ben, I know you don't have long, so I just want a thought from you on the challenge ahead for Keir Starmer. As you said, he's going to be kind of been like carefully carrying that Ming bars. It feels like the size of the majority is almost made of the same stuff. What do you think he needs to do when he addresses the public from the steps of number 10?
Well, I think he'll address the public as Prime Minister in a way which he's done all throughout the campaign, that he is a Prime Minister who will put the country before party. He's going to have to do an immediate reshuffle because he's lost a couple of his shadow cabinet members. And I think what you see is what you have seen is what you will get from Keir as Prime Minister. I don't think there'll be any big surprises. It'll be about quiet competence, delivery and trying to rebuild the trust of the people in politics as a whole.
OK, thank you very much indeed. We are going to be bringing you the story of the night here on Sky News, but also the story of the day as the transfer of power goes ahead. And, of course, a big part of the story will be these guys, the Liberal Democrats. You can tell it's them by those splashes of yellow as they await for their leader, Sir Ed Davey, to come and give a speech in central London. I should say it's been a very good night for the Liberal Democrats. They've won a total of 71 seats. That's up 63, 12% of the total vote share across the country. And that is their highest ever total of MPs for the Liberal Democrats. Well, let's remind you again of the story you are waking up to this morning, and what a story it is. Labour has won the general election in dramatic style. Let's just show you now some of the key numbers of the night. Sir Keir Starmer is entering number 10 with a landslide majority. He's got 409 seats, currently tracking second only to Tony Blair in 1997. So a huge win for the Labour Party. The Conservatives, though, down on 120 seats in total. That's down 20% when it comes to their vote share, and they are having a record-breaking night for all of the wrong reasons. They are lost the most amount of seats, more than any other Conservative party ever in an election. Let's listen now, shall we, to Sir Keir Starmer. He was speaking earlier on today at a Labour celebratory event in London's Tate Modern, updating his campaign message from change to change begins.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity, after 14 years, to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics.
It's not good.
We're just going to leave Keir Starmer's speech there because we have just got pictures of Rishi Sunak, still Prime Minister, leaving Conservative Party headquarters. He's already in the car. He is going to be driving off to Downing Street. And we're going to take you straight to Sir Ed Davey there. You can see the Lib Dem coloured confetti and the applause. And a fist pump too. You can tell it was a good night for Ed Davey. 71 seats won by the Liberal Democrat leader as he goes to meet party supporters and staff members in central London. Punching the air, you can see the delight in a well-run campaign for the Liberal Democrats. We are expecting him to address those supporters. The Lib Dems have won a record number of seats. They've won an extra 63 seats compared to the last election, which really is an extraordinary result, unseating so many Conservatives, particularly, of course, in the South and the South West. Oh, I can't resist a high five as well.
Thank you.
And are waiting for, here we go.
And I didn't even have to paraglide in. I just want to thank you all for what you've done, your hard work. You know, you have helped rebuild our party. You've helped ensure that the Liberal Democrats are winning again. You have helped us get our best results for over 100 years. So I really want to thank you, and I want to thank the millions of voters who want change and who've looked to the Liberal Democrats to deliver that change and who've put your trust in us and our candidates, now your MPs. They will be your local champions. They will fight for the fair deal that you deserve. So thank you for putting your trust in us. And, you know, trust is a very precious commodity. It's hard won. And sometimes you've lost it, you lose it. And you have to work very hard to win it back. And I want to thank people for trusting us again. We will not let you down. We will honour your trust. And we will keep working so you keep putting your trust in us. I like to think we've done that by listening to you, by hearing your concerns. And that is why in this campaign, we fought a really positive campaign about your concerns, about how we wanted to make sure you got help with the cost of living and the difficult economic circumstances. We listened to you on the environment and your concerns about the appalling sewage scandal, and that's why we have policies to tackle that. And above all, we listen to you about your concerns about the crisis in our health system, in our care system. And that's why we put solving that, fixing that, right at the heart of our agenda. During this campaign, I've told you about my own story of caring and being a carer for much of my life. And I want to thank all the people who've come to me and responded in such generosity, telling me that my story is your story. And I want to make sure that we represent the millions of carers out there as we rebuild our health system and do something special to support carers and care workers. And I think if we do that, we can earn your trust. So I promise you, having put it at the heart of our agenda, we are now going to work on health and care. We're going to go to Parliament to represent you. Our first campaign that starts today is a campaign for emergency budget this month for health and care. Every one of our record number of Liberal Democrat MPs is going to go to Parliament to campaign for that emergency budget for health and care. They're going to stand up for their local health service, their local care service that you rely on. They're going to stand up for the policies, whether it's getting more GPs, more NHS dentists, free personal care, that will fix the system. Every Liberal Democrat MP will be a voice for carers. And we are going to make sure that your voice is heard like never before. That is the fair deal that we fought on. That is the fair deal that all Liberal Democrat MPs and our whole party want to deliver. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve you. And my invitation to you is come and join us and help us turn around our country and transform our health and care system, transform our political system, and bring the better, brighter, fairer future our country so desperately needs. Thank you.
Well, triumphant Sir Ed Davey there in central London, guiding his party, of course, to a record number of seats, 71 at this general election. We're joined now by the Lib Dem Deputy Leader, Daisy Cooper. An extraordinary night for the Lib Dems across the country, and also, I guess, for you personally, I think one of the biggest majorities in the country you've now got.
Yeah, we've had a record-breaking set of results for the Liberal Democrats, and it's very humbling, but it's also very, very exciting. We've got now a huge number of Liberal Democrat MPs that will come to Parliament next week, and every single one of them will be a strong voice to campaign to save our NHS and fix social care. And as you just heard from Ed Davey, our party leader, the first thing that we're calling for is an emergency health and social care budget, because we know that health services are on their knees, and we've heard time and time again on the doorstep that people want that to be our number one priority.
I think they engaged in our message, and because we were showing a fun side, I think we were able to talk about our serious policies. You know, when I fell off the paddleboard in Lake Windermere, we talked about... You enjoyed it more than I do. We talked about the sewage scandal, which people are worried about in every community across our country. When I came down that slide in Somerset with children enjoying their half-term with their families, I talked about the mental health crisis in our country, how hundreds of thousands of children and young people are waiting for treatment, and how Liberal Democrats have come forward, only the Liberal Democrats have come forward with a policy to get a qualified mental health professional in every primary and secondary school. So yes, we've had some fun, but we've had some very serious issues. And when I talked about my own story, which is, I think, pretty serious, I've had a few challenges, but the challenges I've had as a carer throughout my life are challenges that millions of other people face. And I think people are related to our stunts, but they're related to our stories. And I'm very grateful to people for putting their trust in us, and we're going to work hard for them every day.
And just talk me through that moment when the exit polls came in and you realised that this was going to be a very big night.
I was with my wife at home, and I think I jumped off the sofa. But, you know, the exit polls were wrong. We did even better than the exit polls.
clearly this is a big night for you, but given the collapse of the Tory party, is this just a one-off for you?
Absolutely not. We are going to show in this Parliament that we will stand up for those millions of people who are desperate for change, who want their health and care systems transformed, who want the economy to grow, but also to make sure it grows in a fair way where people's concerns with the costs of living are actually addressed. And their concerns about the environment, whether it's the sewage scandal, whether it's other aspects of nature being harmed, or whether it's the climate change. We will stand up for those people, and this will not be a one-off. We will win. We've not just won these seats, we're going to win them back again by showing that we will work for people, be their local champions, and be their voice in Parliament.
And just on that, I mean, Labour has a massive mandate. Do you really expect to influence their policies?
Yes, because we've got the best ideas. We have the most ambitious programme that's well thought through, and I think we will argue it in Parliament. And I would challenge anyone, whichever party, to listen to our ideas, engage with us. We want to work collaboratively with people from all parties to put the national interest first and make sure we do transform our health and care system, deal with all the many challenges facing our country. I'm afraid the Conservatives have left our country in a mess. And it will take some time, but we're committed to transforming our country and helping people who depend on the health service, who aren't getting the care they need, and who want our economy to prosper.
And one of those Conservatives is Jeremy Hunt. That's obviously a seat you were targeting. Are you slightly disappointed you didn't edge him out?
Well, it's always great to be Conservatives. We did a lot of that. And do we want to beat more Conservatives? Yes, we do. And that's what we're going to do. We're already now turning our mind to how we win people's trust in seats that we didn't win. Pull them over to our side, whoever won those seats. We want to show in the way we behave, the way we conduct ourselves, the quality of our arguments, and the style of which we put them over, that people are won over to our cause.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring Daisy Cooper back in, shall we? You spoke a little bit about it before we heard from Ed Davey, but I guess what I'm interested in is, what are you going to use those 71 MPs for? Is the idea to, I guess, try and push Keir Starmer to spend a bit more money on public services?
Well, look, during the general election, we were very clear about our priorities. We said time and again it's about fixing the NHS and social care, taking real action on the cost of living, and then protecting our local environment, including by putting an end to the scandal of raw sewage dumping. Those were our three priorities during the general election campaign. They're going to be our three priorities in the next Parliament as well.
My other question is, you've obviously got an awful lot of seats in England. You've only won 2 seats north of the Humber. Are you effectively a southern party?
No, we've won seats in Scotland as well. In fact, we've got seats from, Land's End to John O'Groats. In fact, we have both the seats that have Land's End and John O'Groats in them. So we've got seats the length and breadth of the country, and that will give us a real richness and diversity of views in Parliament. We've got rural seats, urban seats, seats all over, from the West Country and from the home counties. I think we're going to have a fantastic set of new MPs that will speak for all corners of the UK.
If you're just joining us this morning, just to bring you up to date with the outcome of the general election, because Keir Starmer has won. The Labour Party will form the next government. We will, of course, hear shortly from Rishi Sunak in Downing Street as well, as he faces the music and defends that huge loss of seat that he has led his party to, just 120 seats for the Conservative Party. We can join now by the former Conservative MP, former Justice Secretary, David Gauke. Do you want to say I told you so? Is that how you're feeling today?
I don't really want to strike that tone, but I do think that the Conservative Party has got a lot to do to recover its reputation for economic competence, general credibility, to some extent honesty, because of what happened in the Boris Johnson period. And I think you do have to go back to the direction the party decided to go in sort of over the 2016-2019 period. And large parts of the traditional Conservative support has felt neglected. It's felt that the Conservative Party has drifted away from them. And the Liberal Democrats, who have had a terrific night, have taken advantage of that and won a vast number of seats for a third party. And in places like Surrey and Hertfordshire, where I used to represent, where Daisy represents, Oxfordshire and so on, the Liberal Democrats have had a very good night. And if the Conservatives go off in a particular direction pursuing Reform voters, and obviously Reform have done well, but go in that direction, I'm afraid there are more seats that will go to the Liberal Democrats. So, they might not be done yet. And I think that is a lesson from this general election.
I want to just ask about perhaps one of the big moments of the night. David Gauke, how did you feel when Liz Truss lost her seat?
I have to say, I think Liz Truss's time as Prime Minister was a big contributory factor to what has happened to the Conservatives. That loss of reputation for economic competence, it had taken a few knocks already, but those 49 days were devastating. And, this is a pretty brutal system. And, Liz Truss has heard the voice of
Did she deserve
the
to
British
lose?
people. It's hard to argue that she didn't.
OK, interesting to speak to you both. We'll have lots more coming up after the break. If you're just joining us, it has been an extraordinary night in British politics. Sir Keir Starmer winning the election with a landslide majority, and very shortly we're expecting to be hearing from the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Boy, that's going to be a difficult speech. Good morning, live from Westminster on what is a historic day in British politics. Labour has won a landslide victory in the general election, and Sir Keir Starmer is to become the UK's next Prime Minister. He'll run the country with one of the largest ever parliamentary majorities, becoming the first Labour leader to win a general election in almost 2 decades.
Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country.
Conceding defeat, Rishi Sunak admitted that voters had rejected the Conservative Party after 14 years in power.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
Well, in one of the most dramatic moments of the election, the former Prime Minister Liz Truss loses to Labour. Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan and Jacob Rees-Mogg were also voted out as a record-breaking 11 cabinet ministers lose their seats. It's been a huge night of success for the Lib Dems too. Sir Ed Davies celebrates as his party wins a record number of seats.
I want to thank people for trusting us again. We will not let you down.
The Reform leader, Nigel Farage, says he's coming after Labour after winning a seat in Parliament at the 8th attempt. In Scotland, a hugely disappointing night for the SNP, who fall victim to a resurgent Labour Party north of the border. Well, this is the scene in Downing Street this morning, where later today we will witness only the second change in government in 27 years. So, Sir Keir Starmer set to become the first Labour leader elected Prime Minister at a general election since Tony Blair's landmark victory in 1997. Hello and good morning from Westminster on this historic day for the United Kingdom. Labour has won the general election in a landslide victory, and Sir Keir Starmer will become the country's next Prime Minister. Well, it's the end of an era after 14 years of Conservative rule. Rishi Sunak conceded defeat a little before 5 this morning, saying it had been a sobering night for his party. We are expecting to hear from him in Downing Street probably sometime about 10:30. A total of 11 cabinet ministers have lost their seats, and that includes, and perhaps the biggest shock of the election, Liz Truss, Mr Sunak's predecessor as Prime Minister, also lost. Labour's won more than 400 seats in a landslide, second only to Tony Blair's in 1997. Well, it is worth pausing and looking at the staggering victory for Keir Starmer. Truly the end of an era in British history after 14 years of the Conservative Party in power. Labour now have 410 seats. That is a record-breaking result for Keir Starmer, only second so far to Tony Blair's victory in 97. A big majority for him in Parliament, and that matters. For Rishi Sunak, though, it's a very different story. He has taken the Conservative Party to their worst ever seat loss. They are now on 120 seats. Record-breaking for the Lib Dems in the other direction. They've won their highest total ever of seats with 71. The SNP down to just 9 seats in Scotland. Truly a very bad night for them. They won 48 in 2019. Reform have managed a total of 4 seats, including victory for Nigel Farage at the 8th attempt in Clacton. The Green Party on 4 seats in total. Well, throughout the day here on Sky News, we'll be discussing the outcome of this remarkable general election with our panel of guests. In this hour, we're joined by the Labour politician Dame Margaret Hodge and the former Conservative Education Secretary Justine Greening. And also with us throughout the day, we have our Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates and someone who needs no introduction to Sky News viewers, Adam Bolton, as well. More from them shortly. First, though, let's take a look at how this big election win for Labour unfolded. Jason Farrell has the story of the night.
Walking into the biggest job in British politics. Today, the country will have a new Prime Minister. After 14 years of opposition,
we did it!
Labour is back in power.
People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
His slogan was change, and that's coming for him and his family. It's change too for this man. Rishi Sunak held on to his seat in Richmond, but at the count conceded defeat to Labour.
This will go down as the biggest electoral miscalculation ever in terms of the timing of when he called this.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
19,877.
A string of Conservative cabinet ministers lost their seats. Defence Secretary Grant Shapps first to start the soul-searching.
It's not so much that Labour won this election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it.
And the leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, won't be going back there.
Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country.
In 1997, there were 7 cabinet ministers that lost their position. That has now been matched.
Yeah.
Shapps, gone. Chalk, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
But the biggest scalp was still to come. Former Prime Minister Liz Truss lost a whopping 26,000 majority, falling behind by 600 votes. This wasn't just Labour's night. Reform took large chunks out of the Tory vote. Defector Lee Anderson won in Ashfield. And more than 30 years after he fought his first by-election, Nigel Farage became an MP for the first time on his 8th attempt.
Half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that.
Other big Tory names fell, among them former Brexit Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg. And it was a night of celebration for the Lib Dems. Ed Davey's party having its biggest night in more than a century.
What I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future.
It's been a bruising night for the SNP. Their vote collapsed across Scotland, with Labour mopping them up.
We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
Labour had upsets too. The Green Party co-leader Clara Denyer deposing the Shadow Culture Secretary in Bristol Central. Expelled former leader Jeremy Corbyn beat his old party to retain Islington North. And former Shadow Health Secretary Jonathan Ashworth lost Leicester South to a pro-Palestinian independent. The Labour vote has been dented in Muslim areas. Jess Phillips just won in Birmingham Yardley, but was booed by opponents. Since the countdown to the exit poll at 10 p.m. last night, watched in anticipation around the country, what's emerged is roughly what the polls had been predicting, an historic and crushing defeat for the Conservatives.
Since COVID, Partygate, the Johnson, Truss and Sunak administrations, this is the first time the British people have been able to pass judgment on this government, and the verdict is damning. Thank you.
But voters have not flocked solely to Labour. It's a fragmented picture, and despite a landslide and a large majority, Starmer has many challenges ahead. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, throughout the day, we are going to be crunching the election numbers and discussing what it means for the parties as well. We can go to Ali Forsky now for some of her analysis.
Morning, Sophie. Yes, people are waking up today to a whole new political landscape. And this really is it, Sophie, because we've been talking about the polls and the exit poll, but these are the real numbers. And look at this, how different it is from 2019. All those kind of unexpected votes that Boris Johnson got, building that red wall, well, that has been completely undone by Keir Starmer overnight. You used to be able to walk from the northwest to the northeast on Tory blue seats. No longer. He has rebuilt the red wall. He's made gains all over, really. And then down here, look at this. This is the other big part of the night, the Lib Dem resurgence. They've managed to come back from those low numbers after the coalition years. This has been a really, really good night for Ed Davey. And, of course, the other part of the story is up here in Scotland. And you can see, I mean, this used to be yellow all over, SNP dominance for years under Nicola Sturgeon. No longer. Look at that, a real resurgent Labour Party, the red up here in Scotland. We've heard the word historic used a lot today, Sophie. That is what this is what that looks like. In terms of vote share, for the Conservatives so far, 22% vote share. Have we seen anything like that before? When was the last time we had that? We'll look at this. We can go back through the 90s, the 70s, the 50s, the 20s, all the way back to 1835, when the whole system was basically reformed and the creation of the Conservative Party as we know it. We have not seen results that bad in terms of the vote share since 1835. So a terrible night, whatever way you look at it, for the Conservative Party. Where are those votes going? Well, this is a kind of state of the party, the overall picture that gives you a sense of what votes are going where. I mean, clearly it's been a good night for Labour. It's a slightly more complex picture we'll come to in a moment. They have had some losses down to their stance in part on Gaza. Jonathan Ashworth, one of the casualties of that. But look at this. I mean, terrible losses for the Conservatives. Of course, they were coming from quite a high bar as well under Boris Johnson. And as I was saying, a terrific night for the Liberal Democrats. They've got nearly 7 times the 11 seats that they had last time round, and a devastating night for the SNP. They're down 39. But I was saying it's slightly more complicated than it appears. And this is why, because yes, you can make comparisons in terms of seats with Tony Blair and 1997. But look at this. This is the vote share, the actual number of people that cast their votes over the course of the evening as the results came in. And look at this. It is actually quite a lot lower than in 1997. And it is even lower than in 2017 when Jeremy Corbyn was the leader of the Labour Party. And part of that is down to the fact that a lot of those votes are going to third parties like Reform parties, like the Liberal Democrats. It is a much more complex picture. But this here, this is a sort of state of the new Conservative Party. We have had 10 cabinet ministers that have lost their seat, 12 that attend cabinet, and this is a sort of the way that the cabinet now looks. Look at this. We've got Johnny Mercer, he's out. That was always going to be a tight seat. The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, a Labour gain there. Portsmouth North, this perhaps one of the most significant that could have a big impact on the future of the party, because plenty of people thought that Penny Mordaunt was going to be a future leadership contender for the Conservative Party. It was always going to be a tough race down in Portsmouth North. Well, she has lost that seat to the Labour Party. Worth mentioning some of the people that held on, because, of course, a lot of people had predicted that this would have been a huge moment. The first Chancellor to lose his seat, That hasn't happened. Jeremy Hunt has managed to hold on against the resurgent Lib Dem in Godalming and Ash. This was incredibly close. I think there was about 20 votes in it for the Conservative Party chairman in Basildon and Billericay, accused, of course, of a chicken run to a safer seat. Well, he has managed to hold on. Just to dig in, because this is quite interesting, into some of the big stories of the night. We were talking about Penny Mordaunt. Look at this. Reform have come third here. And if you add their votes to the Conservative vote, she would have quite comfortably got across the line. And the same story in Grant Shapps' seat, where the Reform Party have come third as well. And we can't not mention this, can we? This is perhaps, I mean, it's definitely one of the biggest stories of the night. Liz Truss, former Prime Minister, in one of the safest Conservative seats, really, in the country. She has lost, and Labour have been elected. Pretty slim majority, 630 there. So you've got to ask the question, who is left now to lead the Conservative Party, and what is the kind of shape of the party that will make that decision? Will it end up being someone from the left of the party or the centrist One Nation Conservative group? Tom Tugendhat has survived in Tonbridge, or will it end up being someone from the right? One of the bookies' favourites is Kemi Badenoch, I should say, who's held on to her seat in Essex. Suella Braverman made no secret either of her hopes of being leader of the Conservative Party one day. But I put those two up because they're sort of different sides of the Conservative Party, and that's the sort of battle that we might see now for the soul of the Conservative Party and how they recover after this sort of loss. I'll get up. Oh, sorry, that is actually Tom Tugendhat's seat. Look at this. This says it all. 2019, that extraordinary victory for Boris Johnson, all that blue in those red wall seats. And now, look at this. I mean, it is a sea of red. It's an incredible night for Keir Starmer and the Labour Party, a brilliant night for the Lib Dems too. Whatever way you look at it, a terrible night, Sophie, for the Conservatives.
I mean, that map really does just show you, doesn't it, that kind of visual depiction of how the country has changed. Ali, thank you very much indeed, Ali, for Watersky there on Labour's landslide win. We are keeping our eyes on Downing Street, expecting, of course, to be hearing from Rishi Sunak. That Downing Street statement expected from around 10:30 a.m. And we're also expecting, potentially, to see Jeremy Hunt as well, who is behind that door of number 11. He did manage to hang on to his seat against the odds as well in Godalming too. So a difficult day, of course, difficult morning for those two men, but of course particularly for Rishi Sunak after leading his party to that historic defeat, the gamble of the early election that did not pay off. Right, let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, shall we, and also Adam Bolton, our election commentator. Adam, the kind of broad brush headlines are very clear, aren't they? This kind of historic landslide win for Keir Starmer, the majority that he's got now, that he can do an awful lot with in Parliament, and the devastating loss for the Conservative Party. But it feels like there's an awful lot of other stories going on as well, kind of under the bonnet, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about personalities. We were hearing there about the cabinet casualties. Let's look at the prominent Conservatives who survived. I mean, Jeremy Hunt, extraordinary personal achievement given the national mood for him to manage to achieve. James Cleverly, also someone who you'd regard as a moderate, and the other cabinet survivors are mostly in that ilk. Laura Trott, John Glenn, Mel Stride. So that, I think, gives you some idea of the direction in which the Conservative Party might want to go. Although, of course, Esther McVey, Suella Braverman and Kemi Badenoch have all survived as well and may think differently. But also worth thinking about what's happened with Labour, because one of the big differences from 1997 is that there have been casualties on the Labour side, right up to shadow cabinet level. Jonathan Ashworth losing in Leicester, Thangam Debonair losing in Bristol to the Greens, and lower down Khalid Mahmood has been defeated. Now, that shows, I think, that the national mood is going to be very different. We are going to get those vociferous pro-Palestinian campaigners who've actually got into Parliament making their voices heard. And on the other side on the right, we're going to get the voices of reform, who are now up to 4 MPs, including, of course, the megaphonic capabilities of Nigel Farage. So it's not going to be like 97 for Sir Keir Starmer. Yes, he's got a mandate. Yes, he's got his party behind him. But I think we're going to hear voices off a lot earlier on. I mean, as I was going to watch the exit poll last night, I walked past a pub and there was a young woman there saying, to be honest, I don't really care who wins, provided it's not the Conservatives. And to me, that sums up what's happened this time. And it's not the same as things can only get better, Blair mania.
So I really feel as well, the more I kind of think about it, that the low Labour vote share potentially due to tactical voting driven by that very issue, people's determination to get rid of the Conservative Party. And whoever is the MP most likely to do that, whether it's Lib Dems, whether it's Labour, in some places Green, that's where they're going. Sam, I want to look forward a bit because this is a historic day. We're about to see the transfer of power, the kind of very brutal transfer of power that we see here in our British political system. We're waiting, of course, to hear that speech from Rishi Sunak. And then, of course, it's not going to be him in number 10 at all. It's going to be Keir Starmer. What do you think we're going to see?
Well, within a couple of hours, I think we're going to see Keir Starmer being formally appointed the 58th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in what has undoubtedly been a peaceful political revolution. Right now, with just 5 of the 650 seats left, Labour are going to have a majority, we think, of about 170, maybe 1 or 2 more than that. That is a political blank cheque for Keir Starmer to do whatever he wants politically. He's got the votes in Parliament to do it. But at the same time, as you were saying, a lot of that enormous success in the Commons due to the collapse of the Tory party, who have been breaking records all morning, records that you wouldn't want to break. The lowest number of seats in the Conservatives' history, the biggest drop in the percentage share of the vote. You can see Rishi Sunak there. I think you can justifiably call him, in electoral terms, the worst Tory leader in history. And this poses all sorts of problems, I think, for where we are, because Labour have ended up coming into power on about 35% of the vote, which is, barely any increase on last time, lower than Jeremy Corbyn when we saw him in 2017, who was on 40% of the vote. So that is quite something. And there are questions. There are questions about how those independent candidates might affect Labour's foreign policy in office, given their focus on Gaza. There are questions about Northern Ireland, which we haven't talked about. Sinn Féin, now the largest party. The Liberal Democrats riding high. What does that mean for EU relations? In Scotland, worries that, that the SNP recovery does mean what that means for austerity. And is this Labour majority ultimately too widely spread? How much nervousness will there be at the centre about the way that is distributed? I think
also important, isn't it, as we look at Downing Street, we don't know what's going to happen with the Tory party at all as far as Rishi Sunak.
Yeah, this is it. I've just been looking at some numbers. Previously, Michael Howard resigned about 12:30 after Tony Blair gave his Downing Street speech. William Hague, it was 7:46 in the morning. John Major, it was about 11:20 a.m. What is Rishi Sunak going to do? All eyes on Downing Street. I think we can bring in our political correspondent, Maria Aurora, who has been in Downing Street for us this morning. Very rainy-looking Downing Street. It's almost a bit reminiscent of when Rishi Sunak gave that speech where he called the election.
Absolutely, Sophie. It's a massive throwback to the beginning of this campaign. It seems to have kind of bookended the election campaign, doesn't it? Now, we are expecting to hear from the Prime Minister from about 10:30 this morning. He'll be making a statement to the nation. But so far, we have seen him at a Conservative Party HQ, presumably apologising as well as greeting his troops after that electoral defeat. So we had those images. I mean, you wouldn't be responding to journalists shouting questions, but nonetheless, we know now that he's actually behind us. He is in Downing Street, so he went in the back way, so we couldn't get a shot of him this morning walking through that door. But we know he's in number 10 at the moment, and within the next couple of hours will be coming out and giving that all-important statement before travelling to have an audience with the King and officially tendering his resignation. Now, what's also interesting is we're keeping a really close eye on the door from number 11, because we've seen a bit of movement so far this morning, Sophie, as to people coming in and out, a young woman carrying a small suitcase, for instance. So we're just kind of on tenterhooks at the moment, waiting to see if we see the Chancellor, former Chancellor, I should say, Jeremy Hunt, emerge from that door at some point in the next hour or so, perhaps. We don't know. And interestingly, just to go back to the kind of order of things, the timetable this morning. So after Rishi Sunak has officially tendered his resignation to the King, then Keir Starmer will go and have an audience with the King, and the King will ask him to formally form a government. He will then travel down here to Downing Street to obviously move in with his family and start being the next Prime Minister. He will address the nation perhaps this afternoon, and essentially he will have to make sure he kind of has this pitch to the nation that, you know, they have trusted him with their votes, and now he needs to prove his worth and deliver as quickly and as soon as possible. But as I say, we're just trying to see if we might see Jeremy Hunt emerge from that door, so we'll bring that to you if it happens.
Yeah, we'll jump straight back on that number 11 door if it does. Mari, thank you very much indeed. Mari Aurora there from Downing Street. Well, let's get some more reaction now, shall we, with the former Conservative Education Secretary Justin Greening and the veteran Labour politician Dame Margaret Hodge as well. Justin, to you first. Conservatives in power for over 5,000 days. I think it's the second longest period of uninterrupted government since the Second World War. It feels like now you're about to enter a lengthy period of opposition.
Yeah, these are disastrous results, and they are the end point of 5 years plus of the Conservative Party trying to out-reform, out-Farage, Nigel Farage, and that experiment has utterly failed. And so we end up where we are, where we have stepped out of mainstream politics, left that for Labour, and millions of voters around the country will have felt they had very little choice in the election yesterday. What we now need to do is actually get back into the mainstream, deliver on key promises that did resonate with voters, like levelling up, and frankly learn from what has been an absolutely appalling, unprecedentedly bad election result.
You sound quite angry. Do you feel angry towards some of your colleagues?
I am angry because I think this has been an obvious political cul-de-sac that we have been travelling down for many, many years at this stage. It was clear, certainly to people like me, that this was where we would end up. We have literally got 120 MPs. Michael Howard had 198, I think I'm right in saying. David Cameron had nearly 3 times as many Conservative MPs. This election result is a disaster, and the party now faces a really simple choice. Do we continue with this failed experiment of trying to out-reform, which will continue to fail, or do we take the long, hard steps to get back into the mainstream of British politics again and to actually stand up for a whole swathe, I think, of British public opinion that did not feel represented at this election?
When you hear, Dame Margaret, when you hear Justin talking in that way about the Conservative Party, how does it make you feel? Are you glad that your old enemy is in this state, or do you actually feel, I guess, a bit concerned that there's no opposition or such a lack of opposition?
Well, of course one wants a decent opposition, because that's how democracy works best. What I was just saying...
Just to jump in, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We are just seeing Jeremy Hunt leaving there. He survived by just 891 votes in his constituency, so that is wafer thin. And if you didn't see much of him during the election campaign, well, that is why he was focused on keeping that seat. Turnout actually pretty high, 76.6% in his seat, which I think really does show the efforts of that man to get the vote out. He's there, of course, with his family, with his wife, with his 3 children, leaving their home in number 11. You can see there the dog as well. Got to get the dog in shot too. I love it. And I mean, Sam, you'd allow Jeremy Hunt a little bit of a victory lap, I guess, after keeping hold of that seat.
He was written off by everyone, but he basically ducked out of the campaign nationally to fight his seat and managed to hang on. And so I think he deserves this moment in the sun, or the rain, as it is, as he and his family get in the car. But we look to what next for this man. Could he be, perhaps, a temporary leader? Or does he want to do something a little less high profile? Does he think his direction, a centrist conservative, a moderate conservative, is the right one for the party? And will he stand up and fight against a backdrop of other moderates like Damien Green losing their seat?
I mean, he's had a crack at the leadership a couple of times before, hasn't he? But as you say, a kind of caretaker role could be something else. Jeremy Hunt and his family there getting into that car, pulling out of Downing Street for the last time. It is a reminder, isn't it, Adam, of the transfer of power that we're seeing today. Such a historic day.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I can't remember ever having seen an outgoing Chancellor do that walk with the family down Downing Street. And I think that underlines that Jeremy Hunt, although he did say during the campaign that there were other things than politics, I think he is going to fight. I mean, he's going to fight for what he believes in, and he can say that he's got a mandate that a lot of others didn't get.
Yeah, that's true. He won where people thought he wouldn't be able to remember doing all of those MRP polls with Sam during the election. He was a goner, according to those projections, but he survived by just 891 votes. We can bring in our royal correspondent now, Rhiannon Mills, who is live at Buckingham Palace for us, because it's a historic day politically, but also it is a big day constitutionally as well. There are several formalities that have to be observed today. Rhiannon.
I always think it is fascinating that this is one of those rare moments where we see our parliamentary democracy and our constitutional monarchy really working in tandem, because so much of the time is spent trying to separate the monarch from anything political. But this week, literally everything has been organised around this moment when it comes to the King's diary. Usually he would be in Scotland for the entire week, but Scotland Week was condensed down to just a couple of days, partly because all the political elements had to be stripped away, but also most significantly to make sure that he was going to be back here in London for that most important constitutional duty, the handover when it comes to prime ministerial responsibilities. We're still waiting for the King to arrive back here at Buckingham Palace. Yesterday he flew back from Edinburgh to Windsor, so yeah, we wait for the Standard to be flying over Buckingham Palace. He isn't here quite yet. But of course it's also a really important part of the theatre around the day, isn't it? People are used to seeing the cars coming and going, passing all of those big London landmarks that are so famous to people right around the world. But then, in a way, the interesting part of it is then within the peace of the audience room, the really significant moments take place. So first of all, of course, Rishi Sunak will have to come to see the King to tender his resignation. Until he reaches Buckingham Palace, he is still Prime Minister, but he will ultimately offer his resignation to the King will accept it, and then he will move on into a life away from those prime ministerial duties. The next, of course, we will then see Keir Starmer arriving to accept the offer of forming an administration. It has to be said, this isn't going to be the first time that the monarch and Keir Starmer have met. All the way back in 2014, it was then Prince Charles who knighted Sir Keir Starmer. But what this will be is the beginning of a really important relationship for the new Prime Minister. There is, in essence, probably no more important relationship, a lasting relationship. Other cabinet ministers will come and go, Keir Starmer's staff may come and go, but the monarch really is seen as a constant.
Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. Rhiannon Mills there, live for us at Buckingham Palace this morning as that transfer of power takes place. It's just gone 9:30. Let's remind you again of the big breaking story this morning, because Labour has won the general election and they've won it in dramatic style. Let's show you exactly how it happened. You can see the Labour Party there on 411 seats, a landslide win. They are outperforming even the exit poll now by this time. The Conservative Party, though, down on 119 seats. That is the biggest loss that the Conservative Party have ever experienced. The most seats lost at a single general election, down on 119. A record-breaking night as well for the Lib Dems. In the opposite direction, though, Ed Davey's party are on 71 seats. That is their highest ever total. The SNP are down on 9 seats, really a crumbling for the Scottish National Party, really a victim as well of that Labour resurgence in Scotland. Reform are on 4 seats in total, including Nigel Farage himself, and the Green Party have picked up 4 seats as well, quadrupling their previous total. Well, the man with the mandate, Sir Keir Starmer, spoke at a Labour celebratory event in London's Tate Modern earlier. He was talking there about the fact that now is time for change to begin.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity, after 14 years, to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work. And we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
Sir Keir Starmer speaking a little earlier there. We are expecting, of course, to hear from him later on today in this historic day for the United Kingdom. The transfer of power between the Conservatives after 14 years of government to a resurgent Labour Party? Well, let's get some reaction now, shall we, from the co-chair of the New Conservatives, Danny Kruger, who did manage to hang on to his seat last night, albeit with a reduced majority. What's your reaction to this devastating set of results for your party?
Well, you put it right. It is devastating. I'm so very sorry for my colleagues and all our activists who have lost their seats. This is clearly Labour's moment, and I congratulate them. But the simple fact is they've won because our vote split in two. There's no other explanation for it. There wasn't a great switch to Labour or the Liberal Democrats. It's just that Reform and stay at home, and many Conservative voters decided not to vote at all or to vote for Reform. And that's our fault. And I accept responsibility, as I hope all my colleagues should and will, for the mistakes that we've made that have caused our vote to fracture in this way.
I'm really interested in your answer there, because I feel like it gets to the heart of the dilemma ahead for the Conservative Party. You say that you've lost because your vote fractured. You effectively lost votes to Reform. Others in your party, for example, Jeremy Hunt, Justin Greening, who we've been speaking to this morning, say that it's chasing Reform, the culture wars, alienating voters in the South or in some of those other Conservative heartlands that led to this devastating loss. Who's right?
Well, we can both be slightly right, but I'm mostly right. I mean, the fact is, yes, of course, some voters have been alienated by our focus on immigration, for instance, in recent months. But no, fundamentally, we've lost because that focus came too late. We have seen a loss of support for our party because over recent years, we've been seen, rightly, I'm afraid, to have lost control of the most principal obligation of the state, which is to control migration, to control our borders. And I'm afraid it's just simply not the case that people have abandoned us to support Labour or the Liberal Democrats or a more centrist party. They've abandoned us because they don't think we've been doing a very good job. It goes broader than immigration, but it's an essential sort of symbol of the wider failures of the British government. And it's a great shame because many things that we've done in office have been very, very good and positive. And many of the things that are wrong with our country, high taxation, high migration, would have been so much worse if the opposition had had their way in recent years. But fundamentally, we've lost because Reform and stay at home, that sort of non-voting party, have picked up the support that we had in 2019.
This debate is going to be played out very soon, I'd imagine, in a leadership contest. And I'm wondering if there's anyone that you'd like to see throw your hat in the ring. Would you rule it out yourself?
Yeah, I don't think anyone would want me to throw my hat in the ring. But no...
That's not quite saying you won't do it, though. You might do it even if no one wants you to do it.
I'm really, that is not a possibility.
OK.
No, let's see who wants to do it. But can I say, because I understand everyone will want to talk about personalities, but I really think this is an opportunity for us to be very sober and thoughtful about what's just happened. We need a proper post-mortem. I'd like to see quite a long process following Rishi's resignation of choosing a new leader that ensures that we have a really good understanding of what's gone wrong. I think it is possible to have a proper conversation with colleagues from different wings of the party, including many of those who've lost their seats. I think they need to be included in the debate, as well as our members, of course. And I think it is possible, as we did in 2019, to come up with an account of what the country needs that unites both those sort of traditional centrist, kind of the respectable tendency of the Conservative Party with the more radical edge that we've lost to Reform. I think we can bring those wings together.
Talking about Reform, because it was obviously a good night for Nigel Farage. He's now in Parliament. Do you think there should be a future for Nigel Farage in the Conservative Party if he wants it?
Well, I mean, crucially, he doesn't want it, and he's just stood against us. And I don't think that politicians who try and defeat Conservative candidates have a place in the Conservative Party. What we need is Reform voters. So we need to be very respectful of Nigel Farage and his colleagues. They've just won their seats. All credit to them. I think their articulation of what's wrong with the country often it might be simplistic, but I think it's essentially correct. The British government's failed in some of its key responsibilities, and therefore people have abandoned us. We've got to fix that. So I don't think attacking Reform is right, but the fundamental focus needs to be on getting our policy position correct, and then I hope to see those Reform voters come back to us.
OK.
Danny Kruger, it's Sam Coates. Do you think that the next Conservative leader needs to offer a sharply different policy prospectus? Do you think that they need to abandon net zero targets? Do you think they need to pull out of the European Convention of Human Rights?
Well, the sad irony is that in recent months, Rishi's government was moving in that direction itself. They were making some significant amendments to the net zero programme. We were making commitments on the ECHR, our willingness to leave it, significant reductions in the award of visas for legal migration. It was just all too late. I think the policy agenda that the public wants, and that is the right one to oppose Keir Starmer's government, which is going to be all about high taxation and a high migration economy. I think the policy platform is an obvious one. We need to be very clear about it and unafraid, and I do think the focus needs to be on winning those voters who've abandoned us back. But I think we can do it in a frankly grown up and a sensible way that doesn't alienate this quite broad coalition, which is of course what the Conservative Party is at its best.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Danny Kruger, good to speak to you there. Danny Kruger there, talking about the future of the Conservative Party, what needs to happen next. We can get a bit of reaction now with the former Conservative Education Secretary Justine Greening and the Labour politician Dame Margaret Hodge. Great to have you both with us. I mean, you would disagree with Mr Kruger.
I think the bottom line is, not that many years ago in places like Putney, we were winning 54% of the vote as a party. Last night, we polled just 23%.
That's your former seat, isn't it?
My former seat, but not with a massive presence of reform. So we have absolutely shed many voters to Labour and the Lib Dem. And the underlying issue is actually one of not having delivered on the key promise of levelling up and improving and making access to opportunity fairer for people who are in those parts of the country, just like the one I grew up in South Yorkshire, where it just feels like nothing ever changes, whoever is in government. And so when it comes to migration, that is a symptom of people who have just lost patience with a system that never seems to work for them. So whatever path the party wants to take on migration, until we are getting better on a policy offer, how we're going to develop talent in places like my hometown of Rotherham and make sure it connects up to opportunity much more fairly, and crucially, Sophie, have more people representing the party who aren't from privileged backgrounds, who actually demonstrably have gone through that journey that most of us go through, who start in the state education system, get ourselves to university or an apprenticeship, work through our career, and then maybe think about going into politics. Those are the people who are going to be credible to get the Conservative Party at some point maybe back into government.
I mean, the one thing that you do have, I guess, is time to work this out, of course. What the Labour Party don't have is time. Keir Starmer has got to get in there right now and he's got to start enacting things, and he's got a difficult inheritance. He's been pretty cautious so far, hasn't he, Margaret, that kind of Ming vase, carrying it gently over the election line. Do you think we might see a different side of the Labour leader now that he is about to become Prime Minister?
Well, we know he's ruthless and he's determined because he's shown that in the way that he's reformed the Labour Party. But I also think that we've got to reform our politics and we've got to have integrity and honesty in our politics. And he's inherited a very difficult fiscal situation, a very difficult economic situation. I mean, nobody's talked about the cost of living. I think the cost of living had a massive impact on the way people chose how to vote because of the impact it had on them and their families. So he's not going to promise more than he can deliver because I think he does want to bring honesty and integrity back to politics. That's the first thing. But I also do think he's determined. You heard in that speech his determination to equalise opportunities. And I think there's let's wait and see what happens when he opens the books. But also from my knowledge of where we are on the fiscal side, let me give you a couple of examples. For example, the gap between what we should get from taxation and what we do get has grown. It's now £40 billion. Now, if we can really focus on getting the money in from those who are not paying, even 10 billion, that would be a lot.
People promise that at every election, don't they? It was in every party manifesto. It's not easy.
Well, and I think, but no, if I can just say, in the last 10, 14 years, as I've been following it, there has never been any emphasis in our tax authorities to go after those that don't pay the tax. The emphasis has been to get the easy money, those that pay their tax. There's also, we might change the way we spend money. We might not spend all that money on on hotels and bed and breakfast and Rwanda schemes and blah, blah, all that sort of stuff. We won't waste money on PPE contracts that we then burn literally the stuff we got. So there'll be stuff there. And then the final thing I'll say, there are things that we can do. Let me give you just one example. At the moment, if you're a rich oligarch, you will set up a company in the British Virgin Islands. You use that company to buy a property in the UK worth 100 million. You don't pay either stamp duty or capital gains tax if you sell that property. There are things like that, loopholes like that we can close, which will raise the money we need to carry on with the investment.
Thank you very much indeed. We are keeping our eyes on the door of Downing Street. We're about to see that transfer of power take place later. A very difficult speech that Rishi Sunak will have to be made as he enters the history books for all of the wrong reasons, losing more seats than any other Conservative Party leader at an election before. Good morning, live from Westminster on what's proved to be a historic day in British politics. Labour has won a landslide victory in the general election, and Keir Starmer is to become the UK's next Prime Minister. He'll run the country with one of the largest ever parliamentary majorities, becoming the first Labour leader to win a general election in almost 2 decades.
Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country.
Conceding defeat, Rishi Sunak admitted voters had rejected the Conservative Party after 14 years in power.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
Well, in one of the most dramatic moments of the election, the former Prime Minister Liz Truss loses to Labour. Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan and Jacob Rees-Mogg were all also voted out, with 11 cabinet ministers losing their seats. The soon-to-be former Chancellor Jeremy Hunt clings on. He leaves 11 Downing Street, though, with his family to make way for his successor. It's been a huge night of success for the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey celebrating as his party wins a record number of seats.
I want to thank people for trusting us again. We will not let you down.
The Reform leader, Nigel Farage, says he's coming after Labour after winning a seat in Parliament at the 8th attempt. In Scotland, a hugely disappointing night for the SNP, who fall victim to a resurgent Labour Party north of the border. And this is a scene in Downing Street this morning. Larry the Cat seeing yet another Prime Minister. We're expecting to hear from Rishi Sunak this hour, and later we will witness only the second change of government in 27 years. So, Sir Keir Starmer set to become the first Labour leader elected Prime Minister at a general election since Tony Blair's landmark victory in 1997. Hello and good morning from Westminster on this historic day for the United Kingdom. Labour has won the general election in a landslide victory, and Sir Keir Starmer will become the country's next Prime Minister. After 14 years of Conservative rule, Rishi Sunak conceded defeat a little before 5 this morning. He said it had been a sobering night for his party. We're expecting to hear, not from Larry the Cat, from Rishi Sunak, the outgoing Prime Minister, in Downing Street sometime after around 10:30. 11 cabinet ministers losing their seats in the election. And perhaps in the biggest shock of the election, Liz Truss, Mr Sunak's predecessor as Prime Minister, also losing her seat. Labour's now won more than 400 seats in a landslide second only to Tony Blair's in 1997. I do have a new result to bring you. This is Poole. It's been Conservative since 1950. It is Conservative no longer because the Labour Party have taken Poole. Look at that majority, just 18 seats. It does not get closer than that. The new MP for Poole, Neil Duncan-Jordan, the Labour candidate, 14,168 votes. Robert Sims, the former Conservative MP for the area, he only managed to get 14,150. So it could not be closer. The first time Poole has ever had a Labour MP. A sizable chunk of the vote for Reform as well, perhaps impacting that slimmest of majority. Well, let's take a look now at the overall numbers. There's just a handful of stragglers still to come in, but you can see there Labour winning a whopping 412 seats. The man with a mandate, that is Sir Keir Starmer, that is a stonking majority for the incoming Prime Minister. Very different picture for the Conservative Party. Rishi Sunak only managed 120 seats. No Conservative leader has lost more seats at a general election. So Ed Davey, good night for him. He managed to pick up 71 seats, bringing the Lib Dems to their highest ever vote number. 9 seats only for the Scottish National Party. They're down 38 seats compared to last time round, so a devastating night for them. The Green Party picked up 4 seats and Reform also currently on 4 seats, including Nigel Farage winning at the 8th attempt in Clacton. Well, we can bring in our political editor, Beth Rigby, who is in Downing Street for us this morning. I'm not sure if you managed to take a breath after that dramatic night, Beth, but we are, of course, waiting to hear from Rishi Sunak this hour. It's going to be a very, very difficult pitch for him to make.
That's right, Sophie, and how difficult it is because of how deep this loss was. Let's take it in for a moment. It was a record low for the number of seats won, a record low for vote share, a record number of seat losses, a record number of casualties from the cabinet, a record swing against the Conservative Party on every single measure. This one is a record breaker and for all of the wrong reasons. And Rishi Sunak now has to come out and speak to not just his party, but the country in what has been the worst electoral disaster for the Conservative Party in their history. And he's going to have to come out in the street, concede defeat, and then the party are going to have to try and somehow bring themselves back from this. But really, this has been an election as much about the incredible victory of Keir Starmer and Labour as much about the Conservative defeat, but also the rise of the other parties, the rise of the Lib Dems back to levels not seen in decades, Reform and Greens both picking up 4 seats, and every which way the Conservative have lost votes and supporters in an abject rejection of the Conservative government after 14 years in power.
Beth, you know, we're going to be looking ahead to Sir Keir Starmer later on today. He's going to be giving the speech, of course, really setting the weather for his reign in power. But just to pause and talk about Rishi Sunak for a moment, because really it feels like the end of an era almost in British history. 14 years of Conservative rule. Rishi Sunak, of course, the man left carrying the can at the end with this record-breaking defeat. There's some big choices for the Conservative Party going forward, aren't there? What do you see playing out?
Well, I think the first thing to say is when you're talking about the end of an era and a big handover of power, you can see lots of parallels between the 92 to 1997 period for the Conservatives under John Major, when they got routed by Tony Blair in the 1997 landslide, and then what has happened to the Conservative Party this time around. And in a way, it's even worse because Boris Johnson had a bigger majority in 2019 than John Major, and Keir Starmer had come in with the worst loss for Labour since 1935. He had so far to come. So this is even bigger, if you like, in terms of the trajectories and the journeys travelled by both of the parties, and the depth of the loss, I think, makes it harder in terms of the regrouping. And, you know, if you talk to senior Conservatives, we saw them on the programme overnight, be it James Cleverly or Joe Johnson, coming on to the channel, to Sky News, to remind colleagues, to remind Conservative colleagues that the party would do well to stay in the centre-right ground, that they have to build a broad base, you know, to look at the Lib Dem losses as well as what's happening with Reform on the right. And this will be now the soul-searching for the Conservative Party, with many thinking that the next iteration will be that the party tacks further to the right, as they did after the absolute beating they got by Tony Blair in 1997, that they will tack further to the right, and then it will take longer for them to come back and get back into power. That's what's happened between 1997 to 2010, and it gave Labour 3 terms in government. And so the party now have to have that discussion. And I have to say, Sophie, you know, some of the runners and riders that would have wanted a shot at that top job, they're out. They're out of the picture. Grant Shapps would have had a go gone. Penny Mordaunt, an obvious contender, she's also gone. Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary, tried once, maybe fancied his chances again. He's gone as well. So it depends what is left within the party. And then the runners and riders are there, though, Sophie. You can see them. James Cleverly wouldn't rule it out when I asked him on the overnight programme. You've got Suella Braverman still there, Robert Jenrick's there, Priti Patel's there. You know, there are a lot of people that are going to try and take the Conservative crown. And it will be a battle about whether they tack to the right or try to stay in the centre ground. But I think if you ask for the weight of opinion in the party, there's a sense that they will be more spooked, if you like, by the rise of reform coming second in dozens of seats than they are about the revival of the Lib Dems at the moment.
OK, Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rigby there speaking about the battles to come in the Conservative Party. Well, we're joined now by Boris Johnson's former Director of Communications, Lee Cain, and the Labour peer and former Justice Secretary, Lord Falconer. Great to have you both with us.
Thank you.
Lee, it's been a long time. 2019 feels like a long time away, that 81-seat majority. What's happened?
I was with Boris Johnson, right after that election, when he wrote and delivered I think one of his best speeches, where he promised this new coalition that and thanked them for lending us their vote. And in that speech, he went on to say, people want change, and we must deliver that change for the country. We cannot let them down. And we did. And I think this is basically the result of not delivering on the promises, not delivering on that change that's followed on from 2016 to 2019, and people have had enough, and we can see that in the vote show. They're going everywhere else.
Do you accept that in many ways this is a verdict on not just Rishi Sunak, but yes, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss? In some ways, Rishi Sunak was the one kind of left carrying the parcel when the music stopped.
Undoubtedly. Rishi Sunak played a bad hand badly, I think it's safe to say, but he's certainly not responsible, alone for the scale of the defeat. I think it's been a litany of failures, but it comes back to that point of delivery. There was a moment in 2019 where you had a huge majority. There was a significant opportunity to reshape this country for the better, and that was lost. It was decided, that the status quo was OK. Things aren't too bad. We can sort of keep going as we are. And the chance to go and do some major surgery and really try and bring change to this country was lost. And it's now, some of the rhetoric that Keir's saying is pretty similar. Will he actually do the work and do the surgery and bring change, or will he continue with the status quo? Because there's a lot of hard choices coming ahead, and that will be, really interesting to see.
Lord Faulkner, I've been looking forward to speaking to you today. I feel like you were there for, the kind of Tony Blair victory. You've got that hinterland in the Labour Party, if you like. Is it comparable, what's happening now?
I think it is comparable. I think Lee makes a very important point about the coalition that the Tories had put together, and actually the coalition that the SNP had put together in Scotland. Both those coalitions got absolutely smashed in the build-up to this election. In England, the electorate would have no more of broken promises on levelling up and expectations from Brexit, leaving the Tory leadership trying to both trim to the centre in relation to their blue wall and trim to the right on their red wall, and they just couldn't do it, and because they had no guiding principle in relation to it. So their English coalition collapsed. And in Scotland, the SNP put together a very effective coalition which says we're Scotland first and we're effective around the country, and they couldn't do either. Keir Starmer, to his credit, is the only one who's had a viable coalition that he's kept going, which is the cities and, as it were, the traditional floating voter in the marginal seats. And although it's 35% or 34%, it's the only viable coalition in town. And it is to Keir's great credit that he's stuck with that and won with that.
It's a fragile coalition, though. It feels like in many ways it's built with the same stuff as the Ming Vase, right? The vote share is low.
No,
enthusiasm is low. His approval ratings are in the negative.
If you take the view that you win with coalitions in this country, look at the other so-called coalitions. And Lee is absolutely right when he talks about Boris's coalition. What hope have they got, the Tories, of putting anything like a coalition back together in a year, 2 years, 3 years? we've got one, and it's one in the face of this fragmentation that is very powerful.
How does this mood compare to the mood in 1997? I mean, you were at Tony Blair's right hand.
It is very, very different in the sense that it is plainly both a rejection of what's gone before in a very, very strong way, and there isn't that sense of optimism that there was in 1997. The hope of the nation rested on Tony Blair's shoulders, and you could have a politician in 1997 because there was no expenses scandal, there was no what had gone since 2000. So you could have a politician who was regarded with uncaveated favourability. So it doesn't feel the same as 1997, except in this respect. This morning, talking to people in Labour, hearing what people have got to say, we are delighted, obviously, what's happened, but very, very awed by it.
Does that mean that there is less of a mandate, effectively, for this government to transform Britain?
No, you asked me, Adam, about the mood and what it felt like. I do not think for one moment there is less of a mandate. And the reason I don't is because it is absolutely obvious that the only political strength in the country is the Labour mandate, because there is literally nothing viable either in Scotland, Wales or England that could possibly wield power in an effective way now. And what happened to Rishi Sunak, not at all a sort of indecent man, was the fact that he just could not put together enough votes to get anywhere near winning. And we could talk about D-Day and we could talk about the betting scandal, but isn't it a fundamental failure of the Tories to hold together the mandate that came initially out of the Brexit thing, fell apart a bit, but then Boris's leadership put it together in 2019, but then he couldn't do anything with it.
But just implementing the Labour manifesto is not going to transform Britain, is it?
It won't transform Britain in the way that, say, Boris claimed he could with levelling up and Brexit. But isn't the victory and isn't the basis of the coalition that of the steady, unflashy, decent, honest, progressive politician? I'm sorry.
If you look at majorities, though, historically, people tend to do a lot if you've got big majorities.
Yes.
You know, Tony Blair, I'm thinking national minimum wage, for example, independence of the Bank of England, you've got Attlee setting up the NHS. He's got the opportunity.
He's got the opportunity, and look at the. I mean, I'm talking about the coalition within Labour, both in Scotland and England. But look at where the votes are. Is it 12% for the Lib Dems, 34% for Labour, and is it 4 or 5% for the Greens? There is across the board, if one goes beyond the Labour coalition, a sense that the moderate centre is now the dominant force rather than the fragmented right.
I mean, we're looking at pictures of Downing Street, very rainy Downing Street. Lee, I have to say, it does bring back memories, kind of flashbacks of the soaking wet Rishi Sunak announcing the snap election. What do you think we're expecting to hear from him?
I mean, I imagine Rishi will very much come out and sort of say he's given everything he can and it's, time to move forward and the Conservative Party will need to rebuild and apologies and all those sorts of things. I think what I was struck on more was what you said earlier on about Labour and enthusiasm, because I think this is where we're all moving forward to now. And I think there is undoubtedly an enthusiasm deficit, particularly for Keir Starmer. His numbers are quite poor for an incoming Prime Minister. If you look at the motivations behind why people were voting, they were voting to get rid of the Conservative Party. People aren't enthused by this Labour government. So we have a very strange situation where you have this huge electoral mandate that's turned up in seats, but it's very thin. And I think if Keir Starmer doesn't outline pretty quickly what change is and look very much like he can and will deliver it, I think a lot of this coalition that's been outlined will desert him too. Where they go then, I think, is another question. But there's a real anti-politics mood in the UK that's not different from Italy and Germany and France, and I think it's not really being seen at the moment, but it's very much there.
Lord Faulkner, I mean, Lee Kane's onto something, isn't he? You know, Keir Starmer says his big idea are these 5 missions. But they sort of promised simultaneously everything and nothing. Do you have confidence in the 5 missions being the transformative things? I can't quite work out what they're meant to represent, how policy is meant to work to make them happen, and how they end up truly being delivered.
I do have confidence in them. Look at the Boris-type promises, the Truss-type promises. People are absolutely fed up with that, are they not? Therefore, the tone that Keir has struck and the political position he has taken up, which is, I'm in the centre, I can put together a coalition, and he's stuck with it.
But aren't they vague enough? Aren't they vague enough to allow him to claim victory without actually much real progress being done?
There's a tone, there's lots and lots of detail that needs to be filled in. But what was the message that Keir was giving to the country? The message that Keir was giving to the country, enough of this stupidity and silliness. You have to be serious and you have to be decent. The things that matter to you are the health service, etc. I'll get on and deal with them.
Thank you very much. Really interesting discussion to be had as we await to see the man in front of the lectern. You can see the podium coming out on Downing Street as Rishi Sunak prepares to give his final speech as Prime Minister before travelling to the palace where he will meet with the King, and that will be, of course, his final journey as Prime Minister. Beth Rigby is there on the streets. She's watching that podium. Beth, what's happening?
They're just putting out the podium, Sophie, and Rishi Sunak will come out. He is one of the more short-serving. You can hear all the photographers shouting because they're putting the podium in a position where I think it messes up their shots. But just in terms of this for Rishi Sunak, this is going to be clearly a difficult speech that he does not want to have to make. But his time is up. He is the 4th shortest serving Prime Minister since 1916, and as I was saying, it has been an unmitigated disaster, an election in which he broke all of the records for all of the wrong reasons, and he will certainly go down in history as the Prime Minister who delivered the Conservative Party a deafening defeat at the ballot box, their worst ever defeat by all of the measures. And he has to come out here. I imagine he'll come out with his family. I'm not sure if his children will be there, but certainly with his wife at Murty, and he will have to make his departure speech, and a speech that I think will speak to the party as well as the nation. I'm interested to see what he talks about the rebuilding of the Conservative Party, if he dare, given how furious so many of his colleagues are about this performance coming in with just 130 seats. They've lost nearly 2/3 of the seats that Boris Johnson won in 2019. When that happened, the Boris Johnson victory, we all said he would potentially be in for another decade, and that did not come to pass. But Rishi Sunak, I would say, it isn't all on him, is it? It is a cacophony of failings of successive Conservative Prime Ministers that has led to him really carrying the can, not just for his 2.5 years of leadership, but what went before as well, be it Partygate, the Liz Truss mini-budget, failure to deliver on immigration, failure to deliver on levelling up, failing to deliver on cutting NHS waiting lists. I could go on. And the Conservative Party have been roundly rejected by a country that has voted in a Labour government with the 2nd biggest majority ever. But the other big story within all of that is look at the vote share. It is a really quite low vote share, and that reflects what we were talking about overnight, about the way in which Keir Starmer's majority and support might be broad, but it is very shallow. And I think that will give him quite immediate difficulties in governing. He just simply doesn't have the sort of vote share that Blair enjoyed back in '97 when he was knocking on 44% support around the country. Keir Starmer inherits a massive majority, but in a world in which votes are splitting and splintering between Labour, a bit to the Conservatives, but then, of course, the rise of Reform, the Greens and the Lib Dems.
Just looking at pictures of the King entering Buckingham Palace, ready, of course, to meet with Rishi Sunak after he gives his final speech as Prime Minister, a speech during which he'll know, of course, that he's just entered the history books as the man who led Britain's most successful political party to its worst ever seat loss. He was Prime Minister for just 619 days, the fourth shortest premiership since the turn of the 20th century, ending 14 years of Conservative government, a truly historic day. We'll go back to Downing Street in the meantime as we await that speech by Rishi Sunak. The photographers gathered, the cameramen gathered, awaiting for that door to open. And it'll be so interesting, as Beth was just saying, to hear the tone that Rishi Sunak decides to take. Reflective, I'm sure, but will he also be looking towards the future? Will he have anything to say on the direction of the Conservative Party? Will he dare? We'll find out soon. Beth Rigby is standing by. Beth.
Yeah, and I think there's an expectation as well that while he will resign, that he does need to try and guide the party through the next weeks in terms of setting up a leadership contest. They don't have a chair of the 1922 committee. That's the backbench committee that organise these leadership contests. So I think there is a sense that some MPs think he should stay in situ and not cut and run. And actually, I was talking to one of his close advisors the other day, and they did say to me that should the Prime Minister not win this general election, that he would do the right thing and do a handover in an orderly fashion. But it is such a crushing defeat. And you have to remember that Rishi Sunak is a successful person. He was educated privately, he was head boy, he went and worked in a hedge fund, he made a lot of money, he became an MP quite recently, he became Prime Minister, he was Chancellor. Everything he's taken a tilt at, he has succeeded, and now he leaves Downing Street as the least successful Prime Minister at the ballot box that the Conservative Party, the oldest party, has ever seen, and that is going to be, I imagine, psychologically crushing for him.
Psychologically crushing, and yet he's going to have to pick himself up. He's going to have to dust himself down after snatching, I'm sure, just the shortest of moments of calm, exit that door and talk to the nation. His gamble of calling the early election failing in spectacular style, and now, of course, he is entering the history books for all of the wrong reasons. Beth, in many ways, it's a verdict on Rishi Sunak in the campaign that he ran badly, to be frank, but also, of course, it's a verdict of 14 years of Conservative government.
Yes, Sophie, and I have to say, when I have been going around the country in this campaign, I didn't often find much love for Keir Starmer, and you can see it in his favourability ratings. He goes into Downing Street with lower favourability ratings than, say, someone like David Cameron and certainly Tony Blair. But what I also found was the country was united in their dislike for the Conservative government. Massively high unfavourability ratings for the Conservative government, a country united in thinking it was time for them to go, and they have voted them out in the starkest of terms. As I was saying earlier, a record low for the number of seats won, a record low vote share, record number of seat losses, record number of cabinet casualties. 11 cabinet ministers losing their jobs. It was 7 back in the 1997 drubbing for the Conservatives, and a record swing against them. And for a governing party, that defeat, that is very hard to bear. And I think the Conservative Party is going to feel shell-shocked today and wondering how on earth they even begin to rebuild, particularly when they now have on their shoulder a very, very restive Nigel Farage coming into Parliament with his 4 reform MPs. It's going to be a very, very difficult and turbulent period for the Conservative Party as they try to pick themselves up. But look, Sophie, these handovers of power, they happen in these cycles, don't they? 1979, we had Margaret Thatcher. 18 years later, 97, Tony Blair. 13 years later, 2010, David Cameron. And now 14 years later, we have a Labour leader in Keir Starmer, only the 4th man to ever win from opposition. There was 7th Labour Prime Minister, but he is the only other man actually that has won from opposition in the past half century, of course, was Tony Blair, who won 3 general elections on the bounce. And now Keir Starmer really can lay claim with this to potentially become as consequential a Prime Minister as Attlee, Thatcher or Blair if he uses the majority and he governs wisely. But for Rishi Sunak, this has ended in failure. And you could argue, did he really ever have a chance? The polls never moved, Sophie. He came in, he stabilised a bit after the Truss debacle, but the polls never really closed. The public never really got on with him. He made those pledges, you remember them, at the beginning of 2023. He failed on the majority of them. And then he asked the country to stick with him and stick with the plan, and told them the plan was working when they saw waiting lists rising, the small boats still coming, and immigration going up. And they decided it was time to turn the page on a Conservative government that had broken promise after promise after promise.
When you put it like that, Beth, it does really look like a record or failure, doesn't it? And so it came in the election. Just 6.7 million votes for the Conservatives in 2024. To put that in context, that is actually fewer votes than the Lib Dems won in 2010. So really a resounding loss, going down in the history books for the man behind that door, Rishi Sunak, who very shortly is going to have to come out and face the music. Beth, do you think we should expect Rishi Sunak to resign? Do you think there'll be pressure on him to, I guess, stay on a little bit while the Conservative Party grapples with where it should go next?
Yeah, I think that there's an expectation with the MPs I've spoken to that they think that he shouldn't just cut and run, that actually he needs to stay in situ so that they can organise themselves and get ready for this leadership contest. Their party conference is right at the end of September, the last weekend in September, and some people have suggested to me overnight that it might be that they run a contest and then they pick a new leader at the end of September. But, you know, the party is in free fall. They have lost, well, how many MPs? They've lost hundreds of colleagues. They've lost really senior people. They are, you know, a rump of what they once were. And so they do need to regroup. And I imagine that there will be an expectation that Rishi Sunak further destabilising, given what he has caused, would not be welcome. It was interesting, Brandon Lewis, the former party chair, cabinet minister in various positions on our overnight programme last night, was talking about the grave error the Prime Minister had made in calling that election early. He thought it was a miscalculation. He said it didn't make sense that you would call it when you had a couple of hundred seats where you didn't even have a candidate. I think there is a lot of internal anger at the way in which Rishi Sunak ran the campaign, called the election, but more than that, the way he governed. He just couldn't, could he, bring the country with him. He couldn't turn the page on Liz Truss and Boris Johnson. He made strategic errors, and now he has been punished roundly by the British public.
I just noticed that the official Number 10 Downing Street Twitter page has described this as a resignation speech. They're saying, watch live, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak delivers his resignation speech. Whether or not that's just a junior person managing that account, I couldn't tell you, but we will find out very soon, won't we, what Rishi Sunak has to say. I'm sure it's a speech he didn't want to give. As you were saying, Beth, it really is hard to overemphasise just what a loss this was, a catastrophic loss for the party, a party that's never dropped below 30% of the vote share in a general election, and now on 23.7% of the vote.
23.7%. Take that in. That is astonishing. Boris Johnson won 43.6% of the vote but 5 years ago. Tony Blair won 43.2% vote share in 1997. The vote share for the Conservative Party has halved in 5 years, and that isn't just on Rishi Sunak. That is the catalogue of errors, miscalculations from a party that has really been riven with division since Brexit, hasn't ever really recovered, won that majority as Boris Johnson managed to bring together different voting blocks around the Get Brexit Done message, but then failed to deliver for the British public. And there is a clear lesson for Keir Starmer within that, which is, yes, you might win a big landslide, but landslides happen on shaky ground. And I think that the Labour Party understand all too well that they have to govern in a way that assumes that these voters that have given them their vote, perhaps lent them their vote in order to get the Tories out this time around, might not back them again. So they really feel, when I talk to them, like they have to start again and re-earn every vote. And I think that change in approach, if it comes, might mean that they fare better with the public than Boris Johnson did back in 2019 when he won that resounding majority and then just frittered it all away.
It's, as we were talking, Beth, our eyes very keenly on that Number 10 Downing Street door. There's always a couple of people wandering in and out of shot. It's very busy down there, I imagine, in Downing Street, with just a couple of minutes to go until we're expecting to hear the resignation speech of Rishi Sunak. Beth, what's the atmosphere like?
Sophie, these moments don't happen often, and as you've talked about, I mean, there's been how many handovers of power? It's been two? How many have there been? 2 in 35 years? This will be the third. So you can imagine that the world's media is here. It's absolutely packed. There's dozens of cameras, dozens of television crews, and everyone is waiting for what is a historic moment, a landmark moment for this country. If Keir Starmer does this well, he could win 2-3 terms in office. You know, he certainly will hope to be able to do that. He's talked about wanting a decade of national renewal. He has here an opportunity, and for the Conservative Party, who have been in power for 14 years, to leave office with such a resounding defeat, with such a small number of MPs, the rebuild is going to be hard. I mean, when Labour lost badly in 2019, their worst defeat since 1935, they still had 202 MPs. It was a lot more than the Conservatives have now, and it gives you a sense of how far they've fallen. They went into this general election with 372 MPs. They come out of it with 120.
It's absolutely extraordinary. We have just seen a staff member just placing the speech that Rishi Sunak is due to give on the lectern that has just been carried out in front of that famous black door, Number 10 Downing Street. The speech, of course, that Rishi Sunak didn't want to write after just 619 days as Prime Minister. And Beth, I'm sure it's a speech that will have been difficult to write, but also one that is so important. I mean, this really, in many ways, will define his legacy.
Well, I think he has defined his legacy by the scale of the loss. He just can't get past that. He will go down in the history as the least successful Prime Minister at the ballot box, and it's just deafening. I think it's defining. I don't think anything else he can do will give him any other legacy but being the Conservative Prime Minister that led his party to the worst ever defeat in a general election, and that is what his legacy will be.
I guess it is even more difficult for him to try and craft the words to, I guess, as you say, it's impossible for him to recover his legacy at this point, but a time to reflect on the decisions that he made and also, of course, to try and step aside and allow the rebuilding of his party to go on. And that, I'm sure, will start almost as soon as he closes the door into the car and goes to travel to meet the King.
Yeah, there's Jocelyn, there has been, I mean, half of the election campaign really has been about the would-be successors trying to get in position for this leadership race. You know, Rishi Sunak started this campaign 20 points behind. I think he's coming out.
Good morning. I will shortly be seeing His Majesty the King to offer my resignation as Prime Minister. To the country, I would like to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change, and yours is the only judgment that matters. I have heard your anger, your disappointment, and I take responsibility for this loss. To all the Conservative candidates and campaigners who worked tirelessly but without success, I am sorry that we could not deliver what your efforts deserved. It pains me to think how many good colleagues who contributed so much to their communities and our country will now no longer sit in the House of Commons. I thank them for their hard work and their service. Following this result, I will step down as party leader, not immediately, but once the formal arrangements for selecting my successor are in place. It is important that after 14 years in government, the Conservative Party rebuilds, but also that it takes up its crucial role in opposition professionally and effectively. When I first stood here as your Prime Minister, I told you the most important task I had was to return stability to our economy. Inflation is back to target, mortgage rates are falling, and growth has returned. We have enhanced our standing in the world, rebuilding relations with allies, leading global efforts to support Ukraine, and becoming the home of a new generation of transformative technologies. And our United Kingdom is stronger too, with the Windsor Framework, devolution restored in Northern Ireland, and our union strengthened. I'm proud of those achievements. I believe this country is safer, stronger, and more secure than it was 20 months ago. And it is more prosperous, fairer, and resilient than it was in 2010. Whilst he has been my political opponent, Sir Keir Starmer will shortly become our Prime Minister. In this job, his successes will be all our successors, and I wish him and his family well. Whatever our disagreements in this campaign, he is a decent, public-spirited man who I respect. He and his family deserve the very best of our understanding as they make the huge transition to their new lives behind this door, and as he grapples with this most demanding of jobs in an increasingly unstable world. I'd like to thank my colleagues, my cabinet, the civil service, especially here in Downing Street, the team at Chequers, my staff, CCHQ, but most of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to my wife Akshata and our beautiful daughters. I can never thank them enough for the sacrifices they have made so that I might serve our country. One of the most remarkable things about Britain is just how unremarkable it is that 2 generations after my grandparents came here with little, I could become Prime Minister, and that I could watch my 2 young daughters light Diwali candles on the steps in Downing Street. We must hold true to that idea of who we are. that vision of kindness, decency, and tolerance that has always been the British way. This is a difficult day, at the end of a number of difficult days. But I leave this job honoured to have been your Prime Minister. This is the best country in the world, and it is thanks entirely to you, the British people, the true source of all our achievements, our strengths, and our greatness. Thank you.
I've heard your anger. I take responsibility for this loss. A deathly quiet Downing Street as Rishi Sunak makes his final speech as Prime Minister. He'll know, of course, that he's just entered history as a man who led Britain's most successful political party to its worst ever loss of seats. Bit of booing as he leaves. Beth Rigby was there. Beth.
Yes, he said a difficult day at the end of a number of difficult days, a hint there about the struggles he has had in this campaign. A moving moment when he thanked his wife, Akshata, and their beautiful daughters, and she flinched a little, looked quite emotional. But that, a speech from the Prime Minister, or former Prime Minister, as he goes to the palace to resign, full of emotion and decency, actually, praising Starmer as a decent, public-spirited man who he respects, apologising to the country, I am sorry, and apologising to his colleagues. He said he will step down as party leader, but not immediately once the formal arrangements for selecting his successor is in place. He spoke of some of his personal achievements in his 20 months as Prime Minister, saying that he had left the country safer, stronger and more secure than when he had entered office, running through some of the economic achievements that he counts as his, halving inflation, interest rates falling, building relationships with allies, but taking it on the chin, accepting responsibility, offering a hand to Keir Starmer and urging the country to get behind Keir Starmer, saying his success is everyone's success. And really, that speech for me was Rishi Sunak as I knew him at the beginning, when he came onto the steps of Downing Street and said he wanted to lead a government of integrity, professionalism. He wanted to do that, and he's been battered around in this campaign. And really, that was almost Rishi Sunak going back to basics for how he started out in politics, trying to give that sense of how he wanted to end.
Thank you very much indeed, Beth Rigby. Well, there you have it, 14 years of Conservative government over the end of an era in British history as Rishi Sunak and his wife, Akshata, travel to Buckingham Palace. We can see there the King travelling back to Buckingham Palace earlier, not long ago. Let's bring in now, shall we, our royal commentator, Alistair Bruce, who is with us. It's a day of huge history today, isn't it? We have the political moments, and then, of course, we have the constitutional moments as well. It's so brutal how fast this happens.
Over the next hour, we're going to witness the constitutional handover after the nation has made its decision, and the King, as head of state, will give effect to the nation's choice by taking executive government from one Prime Minister and handing it to the other. The King returned from Windsor earlier today to London, and he will shortly be at Buckingham Palace in order to receive Rishi Sunak after this resignation. As we see the normal life of London carrying on, meanwhile, the motorcycle outriders clearing the way ahead of Rishi Sunak as he comes to give his resignation to the King. And it is a very simple process. He will be ushered ultimately into the King, and he will be ushered in as Prime Minister. The King will undoubtedly have some reassuring words and much gratitude to give someone who has served as Prime Minister for the majority of the King's reign so far, and then will formally ask the advice of his demitting Prime Minister, who, as sovereign, he should call to take his place. Of course, we all know what that advice will be, but it is a formality. And then the King will invite the wife of the Prime Minister to come in, who, of course, received such a wonderful statement of thanks from the Prime Minister earlier on. But coming into the palace now is the King returning to be in place in order to be ready for the Prime Minister when he arrives.
We expect the meeting to be around 20 minutes. Is that usually the amount of time that it takes?
Well, of course, it's entirely up to the King, who is a very, very warm-hearted, chatty man, and he will want everyone to be made comfortable. So, arriving here, the footman will come forward to open the doors, and the King's equerry, Commander Will Thornton, will receive on behalf of the King the Prime Minister.
Hi, how are you? I've been eating plenty of sandwiches on the record, so...
Prime Minister, and always...
It's an important relationship, isn't it, between the Prime Minister and the King? I would imagine it is one that, just knowing that kind of the privacy that you have and the intimacy that you have as well, you can imagine it being something that Prime Ministers really value, particularly, of course, in moments like this, huge moments of history.
Well, the King knows that he will be head of state until such time, and that is his life. And to make sure that the nation takes a steady journey through time is highlighted by a moment like this, when the nation has decided that it wants executive government handed by the King to their choice. And so the process of it has to be followed constitutionally, and the King is responsible for maintaining that being done perfectly. And we saw the Prime Minister being received by the King's private secretary, and you know, Sir Clive Alderton has maintained much of that close relationship between Prime Minister and King. And the Prime Minister will go into Sir Clive's office now for a chat. That is the routine. And it will be there. He will wait until the King is ready to receive him, when a message will come downstairs. And then the Prime Minister will be taken up the King's stair, along the corridor to the audience room, and there will be presented to the King. It's rather fun because the equerry who we saw there, Commander Will Thornton, will knock on the door, open it, bow to His Majesty and say, "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister," and then withdraw. The Prime Minister will go in. Then it's just between the King and the Prime Minister. And meanwhile, all others will wait outside. The King has a bell in the room, and when he's ready, he'll press it. And then the equerry knows to bring in Akshata to spend some time with the King, where the King will just make them welcome and thank both of them for the service they've given. I think the King, like the rest of us, will have witnessed what a buffeting time an election campaign can be. And I'm sure he can understand that I expect the Prime Minister, as he still is, must be exhausted.
Yeah, the exhaustion does come into it as well, doesn't it? He's been up all night, I'm sure, at his counts, barely time for, a pause or maybe a can of Coke, as we know Rishi Sunak likes to enjoy before that important meeting, of course, at Buckingham Palace. You were mentioning some of the formalities of the conversation, but of course, there's an informality to it as well. I mean, does the King say the words, I accept your resignation? How does it work?
Well, first of all, the Prime Minister needs to formally resign to the King. I mean, I know we know this is going to happen, but the King understands the performance that is involved in this constitutional transfer of power. The total executive power of our nation passing from one person to another through the King as head of state. So, yes, the King waits until those words, "Sir, may I tender my resignation as your Prime Minister?" And the King will, of course, accept. But the King is required constitutionally to say, "Can I have your advice as to who I should send for?" And we all know what that advice will be. It'll be Sir Keir Starmer, who has won an enormous majority, and so therefore is constitutionally quite clearly, according to statute, convention, and every other element that backs up our constitution, the right person for the King to call. I mean, the King's grandfather, George VI, faced terribly difficult times in war when Neville Chamberlain lost the confidence of the House to one degree and he needed a new leader. To choose Churchill was a huge burden on the King's grandfather. The King doesn't face that today. He's got the clearest of identifications as to who it is right for him now, on behalf of us all, to pass executive power. And so that's what will be taking place. But I expect about now, the bell will go and Sir Clive will know it's time to take the Prime Minister with the equerry up to the audience room.
Days like this, it always strikes me how, brutal British politics can be, how quickly things can change. Rishi Sunak, of course, starting the day with his family home, being in Downing Street with his 2 daughters, with his wife. Now, of course, I think I'm right in saying that he travels to the palace in the Prime Ministerial car, but he's got to leave it there.
Technically, yes, although sometimes arrangements are made. But yes, he leaves that there. And actually, he's leaving his power with the King. And that power which he has exercised by dint of the fact that his party did hold the confidence of the House of Commons is no longer his, because it no longer can do that. And it's just a deliciously clear constitutional process. And every nation that has a head of state and a structure of democracy has a similar process. And it has been exercised through the centuries. And indeed, Rishi Sunak has been the 57th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. And so that will end shortly. With those words, "May I tender my resignation?" And the King, when he takes it, instantly he is no longer Prime Minister. All of that falls away. And the King holds executive power until he finds someone willing to accept his invitation to take it on. Well, of course, we all know Sir Keir Starmer, with the majority he has, will more than readily say that he would be ready to take on that responsibility. But we'll see that happen later on. But for Rishi Sunak, at the end of this long period of his party's position of leadership, where they took power initially from Elizabeth II and have carried it through to the reign of Charles III, it's all part of our tapestry of history, and the stitch that has been placed within that tapestry by Rishi Sunak has now threaded back through the cloth and is coming to its end.
It's a beautiful way of putting it. Rishi Sunak's stitch in the tapestry of history, just 619 days as Prime Minister, but still, of course, a mark in that tapestry as well. And of course, this is a role, I guess, that King Charles has been preparing for his whole life, but it's still relatively new to him.
Yes, but he knows the structure of it, and he's witnessed his mother, although not personally, because these moments are very private between the King and the Prime Minister at the time. But as we look at Buckingham Palace, that north front, it's worth looking at the fact that the Prime Minister will be taken to the first floor and to the very rear of the building on the right-hand side, overlooking the garden, which of course is a very peaceful place in the heart of London, on this very interesting morning, you know, where so much has happened in the last 24 hours and the nation has made its clear judgment on the political world that it wants. And in that very peaceful place, just as other prime ministers have in the past, you know, you can think of all those who have come in to see previous monarchs to take on responsibilities at very difficult times. And I think that it would be fair to say, with the world as it is, the king, in the responsibility he has for the nation, will be passing on power from Rishi Sunak at a key time. And that in itself is extremely important.
We're just watching, of course, the live picture of Buckingham Palace. It's now 11 o'clock. You are watching Sky News on a historic day. Right now, Rishi Sunak is in Buckingham Palace. He is meeting King Charles, where he's expected to give his resignation as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. We are about to witness a transfer of power with Sir Keir Starmer due to be appointed as the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom after winning a record-breaking landslide at the election, ending 14 years of Conservative government and only the second change of power in 27 years. Rishi Sunak, of course, giving his resignation speech early this morning, saying, "I have heard your anger." He then drove straight to Buckingham Palace with his wife, Meg Charter, to meet with the King. We saw the King arrive in Buckingham Palace earlier today. We're joined by our royal commentator, Alistair Bruce.
His Majesty had come from Windsor earlier today and went straight to Clarence House, and here we see him going down the Mall a little earlier to Buckingham Palace, which you just see in the distance there. Very close together, those two places, and so for the King, he came earlier in order to be in position when he is ready and the outgoing Prime Minister was ready to receive the resignation. And it's the second time he's done that. We can hear the royal salute being played by the trumpeter as the King went in to Buckingham Palace a little earlier.
You can see the crowds of people gathering to witness this historic moment, trying to get that perfect picture as well. The pictures that you're looking at now are from when Rishi Sunak first entered Buckingham Palace after making that short trip from number 10 Downing Street, where he gave his resignation speech.
And we saw Commander Will Thornton come forward on behalf of the King to welcome the Prime Minister to the King's House. This is a routine that the Prime Minister is well used to when he came for his weekly audiences. Charter on this occasion coming. It's very traditional to be welcomed to by the King's Private Secretary, Sir Clive Alderton, into the King's door. And it's literally inside that door where the staircase stands that will take the Prime Minister from the Private Secretary's office up to the King's floor, which is the first floor, the principal floor, and it's at the back of the palace overlooking the gardens where the equerry will have opened the door when the King gave the signal and said, "The Prime Minister, Your Majesty." And the last time that Rishi Sunak would hear those words referring to him.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? The transfer of power. Historic. Only the second time it's happened in 27 years. Rishi Sunak conceding defeat at 4:42 a.m. this morning to the Labour Party in the landslide general election. He then travelled from his constituency in North Yorkshire down to number 10 Downing Street, where at around 10:40 this morning, he gave his resignation speech, accepting responsibility for one of the worst ever election performances by a Conservative party. He was flanked, of course, by his wife, Akshata, who was by his side, and then to Buckingham Palace, where the pair of them are now inside meeting the King.
I imagine it's still the King and the Prime Minister, and the process will be taking its form. And, of course, you know, there's much for the King to look back upon with the Prime Minister. The King, after all, invited Rishi Sunak to form a government as the King's second Prime Minister. And so this is the first Prime Minister resigning that the King has seen the entire period of premiership, and has undoubtedly, privately, been giving reassurance to his Prime Minister and listening, taking on those privileges of, as monarch, being allowed to warn, being kept informed, and to make sure that the King always was that private person who held the confidentiality that mattered so much. And I think, you know, it is a relationship like no other between head of state and Prime Minister. There's nowhere else really, apart perhaps from his wife, that the former Prime Minister, as he probably is now, would have been able to confide. And I think that the ending of that relationship, formally here at the moment, must be quite profound for both of them.
He, of course, as is usual, decided to go to Buckingham Palace with his wife. Is it usually something that you've seen happen with just a husband and wife from Number 10, or do they sometimes bring entire families with them? How does it normally work, Alistair?
Well, the King will have invited Rishi Sunak to bring whomsoever he would wish, I'm sure, because, as I say, there is the formal meeting, which is private, between the sovereign and the outgoing Prime Minister. But once that process is over and that pause arrives, then the King will press the buzzer and the equerry will bring in whomsoever the resigning Prime Minister has brought with them. And I think that, you know, that then becomes a very chatty time. You know, the King's very good at that. He's very self-effacing. He's got a twinkle and a sense of humour. And, you know, at these moments, which are both historically profound, are still deeply human. And whatever your political view, the impact of this is really deep for an outgoing Prime Minister.
Yeah, you're going to need all of that charm from the King, aren't you? Because really it was, I guess, to be frank, a humiliation for Rishi Sunak last night. Probably the most difficult day of his life. How important do you think it is for the monarch to be able to put someone at ease in these most difficult of moments?
That's right. And I think for the King, who will by now have received that resignation and the advice from Rishi Sunak as to who, as King, he should send for as the next Prime Minister, you know, that period of office is over. But of course, it never ends for the King. And he will carry that executive power for a very brief time now. And it's not a comfortable place for a monarch to be holding that executive power for any longer than is absolutely necessary. And we know that the function of process will now be proceeding, and there will be an arrangement being made now by Sir Clive Alderton, the King's private secretary, to make sure that the King's wish to call Sir Keir Starmer to come to the palace. You know, we're all supposed to believe they don't quite know why he's being called. But, you know, the truth is that this drama of our Constitution is in itself carrying out an executive continuance of power since the Middle Ages, right to today and right into the future, through the hands of the sovereign of the day. And that, I think, is why it works so well. It has its precedent, it has its purpose, and it has its poetry.
Poetry is a word, isn't it? I love what you're saying there about, you know, the drama of the unexpected call to the palace. I wonder if, like, anyone's ever been tempted to joke and just throw in a completely random name for the person that they've recommended to be the next Prime Minister. But it's the contrast, as you say, isn't it, between the kind of volatility of politics, and it has been very volatile recently, of course, and the stability of the monarchy.
Well, the King, by his nature, stands as a sense of continuity and is there to make sure that the deep keel of the nation passes through the stormy waters with continuity.
Oh, so is there anything symbolic that actually happens when we hear about kissing of rings or handing back of seals or documents of office? Is there actually any physical process?
Interestingly, no. What happens is that there's just this conversation. There are no seals for the office of Prime Minister. The office of Prime Minister, as you know, is relatively new and emerged by custom rather than anything else. In essence, what the office that's being handed over is that of First Lord of the Treasury, and that carries with it the responsibility of being Prime Minister. But literally a handshake and charm, I think, on both sides is all that's required. So no document is signed, no object is handed over, although when the King has received that resignation, it will be incumbent upon all the existing cabinet ministers to come and deliver up their seals to the King in the next day or so, maybe even later today.
And that will happen in person, will it?
That will happen in person. They will go to the King and they will each individually, all those cabinet ministers, including those who lost their seats, will go to the King and hand over their respective seals of office.
And do the incomers then turn up and pick them up as well?
Yes. So the first thing that would happen, of course, the King will invite Sir Keir Starmer to form a government. They may indeed, after that, have a conversation about who Sir Keir wants to appoint, because no one can be appointed a cabinet minister or a minister without the King's permission. Now, again, this is process, but it is one that is followed with immense courtesy. And then in due course, the King will receive each of those new ministers and deliver to them their seals of office. And from that point, they have power.
And where does the Privy Council fit into all this?
Well, the Privy Council, to a degree, runs that. But those who are not members of the Privy Council will have to be sworn. I'm going ahead of myself here, but assuming Sir Keir Starmer chooses to be a minister, somebody who is not yet a Privy Councillor, they will have to be sworn of the Privy Council in order to proceed to receive their seals of office.
And Penny Mordaunt, who was President of the Council, no longer an MP, what happens to her?
She still is Lord President of the Council, so she will need to deliver up her seal of office to the King as Lord President of the Council. And in due course, we will find out who the new Prime Minister chooses to appoint as Lord President, and he or she will then go and see the King and receive the seals of office at that time.
So quite busy for the King, really.
This is, some might say, all unnecessary. There are plenty of people out there I know who think this is all complete flummery. But, you know, it's a process of, I suppose, a political pause as the Constitution takes its effect and makes sure that on all of our behalves, the sovereign passes power tidily from one administration to the next.
You say a pause, but it's a brief pause.
It's very brief indeed. Very brief indeed. But, you know, I think that the King is at the moment playing his part as the father of the nation and reassuring the Prime Minister who has just demitted office.
We're just going to have another look at that journey, the final journey that Rishi Sunak will make as Prime Minister, holding the hand of his wife Akshata after giving, I'm almost certain, the most difficult political speech of his life, as they make their way to the car and that journey to go and see the King. And then after that, I guess, the beginning of the rest of their lives, the final journey as Prime Minister.
Where does power lie now, Alistair?
The King is, of course, King, and he holds executive power. And if you think about it, even when the new Prime Minister is appointed, he is the King's Prime Minister, and the ministers will form His Majesty's government. So he is the guardian, as it were, of the power, but he passes it, because we have cabinet government, to the cabinet to exercise it on his behalf. I don't know how much people are aware, but the monarch never signs at the base of a document. a document that carries effect always has the signature at the base of the document of the Minister of the Crown who takes responsibility for it, and the monarch signs at the top. And it's a sign that always the monarch, who constitutionally can do no wrong, if he gives effect to something, it's always following a Minister of the Crown who is answerable either at the dispatch box of the House of Commons or occasionally at the House of Lords for the decisions or the advice they've given the King.
But their own decrees, they do sign at the bottom, right?
That's slightly different. That is a proclamation. But then, no monarch makes a proclamation unless he has taken advice, probably from the Privy Council. So the Privy Council gives the King the clearance to use his prerogative. And, for Rishi Sunak, as he now is, the former Prime Minister, the former 57th Prime Minister, arriving earlier on at Buckingham Palace, and you'll notice they've raked the gravel in the palace, which they do every day, and it does make it all look and sound that little bit more special when you come and see your sovereign.
Probably a little bit more effort put into making it extra perfect today when they know those cameras are going to be on the gravel as well. Alistair, can I ask you, what happens after the meeting? Is that it? Does Rishi Sunak just leave and get on with the rest of his life? Is there any other formalities that he has to go through?
No, because once Rishi Sunak has handed over executive power that he was given by the King back to the King, and the conversation with Akshata as well has taken place, the King will press his bell again, the equerry will magically appear at the door, and the equerry will lead out Mr. and Mrs. Sunak, as it were. That it is over. And then I'm sure that he'll be taken downstairs, maybe another quick chat with Sir Clive Alderton. Sir Clive, of course, lets the equerry act as the King's representative of welcoming and seeing people off from the premises. But, of course, Sir Clive is responsible for the King of managing the monarchy and its interrelationships with the 15 nations' governments, of which the King is head of state. And, of course, this is the principal one here in the United Kingdom. So it is the ending of two quite important relationships that, for the period of which Rishi Sunak was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, that are, they were very important to him.
Will a drink be taken or a cup of coffee at any point? We know Keir Starmer's a teetotaler, but Rishi Sunak's a teetotaler. Keir Starmer likes a can of beer. I mean, will there be either of those there?
I think it's highly unlikely because I think that, this is a business meeting and the palace tends to operate on delivering certain things at certain times. And I think that the presumption might be, there's always stuff there, but I would imagine that that might not be the case today. And I think that it's more likely at 12 o'clock that the drinks might be available, but I still think that might be deemed by the King a tad early.
A bit earlier, Adam. It's only 11:17.
And anyway, I think that presuming the King, and I'm now entering the performance of the Constitution, presuming the King calls upon Sir Keir Starmer, I would imagine the last thing on his mind is having a drink after a night like he has had. He will be wanting to get on with a job on the King's behalf of leading the nation.
What do we know about their personal relations, Keir Starmer and the King?
Well, the King will make sure that the relationship is perfect. The King is very good at engaging with people. He has this very charming, easy style. But remember, Sir Keir Starmer, as leader of His Majesty's opposition, was at the state banquet only recently when the Emperor and Empress of Japan came over. And, every time there are major events, the leader of the opposition, as in essence Sir Keir Starmer still is at the moment, will have been present. And, the King will have... The King knows that this is an important relationship. And I think it's very interesting that at the state banquet, Sir Clive Alderton was sat next to Sir Keir Starmer. And I thought that was very interesting because, that builds up that relationship, which will be key.
But presumably the King does know him because of the knighthood, because he was head of the Department of Public Prosecutions. There's a sort of back history to a certain extent.
Yes, but remember that was predominantly in the reign of Elizabeth II. So, of course, as Prince of Wales, he may well have met him. They have built up over time through the inevitability of Sir Keir being at the top of British public life. There have been developments of that relationship. But I think what we're going to see, and what every Prime Minister claims in their description is that monarchs have this totally special relationship with their Prime Minister. And it is fed by the whole process, not only of government, but also of the palace, to be a place of safety for the Prime Minister, where some of the most difficult... I mean, again, looking back through history, for Elizabeth II and George VI and George V, these relationships were key at difficult times.
If you're just joining us, we can tell you now that Rishi Sunak is currently in Buckingham Palace. We believe he's probably already offered his resignation as Prime Minister to the King. He's currently in there with his wife, ex-Charter, talking to the King. Shortly afterwards, it will be the turn of Sir Keir Starmer. Politics in the UK, fast and brutal. He'll be travelling to Buckingham Palace, asking to form the next government, where he will again meet the King. A busy morning, a busy constitutional morning here at Buckingham Palace, where Rishi Sunak and his wife ex-Charter are currently meeting with the King. Alistair, can I ask, what happens if there is some kind of national crisis or a decision that needs to be made, in the next half hour or so? Constitutionally, there's no Prime Minister.
Well, constitutionally, there still is cabinet, because although many of them have lost their seats, the cabinet that did exist still exists until such time as they deliver up their seals of office to the King. I think that we're looking now at a departure from Buckingham Palace. It is probably it's difficult for me to define exactly who it is, but I think out of the side door from Buckingham Palace may well be the departure of Rishi Sunak. I'm afraid I can't see, but it would be very normal for a demitting Prime Minister to want to leave and get out of the way as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and the convoy would suggest as well that it's a senior figure.
So we're guessing, we believe that is probably the departure of Rishi Sunak, sparing the glares of the cameras with those tinted windows in the Land Rover as he pulls away from Buckingham Palace.
Heading back to where he has his London home, towards Kensington.
And that's it?
That is it. He has ceased being the 57th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the King's second Prime Minister, and it is now for him to ponder and reflect. But in the palace, business must move on, and the King will have given the indication that he would like Sir Keir Starmer to come and visit him at Buckingham Palace. Again, this is a constitutional performance. We know that's going to happen. But in history, for the King's mother, Elizabeth II, there were often terribly difficult times for her when she had to make a decision between two powerful people in whichever party held the confidence of the House of Commons. And, most of that challenging problem has been taken away through constitutional tweaks. But right now, Sir Clive Alderton, on behalf of the King, on the King's command, will have sent a message inviting Sir Keir Starmer, who is quite clearly the person who the sovereign can choose to form a new administration.
Well, a quick breath for King Charles before the constitutional duties move on. He has had that important meeting with Rishi Sunak. He's now, of course, preparing to meet Sir Keir Starmer. These are the pictures here of the King arriving at Buckingham Palace earlier in the day, ready, of course, for a very important constitutional day for him at Buckingham Palace, where he was meeting not only, of course, the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, who has just left Buckingham Palace with his wife, ex-Charter, but also, of course, preparing for that meeting with the new King, new Prime Minister, I should say, Sir Keir Starmer.
And we saw the King there travelling with Sir Clive Alderton, his principal private secretary. So, reminding us that although the King came from Windsor on his own to Clarence House, he was there briefed by his private secretary and then travelled with his private secretary, demonstrating this is a key constitutional time and coming into the palace. But the former Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, then arrived in the quadrangle You see the state entrance behind where carriage processions start, but at the King's door on the right side, it was the King's door because most recently it used to have just to the left of the door the King's office, and so it was regarded as the King's door. Queen Elizabeth II moved her office elsewhere in the building, but it is still where, quite close by, Sir Clive Alderton has his office, where Prime Ministers always go first. So that is where the meeting would have started before the King was ready. And anyway, that administration is at an end.
We have just had the official statement through from Buckingham Palace. They have said the Right Honourable Rishi Sunak MP had an audience of the King this morning and tendered his resignation as Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury, which His Majesty was graciously pleased to accept. So there you have it. It is official. We've had the statement from Buckingham Palace that Rishi Sunak tendered his resignation as Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury, and of course, His Majesty King Charles graciously pleased to accept. Preparations, I'm sure now, Alistair, for the next meeting on the King's agenda. I have to say, it's interesting, isn't it, that you were saying before that these are very private conversations, but we have had a couple of times when previous Prime Ministers have let slip some of the details. So Tony Blair once recalled how he tripped on a rug and practically fell into the Queen's hands when he went to the palace to be appointed in 1997.
Well, I think that there have been occasions when Prime Ministers have chosen to share information, but I think we all noticed that Elizabeth II never shared any information. And I think every time Prime Ministers do share any comment about their private times with the monarch as sovereign and head of government, it's moderately disapproved of by the United Kingdom's people generally. I think we all accept that the unique nature of the fact that we have a head of state who is hereditary and a descendant of the people about which Shakespeare wrote has its advantage, but that there is also this constant, vibrant, lively office of Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury, which is occupied by people who are at the frantic forefront of political squabble, and that relationship needs to have a space in which to flourish. And the best place for that to flourish is in private.
Yeah, I think there was a general view, wasn't there, that Sri Blair was perhaps prone to share too much information?
Well, I think that, Elizabeth II never complained about anything like that, but I dare say her various private secretaries might have rung up the then private secretary to Prime Ministers and said, I wonder if we could just draw back on comments like that. I remember the purring comment, which came out after the referendum. Yes,
Scottish referendum.
I think that was, unhelpful. I don't even identify it as an expression that I recall the Queen making. I don't remember her purring. I don't think many people remember her purring.
Fantastic image there, wasn't it?
Well, but again, I think that there was a view that he'd stepped out of line, and that mattered.
And the danger of it as well, because obviously a monarchy that is so careful to not stray into political territory. And today, I think, really shows why that matters, because they do have this immense constitutional power that can't be abused.
And I do think if we look, for those of you who've been with Sky News for the last however many hours, this is a constitutional pause. It's a very peaceful time in what has been a very frantic night. And what we can be absolutely certain, the moment the King has offered executive government to Sir Keir Starmer, the moment he leaves the palace, the frantic nature of what is going to happen and the establishment of his administration, with, of course, the approval of the King, and then the politics of watching the after effects of an election. But just in this quiet time with Buckingham Palace as that continuous backdrop to British life, there is a chance to see the constitutional power working, and it's being done by the King on behalf of us all we having made the national choice.
It's true, it's a pause, isn't it, as you say, after the chaos and the frenzy and the drama of the election night for us here in the studio as well. We can cross now live to Buckingham Palace, where our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills is standing by. Rhiannon.
Well, it's been fascinating listening to your discussions, as I have to say I've been reflecting on the fact that Rishi Sunak and his wife were just a few moments ago enjoying what would have been a moment of peace inside that audience room with the King. Of course, after all of the noise and the frantic activity after the last 6 weeks, that's overnight going to the Count and then this morning having to deliver that speech outside Downing Street. And then Rishi Sunak made that final journey, didn't he, to Buckingham Palace as Prime Minister, and then I suspect had at least a moment to breathe with a man that he has spent a great deal of time with and around since he became Prime Minister back at the end of 2022. Of course, for the King, Rishi Sunak was his second Prime Minister, and at a difficult time for the King, just, 5-6 weeks after Queen Elizabeth II had died. So it's interesting to try and reflect on the kind of relationship that those two men will have developed over the last year or so. Of course, you would think a very personal relationship at times when you think back to the start of this year where the King had to announce that he'd been diagnosed with cancer. And actually we were given a rare insight really into the kind of meeting that the Prime Minister and the Monarch have every week, as a camera was invited in for that first audience after the King announced that he'd been diagnosed with cancer. Of course, we often have to guess exactly what that relationship is like between the two men. The King, of course, isn't meant to show any kind of favouritism towards anybody, but it does seem that they did develop this close relationship, as is so important. I would argue that when we see Keir Starmer very soon arriving here at Buckingham Palace, it is going to be the start of forming probably one of the most important relationships that he will have during his premiership. His cabinet ministers may come and go, his staff may come and go, but the monarch is seen to be a constant, and they have those weekly audiences. Certainly, people about Queen Elizabeth II talked about, well, Queen Elizabeth II herself during the documentary Elizabeth R talked about how Prime Ministers would come to her every week and she would feel that they would unburden themselves, that sometimes she would be able to make them maybe think about an issue in a different way. So much was made about Queen Elizabeth and her experience, but actually it's important to remember how much experience our current King has, as after all of those decades as heir on the world stage in terms of dealing with those matters of state. But yeah, he's now said farewell to his second Prime Minister and now awaits the arrival of his third.
And Rhiannon, we're trying to, I guess, gauge the level of excitement, enthusiasm about the new Labour government. We're looking at pictures of Buckingham Palace. We can see the kind of crowds gathering around the building. What is the atmosphere like there? Is it tourists? Is it people who are there to try and witness a bit of history in front of them?
It's always a really busy time of day, this, because the tourists tend to turn up to expect to witness guard change, but of course it's a different kind of changeover that they're witnessing today, and certainly lots of people have been stopping to ask what exactly is going on, because we have seen, and I think it's important on these days that we see this kind of drama. It adds to the theatre, seeing the King coming and going, seeing the outgoing Prime Minister and the incoming Prime Minister having that important audience here. I think what people will make a lot of, probably in the next coming days, is what kind of relationship are Keir Starmer and the monarch going to have. It's worth pointing out that this is certainly not going to be anywhere near the first time that Keir Starmer and the King have met. Of course, as leader of the opposition, they've spent a great deal of time together at those big moments of national celebration or commemoration. D-Day, for example, the state visit last week. But also it's interesting to say that it was back in 2014 that actually the then Prince Charles knighted Sir Keir Starmer. also, I think many people will point to the fact that maybe the two men are potentially more aligned on certain social issues. Of course, when it comes to Queen Elizabeth II, we didn't know very much about her views. We had a very long time when Prince Charles was heir to get to know exactly what he thought of the world around him. So when it comes to issues around the environment, housing, help for young people, people may suggest that potentially Keir Starmer and him are going to be more aligned. Although, of course, if you talk to the palace, they will very clearly say that the monarch must remain above politics. But you do wonder what kind of conversations the monarch and Keir Starmer are likely to have as they build that relationship over the coming weeks and months.
Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. Rhiannon Mills there at Buckingham Palace. If you are just joining us, the King has accepted the resignation of Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister. Buckingham Palace issuing a statement a little earlier to say the Right Honourable Rishi Sunak MP had an audience of the King this morning and tendered his resignation as Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury, which His Majesty was graciously pleased to accept. I'm joined by Alistair Bruce, our royal commentator. We're awaiting the arrival of Sir Keir Starmer.
Yes, it's a wonderful process as we see the end of one administration and the start of the next, handled quite beautifully by Buckingham Palace's process. And it's a way of giving legitimacy to this transfer of power, doing it through the head of state. And we initially witness one Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury offering a resignation. He's now gone. And then we await the person who holds the confidence of the House of Commons, who quite clearly is Sir Keir Starmer after that extraordinary success at the general election last night. So the King has no difficulty in knowing that that is the man who is going to offer the opportunity to form a government. Now, we all know he will accept, but we have to wait for Sir Keir Starmer to accept. Many people have gone to see sovereigns and have been unsure. There was an occasion when Sir Alec Douglas-Hume was asked, and he asked the late Queen for permission to go off and just try and make sure that he could secure the opportunity of a government. But of course, that's not going to be the difficulty here, and I'm sure Sir Keir Starmer, with dignity, will immediately accept the request, and at that point, he will become Prime Minister, literally the moment he says yes. The palace will give out another statement where it will say that the King had asked him to form a government and that he did, and then it'll probably go on to say, and that he kissed hands upon appointment. He will do no such thing. There is no kissing of hands. It is just an ancient, well, it's a sort of 17th, 18th century reference to an act of deference to the monarch of the day. The King will not require that in any way at all. They'll then just have a conversation. But what the King needs to know now, as head of state, is an indication, perhaps of the intent of Sir Keir Starmer at his first King's speech, which, of course, the King will give on the 17th of July. The King will, of course, read it, but it will be a chance for the King to find out from his new Prime Minister what the intention of that first session of the Parliament will involve. And the other thing is that the King will want to know who Sir Keir Starmer has in mind for all the appointments in the Cabinet. They are the King's ministers. It is only when the King has approved their names can they be announced to us. And of course, I don't know, maybe Sir Keir has already been discussing it with his members of Parliament as they approach the election. I've no idea. I mean, that's something that Sam may know much more about than I do. But in the end, some of them say no to the Prime Minister who's been appointed. Some of them say, oh, I wanted something better than that. All sorts of stuff like that happens. But ultimately, no announcement can be made to us until the King has said, yes, I'm happy for that person to be a Secretary of State.
I love it. So it's the King who gets a first glimpse then of the incoming cabinet.
He doesn't need to watch Sky News, I can tell you that. And also all the other ministers, and there are many at different levels who will need to have their names passed by the King. I remember being told that once the Queen was out having lunch at Balmoral and the list was read over a radio to a policeman who then came in to the Queen and showed her the list, and she approved it and the message was sent back. So, you know, wherever the monarch is, this courtesy and recognition of the role. This is the King's government, His Majesty's government. And whilst executive power is quite rightly not in the King's own hands to exercise, it is still conceptually his, and he gives it to be exercised by cabinet government because we as a nation have developed that as an effective way of maintaining the way we're ruled.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, we are, of course, looking at pictures of Buckingham Palace. We are also looking at pictures of number 10 Downing Street because we have seen already one speech from the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, and the incoming Prime Minister is due to make his. Beth Rigby is there. Beth, I can see you've got your brolly up.
I have. It's absolutely bucketing it down. It's just started. And it's quite interesting, isn't it? Because Keir Starmer said, didn't he, earlier, walk into the morning into the sunlight of hope. I have to say, Sophie, there's not much sunlight around here at the moment. But what's happening now in the street is a number of Labour staffers were gathering. I think there was going to be quite a crowd for when Keir Starmer comes into the street. And I think when he does come in, I expect the tone of the speech will be rather like how he ran the campaign, where he will talk about putting the country and government, putting the government back into the service of working people. I think he will try and signal that he wants to govern with a sense of urgency and focus, rather like the campaign they ran. And he will want to hit the ground running. I think they are acutely aware that they have won a majority, a massive majority, on a very low vote share. It's astonishing, actually, Sophie, that Starmer in 2024 has won 33.8% of the vote, and that has garnered him 412 seats and a majority of 168. Jeremy Corbyn won more votes than Keir Starmer in 2019 when he led the Labour Party to its worst defeat since 1935. Starmer's picked up 9.7 million votes. Corbyn picked up 10.2. And what does that tell us? It goes back to what we've been talking about in the final days of this campaign, that Starmer might have broad support, but it's shallow. And he's not carrying the whole country with him, far from it. 9.7 million people is not the majority or even 40% of the British voting population. And I think what he and his team are acutely aware with is when they come into number 10, they have to quite quickly in that first 100 days show people that they mean business and that a Labour government does really mean change. It's not just rhetoric, it's not just words. And I think you're going to see a flurry of activity. I imagine that the Cabinet will come up here later. They'll probably have a Cabinet meeting over the weekend. He's going to NATO, to Washington next week. I imagine we're going to have a big housing announcement before term closes. And I also understand that Labour are going to extend Parliament. It had been due to rise kind of towards the end of July, shortly after the King's speech, which happens on the 17th of July. That's when the government sets out their legislative agenda. They're going to run it until the end of July and then come back right bang on early September, September the 2nd. So they're crunching down a parliamentary recess in order to get going in the business of governing.
Really interesting to see what he decides to say when he does arrive at number 10 as Prime Minister. Beth, I've got to ask you as well. I do remember being down there with you in the rain when Rishi Sunak gave his speech announcing the election as the kind of heavens opened above him and the kind of wet jacket. Have they got a backup plan if it's raining when Keir Starmer makes his speech?
I think it's fair to say that the Labour team around Keir Starmer during that campaign looked on with horror when they saw a Prime Minister getting drenched on the steps of Downing Street saying he had a plan and then being teased for many weeks after about not having an umbrella, and they certainly won't put the new Prime Minister into that position. You'll remember, Sophie, that actually Keir Starmer, whilst Rishi Sunak was getting drenched, did his election announcement speech in a room that looked rather like a Prime Minister briefing room. Do you remember it, with the wood panelling and the Union Jacks? I don't think that they will risk him coming out and getting drenched. They might give him an umbrella and he might come out and do it here, but I guess they can also take the option of trying to wait a little bit for the rain to stop. It actually has stopped now. But no, I don't think Keir Starmer will be coming to the street drenched. And actually, there is a more serious point in that, which is the way that Labour have run this campaign is with precision. Keir Starmer's top people have been out on the trail with him every single day. They check the shots, they check the journalists, they check everyone's holding their signs up the right way. And these are all small things, but they speak to a bigger picture, which is that they wanted to be very professional, and they, having lost 4 elections on the bounce, did not want to have any self-enforced errors. And I think that they will take that approach into government as well. Now, how successful they will be is another question entirely. As I was saying, the mandate in terms of the proportion of the vote is so much lower than a Tony Blair got in '97, or indeed a Boris Johnson got in 2019. And really, this election, as much as it is a victory of Keir Starmer's, I don't want to take anything away from that. He is undoubtedly the most successful Labour leader since Tony Blair. He's on par with Attlee in terms of the kind of majority he's delivering, and he could become a very consequential Prime Minister for this country if he can turn this victory into meaningful change. So I don't want to take away from it, but the fact the vote share is so low, and the fact it also comes on the back of an abject rejection by the British people of the Conservative government, and the votes have split every which way. It's not like Conservative voters are flipping to Labour. They've gone every which way. They're going to reform. The Greens have picked up votes. The Lib Dems have had an absolutely stonking night, taken, I think it was about 70 seats from memory. So this is a situation where Keir Starmer not only has to hold on to those Tories that perhaps lent him their vote because they were fed up, he has to also try and win support from the other political parties where voters did not come to Labour, they went to the others. And I do think a theme of this election is the rise of the other, the rise of the other party. The other thing I would say is Labour are very alive to the threat of reform. Nigel Farage talked about how he's going for Labour. They see it as a serious threat. They worry about populism. They worry about disaffection, disillusionment, and people feeling that politics is broken and Britain doesn't work for them. And they know that they have to tackle that. And if they don't, it is at their peril, because if they don't tackle it, all that will happen is reform will grow and really begin to eat into their support. So I think that that might be a theme of his speech too.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Beth. Good to see you got a brolly with you, always prepared. Beth Rigby there in Downing Street. Well, if you're joining us now, we currently don't have a Prime Minister after the King accepted the resignation of Rishi Sunak after that record-breaking loss for the Conservative Party. We'll, of course, be following Keir Starmer from his home in Kentish Town, where he might have had a few moments rest before his big day, a few cups of coffee, perhaps, before entering the most important moment of his life. He will become the 58th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. You can see there some Labour supporters gathering in Downing Street. They've got their Union Jack brollies up, awaiting to hear Sir Keir Starmer's first real pitch to the public as Prime Minister. It will come, of course, after he meets the King. But it's a difficult needle for him to thread because he has just won an enormous majority, but on a lower vote share than David Cameron managed in 2010, than Jeremy Corbyn managed as well. It's going to be an interesting and difficult challenge for him to bring that country together. We've got Sam Coates, our deputy political editor, with us. It's going to be a big moment for him.
A huge moment. A moment after a campaign which actually saw the Labour vote share go down. You're looking now at some of Keir Starmer's team starting to approach Downing Street and line the edges of Downing Street. The shot that you can see has Downing Street on the Downing Street number 10 on the left, and you can see this new number 10, this incoming number 10, wanting to convey visually some of the excitement that they will feel, and they hope that some in the public feel at this moment where Labour come into power with a majority of about 168, which gives Keir Starmer effectively a political blank cheque for 5 years to enact reform on the back of a manifesto that promises the biggest of changes in broad brush terms, but the smallest of specifics in terms of individual policies. Keir Starmer promised change. The question now is, what does change look like and how does he get there? Huge number of things for Keir Starmer to do in the coming minutes and hours. Appoint his internal top team, appoint his cabinet, take opening calls from world leaders and some of those security briefings. But first, the formality of the King and the appointment, which comes in the next hour.
And they're really strong vibes here, looking at these pictures of the images of 1997. Alistair nodding along there, those of us who remember it. And you know, one of the things that obviously hasn't really been focused on in this campaign has been the extent of the organisation of the Labour team. Pat McFadden, of course, been at the middle of that. And, you know, they will have, I know, because I've had messages from people saying, I know so-and-so's going in. They have actually cleared who the people they are that they, you know, want lining the street. They want quite a lot of children. And you can see, too, that probably judging by the weather this summer, they had prepared for the need of umbrellas. I mean, it's not an accident that they've got Union Jack umbrellas there. That is the image which this new Labour government is looking for to get out.
Although I think there's just a touch less exuberance than we saw in 1997.
Oh, definitely.
Back then,
The
there was
weather's worse as well.
there was an extraordinary moment at dawn with Tony Blair outside the Royal Festival Hall declaring new dawn has broken. Now, there was an event, an equivalent event today, but it passed with much less notice. It was Keir Starmer declaring that hope was coming in Tate Modern, but there was no sense of place, there was no sense of moment in the same way. So here is, you can see the start of the Labour team trying to create a moment, create a sense of excitement, and create momentum that they want to carry through today for the many, many hours left that Keir Starmer has of work to do.
And perhaps less a new dawn breaking than a brief pause in the rain for Sir Keir Starmer to go and deliver his first speech as Prime Minister after, of course, that all-important meeting with the King. Just looking at the number of people lining the streets of Downing Street, you can really get a sense of the changing of the guard. You know, this does not happen often, a real changing of power that we are witnessing playing out before us on Downing Street. Beth Rippey is there. Beth, what can you see?
Well, yeah, there are people gathering. Sorry, so I'm just going to grab this safe because it's swinging. I can see a lot of people gathering. I can see actually some advisors in there. I think that these are perhaps staffers. A baby is coming up the street. It is Sir Keir Starmer's vision of Tony Blair's New Dawn. And they want to make this celebratory. And I think that while we've talked a lot about the challenges that Keir Starmer will face, we should also take in just the scale of the achievement that he has got in this victory. He is only the second Labour leader to win a majority in this country in half a century. He is knocking on the door of Tony Blair in terms of that massive majority, just coming in slightly behind Tony Blair on his 179 majority. He deserves a day to celebrate, and I think that these staffers, as I said, that have worked in the Labour Party, they went through the Corbyn years, they suffered 4 defeats on the bounce, then they had 2019 and an 80-seat Conservative majority, perhaps thought they were out of power for a decade or more. It has been hard yards. It's awful being in opposition. You have to work really hard, but you don't get to affect change. So I think that they're gathering partly because they want to share the moment and they want to celebrate the moment. And I think what we will get, despite the rain, is when Keir Starmer comes up the street and he stands and he makes his speech, and he makes his speech in front of his team, I think there will be a sense of optimism and joy. I think that they are allowed to have a day of joy. They daren't have dreamt this. 5 years ago, they really were in the doldrums, the worst defeat since 1935, a country that had turned its back on Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party, and Keir Starmer had some very difficult times in those early years of leadership. You'll remember Hartlepool, when Boris Johnson won it in a by-election, a key red wall seat. Keir Starmer thought about resigning. There was another by-election, Batley and Spen, later that year. I remember I was there, and Kim Leadbeater only narrowly won that by-election. And I remember seeing Keir Starmer that morning, and he was overjoyed because he knew that losing that by-election could have triggered a leadership question or even race around him. So he has hung on by a thread at some points as Labour leader. It has been a mountain to climb. And he wakes up this morning, and yes, it is raining, although I think there might be, dare I believe it, some sun. But he has woken up this morning and he has scaled Everest. It's an incredible achievement. And whilst, yes, the vote share is low and the support base might be shallow and reform is on the rise and the Lib Dems are having a really good run and back into the 3rd position, he has won a majority that if he uses it wisely, he could be one of the most consequential prime ministers this country has seen. He could go down in history on the lines of... Someone's filming them and they're having a little cheer. But along the lines of Attlee, of Thatcher, of Tony Blair. So it's a huge achievement. And they're here to watch it and to celebrate.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Beth. We are seeing the changing of the guard in Downing Street playing out before our eyes. This morning, it was Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt in there. They both cleared out now. Rishi Sunak having his resignation with the King accepted, and now it is the new guard, those around Sir Keir Starmer, awaiting his arrival at number 10 after, of course, he makes that trip to Buckingham Palace. In many ways, nothing can prepare you for being Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, running the CPS. Nothing can prepare you for being the 57th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. And you can see there the very carefully choreographed welcome party outside number 10. Some babies there, some kids, some advisors, some carefully chosen Union Jack umbrellas. We believe this may be Sir Keir Starmer arriving at Buckingham Palace.
I know, how about that? How about that?
And on behalf of the King, Sir Keir Starmer is welcomed into the King's Door of Buckingham Palace by the Equerry and Sir Clive Alderton. They'll go to Sir Clive's office initially. It's a few minutes before 12 o'clock. I would imagine that the King's audience will start at 12, but I expect that there will be a chance for Sir Keir, who is going to be playing his part, to talk with the Private Secretary first.
His wife Victoria, of course, accompanying him. And I have to say, I think there was probably a bit of a statement in that very modest vehicle bringing him into the grandeur of Buckingham Palace.
Just to say thank you to all of you who've been watching on Sky Showcase. We will continue our full coverage of the election results on Sky News as we wait for Sir Keir Starmer to meet the King. He has just arrived at Buckingham Palace.
I know, how about that?
It is 12 o'clock and Sir Keir Starmer has just entered Buckingham Palace, where he will meet the King, and when he leaves this building, he will have become the 58th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He will make that trip to Downing Street, he will form the next government, and he is expected to address the nation shortly on the steps of number 10 after winning a landslide majority for the Labour Party. If you're just joining us, these were the seat totals: 412 seats for the Labour Party, just shy of that historic majority in 1997. The Conservatives losing more seats than in any other election since the party was formed. And that's why behind that door later on, it will be Sir Keir Starmer who's forming the next government. The man with the mandate, the man with the majority, although, of course, it was on a relatively low vote share. Not that they care, the people who are waiting to hear the speech from the next Prime Minister.
So for Sir Keir, who is now with Sir Clive Alderton waiting for the King to call for Sir Keir to come up for an audience. Of course, it's quite special because the equerry who will take him, we saw him in naval uniform welcoming on behalf of the King, for Lieutenant Commander Will Thornton. He will go to the King's door at the audience room and he'll walk in and say, "Sir Keir Starmer, Your Majesty," and then let Sir Keir go in. The door will close. And when Sir Keir comes out, he will be able to say, "Congratulations, Prime Minister," as the first person who can do it. It's always been a tradition for the equerry that should be very special. And this is obviously another page in history. For the Labour Party, it's significant because the King's great-grandfather, King George V, in 1924, exactly 100 years ago, sent for the first Labour Prime Minister in Ramsay MacDonald. It would have been a delight for Ramsay MacDonald to have the kind of majority that Sir Keir can present before the King today. Of course, poor old Ramsay MacDonald only had a minority government, but it was a significant moment because King George V had to allow the new Labour politicians to come and see him not in formal dress because they didn't have it. And of course, all those things seem ridiculous, but it was in its own way such a major moment culturally and socially for King George V in those days. And yet today there's a huge change again in the nation in the recognition of a change of will from the people. And the King is acting on all of our behalf by very shortly sending for his new Prime Minister. And of course, when Sir Keir goes into the King, after the usual charm and welcome and a few little jokes perhaps, just to set Sir Keir completely at his ease, the King will brace himself up and formally ask whether Sir Keir would be able to form an administration. The moment Sir Keir says yes, he becomes the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and First Lord of the Treasury. And then the conversation will move on to, I believe, the choice of people for his cabinet. Ultimately, the King must approve of all of them, cabinet first and then the ministers, but also because a parliament is made up of a series of sessions, most of them lasting a year each with a state opening of parliament. The first session, we know, will have a state opening of parliament on the 17th of July. And for that, there will be a King's speech prepared. So this is a chance for Sir Keir to lay out to the King what he wants to do first in that first session of legislative change. And so I think it's a very interesting time for the King as head of state, representing all of us by keeping the nation and its history guiding forward, to have this chance to talk and to make that extraordinary invitation to form a government.
It is an extraordinary invitation, isn't it? That's exactly the way to put it. It's an important relationship as well going forward, isn't it? I'm always struck by how every Prime Minister talks about their relationship with the monarch. How do you think that the King will get on with Keir Starmer? I remember Keir Starmer, of course, has spoken about wanting to abolish the monarchy in his younger days. I'm sure he doesn't hold that opinion anymore.
Well, people can hold whatever view they like. And that's the great thing about this democracy. There are plenty of people out there who are not happy that we are a monarchy and want something different. But, this is a time when that relationship between the head of state, the King, and the new head of government, when he is appointed Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, will be vital, because it is the only place Sir Keir will be able to go where he's not being challenged and requested for things. I think one of the truly treasuring things about the relationship that a Prime Minister has with the King is that the King has got nothing to gain from a Prime Minister, whereas a Prime Minister is the source of all patronage on behalf of the sovereign. And everyone who comes up to or who engages with the Prime Minister has their own agenda, their own desire. Even to get a photograph with him is taking something from the Prime Minister. But with the King, that is the only person that is not able to gain anything from a Prime Minister. And I think that creates a special relationship. And the fact that it's always in private is important. But also, once the formality is over, and I would imagine that Sir Keir is now with the King, and if I was a betting man, and I know none of us are allowed to be betting people now, I would imagine that the King will right now be posing that question. Would you be prepared to form a government? And in the instant, which none of us are flies on the wall to hear, that Sir Keir says yes, I imagine in this moment he is becoming the 58th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
It must be such an extraordinary moment to hear that question. I'm sure it's a question that he's thought about, perhaps never allowed himself to think about too much, just in case. We can go to Downing Street now, because we can see, Beth, lots of flags being waved, lots of cheering going on.
Yes, this is interesting, Sophie. You can see that flags of Scotland, a Union Jack, and the Welsh flag are all being dished out to the activists and the supporters and the party members. And the reason that this is interesting is that one of the themes when I've been talking to Starmer's team has been that they were very keen to win a majority in which they were governing for all three nations where they had fielded candidates. And what that meant was that they would, by seat numbers and vote share, be the biggest party in England, Scotland and Wales. Now, this last happened under, guess who? Tony Blair in 2001. And they've done it again. And I think the flags represent what Starmer wants to portray, which is he is a Prime Minister that will govern for everyone. And also he said he's a Prime Minister that will govern for those who didn't support him either. And one of his key people said to me the other day that when he did become Labour leader in 2020, and at the time, Labour had one seat in Scotland. You remember the Labour wipeout of 2015 when they were just eclipsed, eviscerated by the SNP, that Starmer had made a point of saying, I don't want to govern. I need Labour to govern just two nations of the UK. I don't want Labour to be a force in two nations. I want it to be a force in three nations. Of course, in Northern Ireland, Labour don't field seats. Field candidates and actually changed the Labour leadership in Scotland and put Anas Sarwar in, and we've seen the huge success that they have had in Scotland overnight. So the flags sort of have a deeper meaning, if you like, which is part of a wider strategy that Labour had to want to be able to claim that they were governing for all of the nations, or the three nations where they have fielded candidates.
I have to say, just looking at the image of those people, carefully selected, I'm sure, with the flags lining the streets of Downing Street, it does feel quite reminiscent of 97, doesn't it? You know, those images of Tony Blair walking down the street, shaking people's hands as he went to the steps of Number 10 to talk directly to the nation. Do you think that's deliberate?
Yeah, and I think also, like, lots of these people, the cameras are asking them to wave. We're all collecting footage there for our TV reports later today. The cameras have been asking them to wave the flags. That's probably going to be a picture going into many a broadsheet and a red top tomorrow. But, you know, some of these people as well, they are activists. They are people that work for the party. They're people I've actually seen about on the campaign trail, and I can see some of Starmer's top team are now coming around the street and they're eyeing it all up and they're making sure it's just so. And I can see a lot of his key team now all in position waiting for Sir Keir Starmer to come and make this speech, and not make the speech in a solitary way on his own with a podium, but actually with his whole team behind him, because it is a win for all of the Labour Party. They have been out of power for 14 years, and they today have won a majority. They were so nervous during this campaign, so worried that they might fall short, worried that they would slip up, that the lead might disintegrate, but it just did not. The polls did not move. That 20-point poll lead that Labour had going into this campaign, they came out the other side, and the poll lead broadly was that their polls narrowed slightly in the closing days, but it was, if you like, as I've said before, in a way, it was almost a race that was run before it even started, because once Rishi Sunak kicked off the campaign with the rain and then the D-Day debacle and the betting scandal, he just really couldn't ever get out of the kind of Tory turmoil. And all that did was reinforce, I think, to the country memories of Partygate and sleaze and people not doing the right thing. And he could never get past that to talk about policy, really. And so Keir Starmer, having made quite modest promises to the British electorate, nevertheless has earned the right to govern. And I think the reason that he also did that was there has been a conscious effort within the Labour leadership team that they want to under-promise and over-deliver. And the reason that they say they want to do that is because they recognise that trust is broken in politics. The country feels let down by politicians. Labour is tarred with the same brush in that sense. And so they didn't want to make promises that then they couldn't deliver. I guess the question is whether once they get going, these first steps around various different policies, being it cutting NHS waiting lists, tackling small boats, tackling crime on streets, getting more teachers, growing the economy, setting up Great British Energy, some of the policies, more teachers, 6,500 more teachers in secondary schools. These are the first steps, but really they know they're going to have to accelerate through these first steps. in order to try and give the sense in the country that things are changing under Labour. The one other thing I would say that I thought was interesting in the overnight programme last night was John McDonnell, of course, the former Shadow Chancellor and leading voice on the left of the party, said to me that in the next 6 to 12 months, Keir Starmer will have to adapt the programme. He will have to be more radical. He will have to bring in a new layer of change. It might involve redistribution, in John McDonnell's words. He was very clear that he believed Sir Keir Starmer would have to end the cap, the two-child cap on benefits, that was something in terms of making it a fairer society that he felt that Keir Starmer would have to do. And I think that gives you a sense of some of the pressure that Keir Starmer could come under. Now, he's got such a big majority, you could argue that he'd be able to ignore the left in his party. But if he does want to govern and bring people together, he might want to listen to them too. And I think these are going to be some of the issues that begin to bubble up as the months go by under a Starmer administration.
Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rigby there on a Downing Street that is getting ever more crowded as people await for the incoming Prime Minister. Sir Keir Starmer currently meeting the King at the Palace, and we will, of course, bring you those pictures as soon as they happen. I think it's going to be very interesting to see the tone that Keir Starmer sets in his first speech as Prime Minister. He's been very cautious, he's been very restrained throughout this election campaign. He did not want to drop the Ming bars, but now he's got his majority. And forget the vote share for a minute. He's got an absolutely stonking great majority in the House of Commons, and that means he does have the leeway to be radical, to push his policies through. It matters in terms of rebellions. And I think it'll be very interesting to see the kind of man that Keir Starmer wants to be as Prime Minister. What does he want his legacy to be? If there was a complaint that Keir Starmer was perhaps a bit unknowable, a bit impenetrable, is that going to change once he's in number 10 and after, of course, he's had that meeting with the King? Alistair, we're still looking, of course, at the gates of Buckingham Palace.
Well, Sir Keir Starmer is now Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and his wife, Victoria, will have been introduced to the King, as the palace refers to her as Lady Starmer, because, of course, Sir Keir Starmer is a Knight Commander of the Bath in the Civil Division, an appointment he was given for his work previous to his time in politics. And for the King, a chance to get to know her too. And it will be each year that the King will invite Sir Keir and Lady Starmer up to Balmoral to spend time with his family, a relationship that also further bonds the links between them. Of course, there is a chance for further audience with the King at that, but it's a way that it demonstrates that the King as head of state and the head of government, and there is the photograph with the equerry watching of His Majesty the King welcoming Sir Keir Starmer just before he poses the question in the audience room, the same audience room where Elizabeth II used to receive her prime ministers. And this is an historic meeting. And minutes before, the King posed that powerful question, will you form an administration? To which the answer will have been yes. And now Sir Keir Starmer is Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
That's it. Sir Keir Starmer, that historic picture, shaking hands with the King. He is now Prime Minister, the first day of the rest of his life. Only 57 people have ever experienced what he is going through before. We believe he's still there.
Yes, I think he will be, with Victoria meeting the King too, and then they will go down with Sir Clive Alderton, and there is so much for Sir Keir to do. In fact, Sam asked me between the period of the Prime Minister what would happen if anything came up. But what's interesting now, for the very short moment, the new Prime Minister has a cabinet who are all Conservatives, many of whom haven't yet stood down, and they will hand over their seals to the King very soon.
Well, we can now tell you that Sir Keir Starmer has now been formally appointed Prime Minister by the King. Meeting King Charles with his wife Victoria before, of course, he will get into that car and he will then travel to Downing Street, where he's expected to give his very first speech as Prime Minister.
So much on Sir Keir Starmer's agenda as we wait for him to depart the palace and head to Downing Street. I think the Labour team want to capture some of the exuberance of the moment, to project the joy that pretty much automatically should come with a majority that was on the scale of Tony Blair's in 1997, but also to show momentum, to show that they understand the message that millions of voters have sent them overnight in this general election. So appointments to the cabinet within hours. I think a sense that this is a government that's going to get on over the weekend, possibly a cabinet meeting as early as tomorrow, and agenda-setting items being announced on Sunday and into next week. Keir Starmer facing his first foreign trip to Washington on Tuesday evening to meet world leaders. He will also meet particularly European leaders 10 days after that. This period between now and the summer will be an absolute blitz. Keir Starmer's job right now, beginning as Prime Minister, will be to reintroduce himself to the British public. Here we have a leader since 2020 where somewhere in the region of 34% of the voting public have chosen him to be the United Kingdom's Prime Minister. But he needs to show what kind of Prime Minister he is, what his mettle is made of, how he will govern after a campaign that gave us some clues, but with this scale of a majority, this scale of ability and political flexibility to take the country where he wants, people now want to know what that looks like.
Just to reflect for a moment on the kind of human side of what we're seeing. Keir Starmer's just gone through a roller coaster night of results. He's, I'm sure, had absolutely no sleep at all, or just grabbed a couple of moments here and there. Coffee, he told me before, is his drink of the election. So I imagine he's had a few cups of that to keep him awake. And now, of course, that moment of stillness, of everything slowing down behind the gates of Buckingham Palace with his wife, Victoria, who, of course, she had quite a low profile during the campaign, other than the kind of Taylor Swift picture, but by the side of Sir Keir Starmer.
The footmen have come out to the Prime Ministerial car, and so very shortly the Prime Minister will appear with his wife, Lady Starmer, and he will return from the palace to number 10 Downing Street. And it's just a process of preparing for that departure. We always see the footmen come out first, but of course the Prime Minister will be escorted by the King's Private Secretary, Sir Clive Alderton, who will have been having a conversation right now about much that needs to be done. There's an enormous amount that needs to happen. It's function and process maybe, but the King is so much a part of it because what will be formed is His Majesty's new government. And so every appointment needs to pass by the King through the King's Private Secretary. So there are going to be many moments that the King has to take part in, not least every one of the existing Conservative ministers and secretaries of state will need to deliver up their seals of office to the King very shortly in order that the King can hand them physically to the new ministers and new secretaries of state that maybe the King and the Prime Minister have already agreed to, but which will need to be agreed to before they can be presented. And then we will obviously hear that they've been appointed before that presentation. But it is a reminder that what we are witnessing is a constitutional process of change where the King has taken the clear indication of the national vote and the function of government is being passed from one administration to the next. So with the footmen now being by the car, I imagine the final farewells, maybe some introductions by the private secretary to the other private secretaries of the King's team, because sometimes Sir Clive is not always available and other private secretaries look after the King's programme, and they may well meet the new Prime Minister when he comes on his private audiences week after week with the King, either here at Buckingham Palace, sometimes it can be up in Scotland, as I was saying, at Balmoral, or wherever the King chooses and it's suitable for the Prime Minister. The King will always try and work to what is most suitable for his head of government.
I wonder if there is something of relief for the King. There has been undoubted constitutional turmoil now for years. We've seen changes of Prime Minister, uncertainty over Brexit. Now, at this point, with a majority, an impregnable majority in the Commons, and a Prime Minister who could well be there for 5 interrupted years, so different to the landscape, the political landscape that we've had for the last 5 years, I wonder whether the King, quietly pleased that the constitutional temperature, the political temperature, is coming down.
We watched the King at his coronation, and here comes the new Prime Minister. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom making his way to the challenges that lie ahead with the authority given to him by the King. What we have witnessed at Buckingham Palace has been the head of state, His Majesty the King, taking from Rishi Sunak the authority of head of government and passing it in reflection of the nation's choice at the first general election of his reign to Sir Keir Starmer, who carries that forward. It has been a constitutional pause where the King has given effect to the national choice.
Keir Starmer Keir Starmer is now Prime Minister, the first day of the rest of his life. Only 57 people experiencing it before, and really a remarkable rise for a man who only became an MP in 2015. He's got the mandate now, he's got the majority. The question is, what is he going to do with it? Because I'm sure even the new Prime Minister himself would admit that he faces a very difficult inheritance. And if there has been a criticism of the man who now goes to Downing Street, sitting in the back of that car alongside his wife Victoria, it's that he's been slightly unknowable, slightly impenetrable. Will we learn a bit more about the vision of the man who now certainly has the majority to drive through real reform and change the future of the United Kingdom? Beth Rigby, our political editor, is in Downing Street. She is awaiting the arrival of that car. Beth.
Yeah, and Sophie, this really is an extraordinary moment, and I think we should just take a moment to take in what is happening. He has won a majority after 14 years out of power. There has only been 3 handovers of power since 1979, this being the 4th. So it's a huge moment in the country's history. It's an incredible achievement for Sir Keir Starmer. He now has a majority that is bigger than 2001, Tony Blair's second administration. He's become only the second person to win 400 parliamentary seats in the post-war period, so in over 70 years. It really is quite an astounding victory and a real inflection point for a country where there is a whole generation of people that will not remember a Labour administration. Young people that won't remember a time when Labour ruled the UK. We don't change power in this country particularly often. And when you look at the past century or so, the Conservatives have been in office much, much more than Labour, something like in the past, since 1918, it's something like over 100 years of that has been under, of those 100 or so years, about 30 years of those have been Labour administrations against about 70 for the Conservatives. So it gives you a sense of the scale of the achievement and also the way it might feel the country could change. And yes, there will be questions about how will he govern? Will he really deliver the change in this country that he's talked about, or will he quite quickly disappoint an already sceptical electorate? But you cannot take away from him this resounding victory, this historic victory in this landmark election, that whatever he does with it will go down in the history books of one of the biggest wins in post-war Britain. And that's why these people are here today, because they actually want to take it in. They want to celebrate it. The Labour Party and their activists haven't really enjoyed a moment like this since 1997, when Tony Blair won that famous landslide with New Labour.
And Beth, as you've been speaking, we have seen Sir Keir Starmer, the new Prime Minister, just pulling in around the back of Downing Street with Victoria, getting out of the car, going into Admiralty House. The next time we see him, I'm sure he will be coming out of the door just behind you to, I'm sure, rapturous applause in Downing Street. What tone do you think he's going to take in the speech? I'm kind of intrigued to see, I guess, if he allows himself to bask in the glory of his big victory, or if actually it's more sober than that.
I don't think he will be basking in any glory. The whole way through the campaign, he's talked about how he wants to be humble in the service of the British people, to put the government in the service of working people, to govern for the country, not the party. And I think we will see those themes. I think also that he will be serious and with a sense of urgency. I think he will reiterate, as he did in the campaign, that he wants to govern with determination and focus. And I think it will be a very inclusive speech in which he tries to bring the country together. He's going to come out, I think, he'll greet supporters and then he will come to the lectern. There will be waves, there will be flags, there will be celebrations. This is a massive moment of celebration for a Labour Party that has only had Tony Blair as its Prime Minister since 1979. I was 3 years old when Margaret Thatcher became Prime Minister, and it wasn't until I was a teenager or a young woman that there was a Labour government. And there will be lots of people out there, lots of teenagers and people in their early 20s, they won't know a Labour government. It will feel very different. It is the end of the Conservative era for the time being. It's a massive moment. It doesn't happen often. And as I said, they have lost 4 general elections on the bounce. So today will be, I think, a day of celebration. But I think tomorrow there will be a cabinet and the work will really begin. And as I said, I think there will be a sense of urgency. But Keir Starmer, I think, will be very humble in his victory. He will recognise that he still has a lot to do to win the support of the public. One of his advisors said to me actually the other day, Sophie, that they recognise that if they did win the election, and as it turned out they won it rather spectacularly, that as soon as they won, there'll be lots of people that won't vote for them again because their job's done. They actually wanted to get out the Conservatives rather than bring in a Labour government. That was the motivation. That was the primary motivation for many, many people that voted Labour. And so Keir Starmer has to sell himself, his vision for Britain, his policy, his government to the public all over again. And I think that they won't take anything for granted. I don't think there will be any hubris in any of this moment. And I think, as I said, I think he will be very humble and serious and solemn and workmanlike, which is how he has always led the Labour Party. And I don't think he's going to change now on the back of this massive majority.
Perhaps a reflection as well of the mood of the country, Beth. A more cynical public, lower expectations for politicians, perhaps chiming in with that mood. I was quite struck by what you said about the Labour advisor talking about people effectively lending Keir Starmer their vote to get rid of the Conservatives. I mean, we can see how quickly that can change with so many people, as Boris Johnson put it, lending their vote to him from the Red Wall last time. And now, of course, the Red Wall very firmly back in place. Keir Starmer will be hoping to have built a more resilient majority after that extraordinary, historic election results last night.
Well, yes, it was, as I was saying earlier, like sometimes landslides by their very dint are built on quite shaky foundations, as Boris Johnson found out and as Keir Starmer will fear. You know, when Boris Johnson won that huge majority, we all thought he would be in for a decade, that he'd redrawn the political map, only to see how quickly that can be frittered away. And Keir Starmer does want to lead a decade of national renewal. He said he wants 2 terms. And he knows that if he is to get that second term, he's got to deliver the results in the first one. It's interesting too, Sophie, you were talking about him. He will be a 70-year-old man if he does win 2 terms. He's in his early 60s now. He's got 2 teenage children, so this will be his project, if you like. The other thing I would say about him that's a bit different from many other prime ministers is he does come from a working class background. He is unusual in that. There haven't been a string of prime ministers that have walked through the doors of Downing Street that came from a background like his. There was MacDonald, there was Edward Heath, Ted Heath, Callaghan, Major. He's also the 5th Labour leader now to win from opposition. He goes into the Hall of Fame with MacDonald, Attlee, Wilson, Blair, and now Sir Keir Starmer. He's the 7th Labour Prime Minister that this country has had. And as I said, he will hope that he can have a decade in power if he uses this majority wisely and if he delivers on some of the promises that he has made the British people. And I think from the get-go, that is going to be their aim and endeavour.
Thank you, Beth. Well, as Beth was saying, we are awaiting the first speech by Sir Keir Starmer. We are watching the door of number 10. Keir Starmer today becoming the 58th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Just 6 of his predecessors had been Labour politicians, so this does not happen often. You can see there Sir Keir Starmer and his wife Victoria holding hands and getting back into that car. They're leaving Admiralty House. They're back in the car. And now the very short drive, we believe, to number 10 Downing Street, where his supporters have been patiently waiting, waving their flags, waiting to celebrate the record-breaking, history-defining majority that Sir Keir Starmer won, only second, of course, to the one that Tony Blair managed in 1997. I wonder what he's thinking about in that car as he sits with Victoria. He knows that this speech matters. He's got the mandate, he's got the majority, and now a nation awaits to find out what is he going to do with it. Beth Rigby is awaiting that car. Beth, he started driving. He's going to be with you soon.
Yeah, we're going to have him here shortly. And as you said, he's only the 7th Labour Prime Minister. He's won an absolutely astounding majority. He's crushed his opponents. He always said to me he was ruthless, and he really is. They ran a strategy to target marginal seats, not to pile up votes in seats where Labour were already winning, and they have executed this with absolute precision. He has not got a huge vote share. He's got nothing like the vote share that Tony Blair won in 1997. But he has also perhaps been the beneficiary of tactical voting. The cheers are up. I think the car is coming in. Keir Starmer's coming in.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have just returned from Buckingham Palace, where I accepted an invitation from His Majesty the King to form the next government of this great nation. I want to thank the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. His achievement as the first British Asian Prime Minister of our country, the extra effort that will have required, should not be underestimated by anyone. And we pay tribute to that today. And we also recognise the dedication and hard work he brought to his leadership. But now our country has voted decisively for change, for national renewal, and a return of politics to public service. When the gap between the sacrifices made by people and the service they receive from politicians grows this big, it leads to a weariness in the heart of a nation, a draining away of the hope, the spirit, the belief in a better future, that we need to move forward together. Now, this wound, this lack of trust, can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. But we can make a start today with the simple acknowledgement that public service is a privilege and that your government should treat every single person in this country with respect. If you voted Labour yesterday, we will carry the responsibility of your trust as we rebuild our country. But whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Politics can be a force for good. We will show that. We've changed the Labour Party, returned it to service, and that is how we will govern. Country first, party second. Yet, if I'm honest, service is merely a precondition of hope, and it is surely clear to everyone that our country needs a bigger reset, a rediscovery of who we are, because no matter how fierce the storms of history, one of the great strengths of this nation has always been our ability to navigate a way to calmer waters. And yet this depends upon politicians, particularly those who stand for stability and moderation, as I do, recognising when we must change course. For too long now, we've turned a blind eye as millions slid into greater insecurity. Nurses, builders, drivers, carers, people doing the right thing, working harder every day, recognised at moments like this before, yet as soon as the cameras stop rolling, their lives are ignored. I want to say very clearly to those people, not this time. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. The world is now a more volatile place. This will take a while. But have no doubt that the work of change begins immediately. Have no doubt that we will rebuild Britain with wealth created in every community, our NHS back on its feet facing the future, secure borders, safer streets, everyone treated with dignity and respect at work, the opportunity of clean British power, cutting your energy bills for good. And brick by brick, we will rebuild the infrastructure of opportunity, the world-class schools and colleges, the affordable homes that I know are the ingredients of hope for working people, the security that working-class families like mine can build their lives around. Because if I asked you now whether you believe that Britain will be better for your children, I know too many of you would say no. And so my government will fight every day until you believe again. From now on, you have a government unburdened by doctrine, guided only by the determination to serve your interest, to defy, quietly, those who have written our country off. You have given us a clear mandate, and we will use it to deliver change, to restore service and respect to politics, end the era of noisy performance, tread more lightly on your lives, and unite our country. 4 nations standing together again, facing down, as we have so often in our past, the challenges of an insecure world, committed to a calm and patient rebuilding. So, with respect and humility, I invite you all to join this government of service in the mission of national renewal. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
And there we have it, the very first speech of our new Prime Minister, the man with the mandate, all 412 seats of it, setting out his vision of politics as public service. He's brought his party back from the brink. The question now is, can he do the same with the country? Will it be a new dawn breaking or a brief pause in the rain? Beth Rigby, our political editor, is on Downing Street for us. Beth, it was a broad brush speech. There weren't many specifics. He promised change, but he was careful to say it wouldn't be as easy as flicking a switch.
What that was a speech that sought to bring back a country that is divided, tired, worn out, fed up. And I think he tried to speak to the grievance and disillusionment that people are feeling about politicians and public life, and he repeated these sentiments In a way, he was trying to say to the public, I get you and I hear you. He started off trying to be very statesmanlike. No politics of division in this. This was all about bringing people together. First, he praised Rishi Sunak for his dedication. He then went on to a massive theme of that speech, which was trust, talking about the gap between politicians and people, the wariness in the heart of the nation. He talked about actions, not words. He said, I know that is what the country needs. He then moved on to another big theme that we've heard time and again in this election campaign, service. You heard it there, country first, party second. I want to put government back into the service of working people. He talked about stability and moderation. He talked about bringing the country back together. But I think the most emotive part of the speech was when he tried to talk directly to voters, saying, I hear your grievances. He said that a Britain he leads should be better for your children. And he said too many people in this country, if they were asked that, would say no. And he said, I will fight for you every day until you say yes again. He said he'd been given a clear mandate. He said he wanted to end the period of performative politics. And then he ended by saying, with respect and humility, I invite you to join a government of service for national renewal. And all the language in that, it wasn't about a changed Labour Party, really. It wasn't about party politics. It was neither celebratory, it wasn't crowing, it was humble. It really was trying to paint a picture of a Prime Minister that wants to govern for everyone. And he actually reached out again to people who hadn't voted for him and said, I will serve as your Prime Minister regardless of whether you supported me or not. And then in the end of all of that, what you also heard was the sense of urgency about getting on with the job. And within the street, there were tears. I could see tears. It was very emotional. He was very emotional. We say, Keir Starmer isn't a politician that shows much emotion, but there with his wife, Victoria, greeting all the activists, it felt joyful. It felt like the end of one era and the ushering in of another. It was optimistic, and I think it spoke to the grievances of the country. Now, whether he can pull it off is a completely different discussion, which I think we will have increasingly in coming days. But as an opening pitch to a public where the rise of other parties we are seeing in this election, and Labour is winning, but the vote share is low, it was a Prime Minister that sees the problems ahead and thinks he has a way through. Really, a sort of national government, really, is the kind of way he was trying to present it rather than a partisan Labour one.
Beth, thank you very much indeed. As you were saying there, I'm sure there will be so much for you and I to discuss in those first 100 days of the new government. Thank you, Beth. Just want to take a pause because it really does feel like we just witnessed a moment in history, doesn't it? These transfers of power do not happen very often, and it does feel like that glimpse that we got of Sir Keir Starmer and his wife Victoria on the steps of number 10, that famous door we're so familiar of, that really did feel like a moment in history. The hard work, of course, begins now. He'll be straight through those doors. He'll be meeting the civil servants. He'll be confronted by the pictures of those 57 previous prime ministers. And then, of course, onto the briefings, the phone calls with international leaders. No time for a let-up from Sir Keir Starmer. We're joined by Sam Coates, our deputy political editor, and also our election analyst, Adam Bolton, as well. Sam, what did you make of the speech?
Well, as our new Prime Minister promised to navigate to calmer waters, I interestingly think he struck a slightly bolder tone than in some parts of the election campaign, as he talked and essentially gave a promise to the millions who he said have slid into greater insecurity, the nurses and the drivers. And there was a promise, and it's a promise that's going to be quite hard to carry off to make their lives better. He said it won't be quick, it will take a while, but that was his bond with the people, that was his promise to the people in that opening address. But undoubtedly there was joy, and you can see the pictures here. This is a moment of immense significance. That is Keir Starmer walking into Downing Street, greeting Sir Simon Case, the Cabinet Secretary, may not be Cabinet Secretary for that much longer, and walking past the people that he will now share a building with. He will live in this building and work alongside the people that you can see in those pictures. He will head straight to the Cabinet room for a brief introduction from the Cabinet Secretary before being given the first security briefing, where he has, within a matter of minutes of entering that black door, have to make monumental decisions about life and death. In that room, in the next few minutes, quite possibly right now, Keir Starmer is being asked to choose what happens in the event of a nuclear attack and to make other key decisions about Britain's national security feature, a nuclear deterrent. And we know not what they are. I'm told that we know about the decision about whether or not to retaliate. And there are two other big national security decisions a new Prime Minister is making right now that we have no idea what they are. And those secrets have never leaked.
A brief thought, Adam, on one of the very few transfers of power that people will ever witness.
Well, one of the things we can be sure of is that Sir Keir Starmer will do those security briefings. I think Liz Truss famously said she was too busy to do them when she went into number 10. That said, the theme was absolutely there. He talked about a government of service and a mission of national renewal, and that is the kind of unifying message of hard work he wants to get out, not a lot of laughs.
Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock and you're watching Sky News. Within the last few moments, the new Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has made his very first speech as PM on Downing Street. He was appointed Prime Minister by King Charles at Buckingham Palace around an hour ago. Sir Keir then addressed the nation after Labour won that landslide victory in the general election. He said that he'd been given a clear mandate, which he will now use to deliver change. You can see those moments of smiles.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I have just returned from Buckingham Palace, where I accepted an invitation. I have just returned from Buckingham Palace to form the next government of this great nation. I want to thank the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. His achievement as the first British Asian Prime Minister of our country, the extra effort that will have required, should not be underestimated by anyone. And we pay tribute to that today. And we also recognise the dedication and hard work he brought to his leadership. But now our country has voted decisively for change, for national renewal, and a return of politics to public service. When the gap between the sacrifices made by people and the service they receive from politicians grows this big, it leads to a weariness in the heart of a nation, a draining away of the hope, the spirit, the belief in a better future, that we need to move forward together. Now, this wound, this lack of trust, can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. But we can make a start today with the simple acknowledgement that public service is a privilege and that your government should treat every single person in this country with respect. If you voted Labour yesterday, we will carry the responsibility of your trust as we rebuild our country. But whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Politics can be a force for good. We will show that. We've changed the Labour Party, returned it to service, and that is how we will govern. Country first, party second. Yet, if I'm honest, service is merely a precondition of hope, and it is surely clear to everyone that our country needs a bigger reset, a rediscovery of who we are, because no matter how fierce the storms of history, one of the great strengths of this nation has always been our ability to navigate a way to calmer waters. And yet this depends upon politicians, particularly those who stand for stability and moderation, as I do, recognising when we must change course. For too long now, we've turned a blind eye as millions slid into greater insecurity. Nurses, builders, drivers, carers, people doing the right thing, working harder every day, recognised at moments like this before, yet as soon as the cameras stop rolling, their lives are ignored. I want to say very clearly to those people, not this time. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. The world is now a more volatile place. This will take a while. But have no doubt that the work of change begins immediately. Have no doubt that we will rebuild Britain with wealth created in every community, our NHS back on its feet facing the future, secure borders, safer streets, everyone treated with dignity and respect at work, the opportunity of clean British power cutting your energy bills for good. And brick by brick, we will rebuild the infrastructure of opportunity, the world-class schools and colleges, the affordable homes that I know are the ingredients of hope for working people, the security that working-class families like mine can build their lives around. Because if I asked you now whether you believe that Britain will be better for your children, I know too many of you would say no. And so my government will fight every day until you believe again. From now on, you have a government unburdened by doctrine, guided only by the determination to serve your interest, to defy, quietly, those who have written our country off. You have given us a clear mandate, and we will use it to deliver change, to restore service and respect to politics, end the era of noisy performance, tread more lightly on your lives, and unite our country. 4 nations standing together again, facing down, as we have so often in our past, the challenges of an insecure world, committed to a calm and patient rebuilding. So, with respect and humility, I invite you all to join this government of service in the mission of national renewal. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
So there we have it, the first words from our new Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, today becoming the 58th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. We're joined now by our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, and also Adam Bolton, our election commentator, a well-known face, of course, as well. Adam, it was an interestingly pitched speech. He talked about a weary public.
Yes, it was, and not many smiles, not many laughs. And I'm interested in that phrase, you're going to tread more lightly on your lives. I mean, I think that was a kind of implicit rebuke to the very performative prime ministers we've had, not necessarily Mr Sunak, but before that, Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, and even perhaps to a certain extent David Cameron, you know, people who were out in front of the public all the time saying, do as I say. And that may actually be, it could almost turn out to be a secret weapon, I think, if we actually just hear less of the government telling us what to do and spelling things out. Of course, it could be seen, if you're cynical, as a way of trying to back out of some of the culture war arguments, which don't always work haven't always worked to the Labour Party's advantage.
It's a big mission, isn't it, for Sir Keir Starmer? In some ways, it was a broad brush speech, Sam. You know, not many specifics there, not many big promises that he can kind of be held to account to. But at the same time, he did also promise to make people's lives better. That's not always easy.
I think the biggest thing about Keir Starmer's speech was he was effectively promising a political reset. Easy to do in your first speech on number 10, with all of the goodwill and the cheering around you. Perhaps quite difficult to pull off in practice, with a nation that will be standing there, arms folded, go on, make my life better then. But that promise of making people's lives better, the drivers, the nurses, is something he did promise. There is so much joy you could see in that street today, and it's important to recognise why. This is a Labour Party that has lost 4 general elections in a row, but now has won by a landslide. The political blank cheque that Keir Starmer is able to write means he both has the freedom and the flexibility, albeit in a world where there is not a great deal of money to fulfil promises, but the hope that comes with that is both an opportunity and could turn into a burden if he does not do it. Also, in that 6-minute speech on the steps of Downing Street was a restatement of those 5 missions that he is going to put at the heart of his time in Downing Street. And they are big promises as well. Fastest growth in the G7, promising to clean up the streets, and on and on and on. Make no mistake, the specifics in Labour's manifesto were small, but the promises Keir Starmer is making today couldn't be bigger. He's setting himself up for a real challenge.
Thanks both very much indeed. Well, Sam was just touching on it, wasn't he? The kind of momentum of the moment. It did feel like a point in history, didn't it? Let's get a bit more reaction to that now. We've got the Conservative commentator Tim Montgomery and the Labour peer Ayesha Hazarika. Ayesha, I want to go to you first. I'm sure you won't mind me telling people you've got a tissue on your hand. It's felt like quite an emotional moment for you.
It It was so emotional, and I do feel really emotional talking about it. And, you know, you've all known me for a long time. I mean, we last won an election back in 2005, a very, very long time ago. It has been a long, dark, bitter, brutal time for us in opposition, where we just lost and lost and lost and felt the futility of just being in opposition. And when Keir Starmer took over, nobody thought he could do it. You know, all my friends and I were just messaging each other saying we thought he was a great guy, thought he could be a good caretaker, you know, leader to get the next leader closer. And when Boris Johnson won that huge majority in 2019, many of us thought that Labour would be out of the game for at least another 2 terms. So I think just taking a step back and just appreciating the huge journey that Keir Starmer has taken the party on is quite overwhelming. And just, I've known Keir Starmer for quite a while before he was leader. I got to know him quite well after he became leader. And I remember him saying to me, I'm going to do this. And he has a sort of steely determination. I remember thinking, come on. You know, fair enough. We all want to punch big, you know, aim big. And he is somebody who he's not performative, as he said in that speech, but he quietly gets things done. And I think the thing that really struck me, as I've seen him make many speeches, I've talked to him about making speeches in the past, to me, that speech is the speech he has really wanted to make for such a long time. I think we saw a bit of the real Keir Starmer there, moving away from party management. This line that Adam touched upon about wanting politics to tread lightly in your life, I think that's something he feels really strongly about. He wants to take politics away from being this out-of-control kind of car crash circus, something which is psychologically quite traumatic for the public, and take it back to politics being quiet in your life, being a force for good, not interfering with your day-to-day, not bringing you kind of trauma or bringing trouble to your door. But the key part for me was when he said this weariness at the heart of the nation, this wound, this lack of trust can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. I think that's a big signal to what Sam was saying, is he knows that many people have lent him their vote to get rid of the Tories after 14 years of vandalism, but he knows he's got to deliver.
It's interesting, you're saying that you kind of almost saw the real Keir Starmer there. You know, I've interviewed him quite a lot over the years. He's always been quite kind of restrained, quite careful. And I just felt like seeing him there, whether it's walking down the street, arm in arm with his wife, or on the door of number 10, it was almost as if his shoulders were like up by his ears, and then he suddenly let out
But you know what? It's because that Ming vase has been carried across the floor.
He hasn't smashed it.
It's encased in a beautiful velvet case, and everyone can relax now for a bit.
Tim, I couldn't help thinking of you when Aisha was talking about what was the long, dark, awful years of opposition.
Yeah, well, first of all, can I say, you know, I'm hopefully fundamentally a patriot. You know, it's not my choice of Prime Minister, but I want him to succeed. And 6 long weeks ago, the last Prime Minister to speak in Downing Street, you know, just consider the theatrics of it. The rain, of course, you remember. But you had the din in the background of protest and the blaring music of things could only get better. That was quiet after the crowds had allowed him to speak. He was able to deliver his message, almost like the controversy, the anger, the sense of the country out of control, just passed temporarily. With the majority he has, we have a Prime Minister absolutely in charge. And as well as the words, the environment, I think, spoke to me quite clearly. Now, it'll soon be like people like me will be throwing tough questions and criticisms at him. But just at that moment, this moment of the transfer of power, beautifully done in this country. We had no Trumpian protests from Rishi Sunak, a gracious welcome to the new Prime Minister. We should be proud of our country in moments like this. And I'm not sure I wish him political success, but I certainly wish the new Prime Minister success to deliver the programme he's promised to bring to the British people. And certainly a quietness. That, again, what Adam said, treading lightly. That we've had too much politics, too much showbiz, too much soap opera from the party I supported and still support. A little bit less of that would be welcome.
And I think the other thing which is going to be really important is that I think he has got the right temperament to handle the stresses and strains of Downing Street. I think the fact he's a bit older going into politics, I think the fact that he has managed quite big civil servant kind of departments before, And when he walks into Downing Street, you saw the kind of reverse shot of him walking in with Simon Keys. Remember, all those new people are not part of his team. He's never met them before. They're the civil servants. But he is somebody who's comfortable with the world of bureaucracy. He's comfortable with the world of civil servants. He's brought Sue Gray with him as his chief of staff. And I think he is going to have the right temperament to deal with just how much you have to deal with it at Downing Street. I mean, as leader of the opposition, of course, he's had to deal with a lot, but he is going to have everything thrown at him. But I think the other thing is the civil servants will feel some comfort knowing that unless something terrible happens, they will have one Prime Minister in there probably for the next 5 years. And also, I think he will help restore a bit of honour and dignity and stability, not just to government, but to the institutions around government, like the civil service, which have been really quite scarred and caught up in the drama of politics over the last sort of period.
He was certainly alluding to that in the speech, wasn't he, when he was talking about, I guess, restoring politics to public service. It felt like that was almost the key message.
I mean, what we've got fundamentally is one of the most experienced Prime Ministers walking into Downing Street. It wasn't just that he's familiar with civil servants. As head of the Department for Public Prosecutions, as Britain's chief prosecutor, he sat around the table with the other heads of Whitehall departments on a weekly basis in that period towards the end of Gordon Brown's years and the opening years of David Cameron's premiership. He had to enact austerity in the department that he ran. He knows all about the interactions between ministers and civil servants, albeit from the other side. Nevertheless, an experience, I think, all near unprecedented, certainly unprecedented in our lifetimes. And that will set a course quite unlike some of the more turbulent starts. He has an aim of stability. We're hearing from shadow cabinet, soon-to-be cabinet members, that they're expecting to be appointed maybe even for 5 years. Now, that, in my political experience, sounds like quite a tall order. But that is the ambition. He thinks that they can set goals that can be achieved over that period. He wants to put missions at the heart of his premiership. He is somebody who's thought about how it should work, and the big question now is, can it in the way that he wants?
That, of course, was, again, a new Labour thing of keeping people in their office, if possible, for long periods of time. I think one of the tests is going to be this afternoon, actually, just how quickly and how firmly he moves on appointing his new cabinet. My suspicion is he might surprise people with his ruthlessness in what he puts in place, because I think one of the things I think came across very much in that speech about Keir Starmer is, although, you know, he has a sort of slight kind of boring bureaucrat image, if you look at his career, he has been someone who, actually, a editor of a broadsheet newspaper described him as a killer, someone who will move in and enforce pretty quickly.
It'd be interesting to see. Of course, he's got to do the mini reshuffle, we know, from the shadow cabinet team, because Thangam Debonair, who was the shadow culture secretary, not keeping her seat. Will he use that as a launchpad to be more revolutionary, more radical? We'll find out.
With Jonathan Reynolds as well,
Jonathan
Ashworth.
I think he does have to be careful about that, though, because, look, he's won a historic majority, there's no doubt about that. And as history looks back on the events of yesterday, a massive Labour majority will be one of the themes. There's a potential another big theme, and that is perhaps the end of the British two-party political system. To be elected with the huge majority that he got on 34% of the popular vote, I wasn't expecting that yesterday. I don't think many of us were. Certainly not what the opinion polls were pointing to. And, you know, how does he convince people that he really had... You know, lots of Labour people wanted him to be more bold, to energise people. And he didn't do that really in the election. He played very safe. So to be radical on the back of only getting 34% of the vote could be very difficult. And he could run into problems very quickly because of that.
I think he's very conscious that a lot of people, and to coin Boris Johnson's phrase, have lent him their vote. He also has a big test...
A lot of people didn't lend him their vote at all.
But he also has a big test coming up. You know, there are big Scottish elections coming up in 2026. He and his team, and I have spoken to them about this, they are under no illusion that they have got to be seen to deliver in very difficult circumstances under a very tight fiscal inheritance. But they are cognisant of the fact that they will have to be seen to deliver soon.
But, let's be fair. He got 10% less than Theresa May when she lost her parliamentary majority. That, the vagaries of the first past the post system, which I still support, that's a big fact that should weigh heavily on his mind.
But Tim, he's just going to be thinking he's won, and that is
that would be dangerous if that's the only thing he thinks.
Then he will have to deliver. But his primary job was to get through that door today, which he's done, and now the hard work starts.
And I acknowledge that. That's one part of the history that was made yesterday. But winning on 34%, that's not a small factor. And no one predicted it.
Time will tell.
Thank you both very much indeed. We'll have more from Sam and Adam soon as well. Well, we've been talking an awful lot about the speech by Sir Keir Starmer, the new Prime Minister. But politics in the UK is swift, it is brutal, because a little earlier today, Rishi Sunak was the one speaking in Downing Street for the very last time as Prime Minister. He confirmed he will stand down. He apologised, saying that he has heard the anger of the electorate. Let's take a listen to some of that speech.
To the country, I would like to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change, and yours is the only judgment that matters. I have heard your anger, your disappointment, and I take responsibility for this loss. To all the Conservative candidates and campaigners who worked tirelessly but without success, I am sorry that we could not deliver what your efforts deserved. It pains me to think how many good colleagues who contributed so much to their communities and our country will now no longer sit in the House of Commons. I thank them for their hard work and their service. Following this result, I will step down as party leader, not immediately, but once the formal arrangements for selecting my successor are in place. But I leave this job honoured to have been your Prime Minister. This is the best country in the world, and it is thanks entirely to you, the British people, the true source of all our achievements, our strengths, and our greatness. Thank you.
Rishi Sunak there, giving his final speech as Prime Minister before, of course, he travelled to the palace to see the King and submit his resignation. Well, throughout the day here on Sky News, we are going to be discussing the outcome of that general election with our panel of guests. In this hour, we are joined by Dehenna Davison, who's a former Conservative MP for Bishop Auckland and Levelling Up Minister, and also Tom Baldwin, a former Director of Communications and Strategy at the Labour Party, also biographer of Sir Keir Starmer. Also with us throughout the day, I barely need to introduce them, I think, by this point, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, and of course, Adam Bolton as well, our election analyst. We'll have more from you both shortly, but I just want to pick up with both of you. Tom, I feel like you know Keir Starmer perhaps more than anyone after writing the biography of him. You spent hours and hours with him.
Might have a sort of like said.
Fair, she's probably got a claim to that as well, I admit. What did you make of his speech today and the fact that he's now become the 58th Prime Minister?
I thought it was really interesting. I mean, watching him walk up Downing Street, I kept spotting these very old friends of his. John Murray, who taught him all about indie music when he was at Leeds University. There's Parvesh Java, who worked on the Death Penalty Project with saving lives in the Africa and the Caribbean. And I think those friends are absolutely a huge part of the kind of Prime Minister he's going to be, the sort of sense that he's going to keep these sort of links back to the old life he had before he was a politician, really important to him. And then he stands up and speaks. And some of the themes that he's been exploring, so he does talk about stability and calmer times, politics that treads less heavily on people's lives. But he also recognises some of the anger out there, recognises there's a huge issue about trust, that people don't like politics. They don't believe that politics can change people's lives. And so he says, the test. I mean, I think at one point last night, I wrote it down. He said, the fight for trust defines our age. And he's aware that, seeing what's happening in France, what's happening in the United States, what's happening around the world. And Britain has voted, given Labour a landslide, for this kind of grown-up, quite centrist, moderate government, fact-based government. And he's aware that you can't just stand on that You can't just say, we'll be competent. It says we've got to address this trust issue. That means doing something. It says if you can achieve, change some things, not everything with a three-word slogan, but change something, that will do more to restore trust and faith in politics than any fancy speech.
I'm really interested, Diana, on your view on this. I saw you nodding along to parts of that, and of course, you were sort of elected on the wave of people lending the Conservatives their vote, hoping that levelling up would happen. How do you feel now, seeing, I guess, the people just switching off from the Conservatives? They feel let down, don't they?
They do, and it's devastating that we weren't able to prove that we're the party that should be in government, that are serving them in the right kind of way. I hope that in time to come we can regain their trust again. But just reflecting on Starmer's speech, I mean, I didn't want to like it, of course, I didn't want to like it, but honestly, I thought he struck a really wise tone. It was calm, it was collected, but as you said, it recognised the anger out there, it recognised the lack of trust, talked about rebuilding that, which I think all of us as politicians really need to work on after the sort of recent tumultuous years that we've had.
Mm. And do you think, you're talking about rebuilding, and we've been focusing on Keir Starmer as well, but there's big choices ahead for your party
Absolutely.
too. Like, what direction do you go in? What's your own analysis of it?
I think it's going to be interesting seeing where the dust starts to settle over the next couple of days. Of course, there will be individuals who are going away having a think and deciding whether or not they decide to throw their hat into the ring. My view is that at this stage it would be a mistake to drift heavily to the right. I think we need to recognise that we did not just lose votes to Reform, we did lose votes to Reform. We lost votes to Labour, we lost votes to the Lib Dems, we lost votes to the Greens in some places. And we need to recognise that if we do want to be a party of government again and we want to win, we can only do that by uniting the country and reaching out for that centre ground. So I think the biggest mistake that we could make as a party right now is chasing Reform, because we'll only ever be Reform light in the true believer's eyes anyway. So I hope that sort of sensibility will prevail and that we will take that slightly more moderate approach in our own mission to rebuild trust.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a chance for a quick sip of cups of tea, quick break. We'll have more from both Tom, Diana, Adam and Sam after this short break.
I'm really happy and I'm excited to play there, and I think it will be a good experience.
Excited, it's going to be a good experience. Dad, I've got to ask you, you normally don't tell Banana before she plays in these big tournaments because, you want to keep her calm and for life to be as normal as it can be when you're, a great chess player with all this attention. But you had to tell her about this one because it's such a big deal, right?
Yeah, and also media coverage means people might be asking or somebody might be wishing her. So I just don't want to keep it as a secret. And then she turns back and asks, what is this? So I have to reveal it much in advance. Yes, that's right.
I'm just trying to do my best. I do chess around an hour every day on a school day, and on weekends I do a bit more.
Yeah, there's a real explosion of young Londoners who are taking the chess world by storm. I know there's a big festival, Chess in Schools and Community this weekend that you're taking part in. But Dana, is it hard work or are you still finding it fun?
It's still fun, but I have to work hard as well.
And I suppose the aim is to become a grand chess master. Is that right? How do you become one of those?
I have to get the international master, the title before that, and then I have to get 3 grandmaster norms and 3 international master norms as well.
Hello, welcome back. It has just gone 1:30. Let's remind you again of today's momentous news because Labour has won the general election in dramatic style. With Keir Starmer, the country's new Prime Minister. We can just show you some of the key numbers that unfolded during the night. Well, you can see there that Labour won 412 seats at the election with 34% of the vote. A lot of focus, of course, on that vote share numbers. The Conservatives on 121 seats. That means they lost 250 seats. More seats lost by the Conservatives than any election ever before, around 2/3 of the seats that they won back in 2019 under Boris Johnson. It was a record-breaking night for the Lib Dems too. They picked up a total of 71 seats. That's an additional 63 on the last election. In contrast, though, a really very poor performance by the Scottish National Party. They're currently on just 9 seats in total in Scotland, and some serious questions, I'm sure, will be asked about what message the electorate there trying to send. That's the current state of the parties in this historic election that has left Sir Keir Starmer as officially the United Kingdom's 58th Prime Minister. That is the picture of him visiting the King at Buckingham Palace earlier today. In scenes reminiscent of '97, he was then greeted with cheers by waiting supporters at Downing Street. In his very first speech as leader of the country, he promised to rebuild trust in politics and also to serve the public.
This lack of trust can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. But we can make a start today with the simple acknowledgement that public service is a privilege and that your government should treat every single person in this country with respect. If you voted Labour yesterday, we will carry the responsibility of your trust as we rebuild our country. But whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Politics can be a force for good. We will show that. We've changed the Labour Party, returned it to service, and that is how we will govern. Country first, party second.
Well, in a sign of just how quick and brutal politics in the UK can be, this was the scenes outside that very same door earlier this morning when Rishi Sunak left Downing Street for the last time before announcing his resignation as Prime Minister.
To the country, I would like to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change, and yours is the only judgment that matters. I have heard your anger, your disappointment, and I take responsibility for this loss. To all the Conservative candidates and campaigners who worked tirelessly but without success, I am sorry that we could not deliver what your efforts deserved. It pains me to think how many good colleagues who contributed so much to their communities and our country will now no longer sit in the House of Commons. I thank them for their hard work and their service. Following this result, I will step down as party leader, not immediately, but once the formal arrangements for selecting my successor are in place. But I leave this job honoured to have been your Prime Minister. This is the best country in the world, and it is thanks entirely to you, the British people, the true source of all our achievements, our strengths, and our greatness. Thank you.
Well, here on Sky News, we are following all of the developments of this historic day, this dramatic day with the transfer of power. We're joined by Diana Davison, the former Conservative MP for Bishop Auckland, former Levelling Up Minister Tom Baldwin, former Director communications for the Labour Party and biographer of Sir Keir Starmer, and of course Adam Bolton, still with us as well, our election commentator. Adam, I just feel like we need to take a breath. It's been a dramatic day, hasn't it? The transfer of power, and now, of course, the real business starts. Keir Starmer behind those closed doors in Number 10, I guess, putting his cabinet together.
Yeah, I mean, we're told we're going to start getting cabinet appointments at 2 o'clock. And I'll give you a bet that sorry, we're not allowed to bet anymore.
No betting. None of that.
I think it's likely that Rachel Reeves will probably be the first name out of the hat. But the extraordinary thing, I think, has actually been the change in style. Both Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer have been very dignified in the way they've handed over. But, you know, when we heard Keir Starmer there talking about restoring trust, one was reminded of Rishi Sunak when he took over, talking about governing with integrity, professionalism and accountability. And one of the stories of this campaign is, however hard he tried, he didn't succeed in doing that. So Keir Starmer, by the proof of what happened to Rishi Sunak, has set the bar pretty high for himself.
Tom, I want to bring you in next, because I'm interested to get a bit of a sense about what kind of Prime Minister we can expect from Keir Starmer. I know that we've spoken previously about his ruthlessness. Do you think that's something that we're going to see a bit of?
I don't think you'll see it immediately. I think he'll give the team that he's brought into government a chance in government, including his aides in Downing Street. But what we've seen from Keir Starmer over time is if something's not working, he moves quite swiftly, for any compunction, to fix it. So, you know, I always remember this episode with Ed Miliband, my old boss, and he asked Ed to stand in for PMQs, very short notice once, and Ed did brilliantly. You know, smashed it out of the park. All the sketch writers were saying, there's the passion that's been lacking, why can't Keir Starmer be more like that? I mean, they were never as polite to Ed when he was leading the Labour Party.
Yeah, you'd have liked those headlines at the time, wouldn't
you?
you?
But Ed, Ed got messages from Keir. Ed's wife got messages from Keir saying how brilliant he was. And then a few weeks later, because Keir Starmer wanted to, move towards, be closer and warmer towards business, he took half of Ed Miliband's brief as Shadow Business Secretary away. And I said to him, how can you be so apparently decent and warm and so ruthless? And he said, I don't have any problem with it at all. It's separate places. And, behind that very decent, slightly bluff exterior is a very competitive, very ruthless and also very relentless politician who, despite not having a lot of the kind of skills we associate with political leaders, has proved to be a very, very effective leader of the Labour Party.
Diana, your old seat, Bishop Auckland, went red. What message do you think voters are trying to send?
They're fed up with us, I think. I mean, I can't really put it any more bluntly than that. We've had 14 years in government. We've been very privileged to have 14 years in government. And we have had successes. I think about our record on education, kids and phonics. I could list up a whole load of things, but that's helping nobody this morning. Because the fact is, people had lost their faith in us to deliver the things that we said that we were going to deliver. Thinking about immigration as a key measure, which obviously was a huge feature of this election campaign. And I think it's so disheartening as someone who came in 2019 on this wave of kind of hope, optimism, a new future for the party trying to reinvent itself with fresh faces, a younger demographic, more Northerners, which I know you'll approve of there, Sophie, and promising huge things around levelling up, something that's absolutely core to kind of my ethos on, promoting social mobility. And, I can't lie that COVID obviously dampened things and on the levelling up side definitely dampened things. But I do feel we could have been more relentlessly ruthless on those manifesto promises to make sure that we were proving that we were delivering, that we could show tangible signs of delivery. And there are signs, don't get me wrong, it's not like we've done nothing. I could point to projects all over the country where things have been completed that will improve their communities. But people didn't feel it on a wide enough scale.
Do you want to throw a name out? Who would make a good next leader?
Good next leader? I think there are a number of people who would be great. I was disappointed this morning, God, it feels like yesterday, doesn't it? This morning to see Penny Mordaunt lose her seat, because I assumed she would have put herself forward and I thought she would have been a very strong contender and someone who can unite actually both sides of the party. She has those strong Brexiteer patriotic credentials.
You need to choose someone who's going to be who's an MP, though. That's
I know.
a problem.
Well, that was probably, for me, the most devastating, well-known loss. I don't know. I mean, we need to see who throws their names into the ring. I assume Tom Tugendhat will. I'll be interested to see his pitch because he didn't make it too far through the rounds last time. I'll be interested to see if he can reach out more widely in the party. Other names, I assume, would be Kemi Badenoch and Suella Braverman. Be interesting, again, to see their pitches and which way they decide to reach, because, as I've said, I would much rather we go more towards the centre.
We need to move on, but really interesting to talk to you both, and we'll have more from you on the programme as well, because throughout the day, we are going to be crunching those election numbers that we were just talking about there, discussing what it means. We can go now to Ali Fortescue for her analysis of the results.
Hi, Sophie. Yeah, what a day, what a morning, what an afternoon it's been. We've got most of the figures now, I think pretty much all of them, and there are so many stories to tell today. We'll get into some of the nitty-gritty in a moment, but this is a kind of big story. Look at this, a complete transformation in the political map of this country. Last time round, it was a kind of sea of red. We had that red wall that Boris Johnson built. You could walk, blue wall rather, you could walk from one side to the other on blue Conservative ground. Well, that red wall has been reclaimed by the Labour Party. And down south here, we've had the resurgent Lib Dems recovering from those devastating years after the coalition. They have had a fantastic night. It's been a great night for Ed Davey. And of course, the other story is up here in Scotland. There was one Labour MP remaining after 2019, another one in a by-election. But they've had a brilliant night, nearly 40 Labour MPs elected in Scotland. And of course, a devastating night for the SNP, almost all of that at the SNP's expense. Let's have a look at the kind of big picture in terms of the state of the parties, the winners and losers. And as expected, lots of Labour gains here and a horrific night for the Conservatives in terms of the number of seats lost. Worth saying, there are a few interesting stories in the Labour Party in terms of these losses, some of them down to the Gaza effect. We will get into that in a moment, but as I was saying, the Lib Dems, what a night. They've basically got 7 times the number of seats that they got last time in 2019 when they had 11 seats. And as you can see there, terrible for the SNP, 39 seats lost. We've used the word historic a lot today. What does that actually look like? Well, for the Conservatives, it looks like this. This is vote share, 23.7% this time round down here. How does that compare historically? We'll look at this. Here we go, down through 2010s, the 80s, the 60s, the 40s. You've actually got to go all the way back here. And I think it's as far back as, we don't quite have it on this map, as 1830s, when the whole system was basically reformed and the Tory party created in the way that it is now, that you get this sort of picture. So a very, very bad night for Rishi Sunak. And let's have a quick look at this. This is another way of showing this. This is in terms of kind of terrible nights for parties. How bad is it in terms of the vote share declining? Well, down 24% for the Conservatives last night. And even in the kind of terrible, the early 20th century, the collapse of the Liberals, you don't see anything like this back since 1835. So a few ways of kind of showing how historic that result was. And of course, with these sorts of results come a completely new face of the Conservative Party. And let's have a look at some of the big names that have lost their seats and who is holding on in the Conservative Party, what the future of this party might look like. This, I think, is one of the most important things. You heard Dehanna Davidson mentioning it there. This is Penny Mordaunt's seat, Portsmouth North. It's been a real bellwether seat. It's gone with the winning party, and it has done exactly that this time. Labour have won that seat. The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, he is out, a Labour gain. Johnny Mercer in Plymouth Moorview, he's out as well. A couple of interesting people holding on, though. This was expected to be a really big moment. He could have been the first Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, to lose his seat. He has managed to hold on to a resurgent Lib Dem party in Godalming and Ash. And of course, this was the party chairman accused of making a chicken run to a safer seat in Basildon and Billericay. But Rich Holden has held on with, I think, about 20 votes. I've got Tom Tugendhat here. This could be someone that could become the kind of figure for the centre, the centre of the Conservative Party. He has managed to hold on. It was a pretty safe seat in Tonbridge. And with Penny Mordaunt out, could he become a leadership contender sometime soon? Worth saying, these are cabinet ministers. We've had 10 cabinet ministers and 12 people who are 10 cabinet that have lost their seats, which is quite a lot more than the 7 back in 1997 that lost their seats. But obviously there are people who aren't in cabinet, people like Jacob Rees-Mogg that have lost their seats as well, and people like Suella Braverman, Robert Jenrick that might want a go at the leadership as well. Let's talk a little bit about the Labour Party. We've talked quite a lot about vote share. This is really interesting because it gives you a sense of how kind of efficient this Labour campaign has been, because they've won loads of seats, comparable with 1997. But when it comes to vote share, yes, they are ahead, but actually that gap is narrower. And this is another graph that shows that really well. If we look at this, here you go. So this is how the night kind of proceeded in terms of vote shares, the actual number of people that voted for the Labour Party. And here you go. It is quite a lot lower than in 1997 overall. And it is even lower than 2017 under Jeremy Corbyn. So that, I think, is one of the most interesting graphs to tell the story overnight as well. So not a totally straightforward picture when it comes to the Labour Party. And part of that is down to this. This is the vote share for parties that aren't the two major parties, so the Lib Dems, the Reform parties, other parties. They have had a really good night, better than any time since 1918. So that's part of the picture. Turnout also part of this as well. And I just want to focus in on one story that I haven't done yet today. And these are constituency based on their Muslim population. The further you go this way, the higher the percentage of people who are Muslim. And this has been one of the failures, I think, of the Labour Party, because you can see these seats which have gone independent. And this has been really interesting to see overnight, because Jonathan Ashworth, who, of course, was a senior shadow Labour figure, he has lost his seat in Leicester South. And that was seemed to be down to the Gaza effect. We also know in Birmingham and in Dewsbury too, and in Blackburn. These are the other independents who have got in against the Labour Party with high Muslim populations. And lastly, let's just end on this. Here you go, the swingometer. Under Tony Blair, it got to 8.8 in terms of the swing. What was it last night? Here we go. There you go. So it's actually 10.7, suggests it should be a hung parliament, but that's obviously not what happened. And as I was saying, the picture behind that is quite complex, but it is a significant swing towards the Labour Party. And whatever way you look at it, Sophie, a very good night for Keir Starmer.
He got a majority that he can effectively do what he wants with. Ali, thank you very much indeed. Ali, forward to see you there, crunching the numbers for us. Right, let's speak to our correspondents now, shall we, who've been following some of the results across the United Kingdom. Our political correspondent Serena Barker-Singh is in Swaffham in Norfolk, and Sky's Ashna Horanag is in Glasgow. Serena, to you first. What's happening where you are?
Well, I think from the results last night, we can see that the election has proven to be quite a negative one. Voters seeking to punish, and nowhere is more apparent than here in Liz Truss's constituency. Deep blue Norfolk seat has just turned Labour, the first former Prime Minister to lose their seat in over 100 years. And speaking to some voters here, some of them were openly glad to be rid of her. A lot were embarrassed that she didn't go quietly and that voters had to make their voices known through the ballot box, but none of them are surprised. One Conservative councillor we actually spoke to acknowledged the pain that she felt Liz Truss had inflicted on people here. And I think that's one of the reasons it could be many people's Portillo moment. It can't be losing cabinet members because at one point in the night so many lost that it was a rate of 1 every 30 minutes being lost. But a former Prime Minister no longer being an MP is perhaps the biggest scalp of the night. And it means that out of the 4 of the 5 Prime Ministers since 2010, only 4 of those seats, 4 of those seats are now Labour and only 1 is still Tory.
Absolutely extraordinary stuff. No wonder she took so long making it to the stage. Thank you very much indeed, Serena. Well, let's go to Ashna now, shall we, who is in Scotland for us. And Ashna, it does really feel, doesn't it, that once the dust has settled, the extraordinary result from the Scottish National Party is going to be one of the big stories of this election.
Sophie, there has been a seismic shift in Scottish politics. You touched upon it there. And it is really a story about the collapse of the Scottish National Party, a collapse of the SNP. It is completely, in most of these seats, certainly in Glasgow, completely turned red. We've seen this red resurgence, a return of the Labour Party, a remarkable recovery, people would say. Let's remember back in 2019, Labour only had one MP elected in Scotland. Fast forward to now, in just a short matter of time, in 4 or 5 years' time, they have gone on to get over 30 Labour MPs here in this country. It is a hell of a turnaround. There's no doubt about that. They've jumped over the Conservatives and the SNP in a number of seats. Clearly, the electorate here, voters here, was seeking to punish the SNP. They've been in power here for nearly 2 decades. They had 48 seats in 2019. Now they are left with just 9. Arguably, they had the most to lose. And the First Minister, the leader of the SNP party, John Swinney, said that he was devastated. He said there needed to be soul-searching that needed to be done. Stephen Flynn, the SNP Westminster leader, saying this was a Starmer tsunami that they were a victim of. And he also said that work needed to be done now to rebuild trust. Clearly, voters things have stuck in the voters' minds when it comes to the SNP. A faltering record, allegations of financial corruption and in police investigation looking into the party finances. And this carousel of leaders. We went from Nicola Sturgeon just 18 months ago to Humza Yousaf, barely a year in power, and now John Swinney, who's only had the job for only a matter of weeks. Just a quick word on the Scottish Conservative leader, Douglas Ross. He was standing in the Aberdeenshire North and Moray East seat. He lost out to the SNP. He is standing down as Conservative leader here in Scotland, looking now for where to go. But look, just within 48 hours of the election being called, Keir Starmer was here meeting with Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, and clearly all of that effort with those big senior figures, including Rachel Reeves, Angela Rayner, coming up, has paid off.
Starmer tsunami, as you called it, Ashna. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for joining us on this historic day in British politics. A staggering victory for Keir Starmer, albeit one where only around 1 in 5 voters actually went directly for the Labour leader. He is behind the door now in number 10, forming his new cabinet. We will bring you that after this short break. Good afternoon, live from Westminster on this historic day. Labour has won a landslide victory in the general election and Keir Starmer has become the country's new Prime Minister. He was formally appointed by the King at a meeting in Buckingham Palace earlier this afternoon. Addressing the nation for the first time as PM, Sir Keir promised a government of service.
Whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you.
Well, Rishi Sunak has apologised to the country after his party suffered its biggest losses in history.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all. But you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change.
Leaving Downing Street with his wife, the former Prime Minister said he will also quit as Conservative leader once a process is in place to appoint his successor. In one of the most dramatic moments of election night, the former Prime Minister Liz Truss loses to Labour. Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan and Jacob Rees-Mogg were also voted out as 11 cabinet ministers lost their seats. Well, it's been a huge night of success for the Liberal Democrats. Sir Ed Davey celebrates as his party wins a record number of seats.
I want to thank people for trusting us again. We will not let you down.
The Reform leader Nigel Farage says he's coming after Labour after winning a seat in Parliament at the 8th attempt. In Scotland, a hugely disappointing night for the SNP, who fall victim to a resurgent Labour Party north of the border. This is the scene in Downing Street this afternoon. Attention turns now on who will form Keir Starmer's new cabinet. So, Sir Keir Starmer has become the first Labour leader elected Prime Minister at a general election since Tony Blair's landmark victory back in 1997. Hello and good afternoon from Westminster on a momentous day for the United Kingdom, where the political scene as we know it has changed beyond recognition. Labour has won the general election in a landslide victory and Sir Keir Starmer has now officially become the country's new Prime Minister. After a meeting with the King at Buckingham Palace, the Labour leader addressed the nation saying his government would serve the people whether they voted for him or not. He promised to deliver change and unite all four nations of the United Kingdom. Just hours earlier, Rishi Sunak apologised to the country outside Number 10 after his party's electoral thrashing. He said he would quit as Conservative leader once arrangements are in place to choose his successor. Well, Labour has now won more than 400 seats, a landslide second only to Tony Blair when New Labour came to power in 1997. Delivering his first speech in Downing Street, Sir Keir Starmer promised to rebuild trust in politics and restore hope to the nation.
This lack of trust can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. But we can make a start today with the simple acknowledgement that public service is a privilege and that your government should treat every single person in this country with respect. If you voted Labour yesterday, we will carry the responsibility of your trust as we rebuild our country. But whether you voted Labour or not, in fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Politics can be a force for good. We will show that. We've changed the Labour Party, returned it to service, and that is how we will govern. Country first, party second.
Well, let's stay on Downing Street, shall we? And our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, is there because, Sam, the new Prime Minister is behind the door, behind you. We're expecting those cabinet appointments to start shortly.
That's right, Sophie. Look, out with the old. That bit of Britain's rather brutal transition of power has now happened. Rishi Sunak and his cabinet are out, and imminently Keir Starmer will begin appointing his top team, we're told, within the next few minutes. What we will see is members of his new top table walking down the street to my left after coming in by car, walking down the street and going in the black door behind me. Once they're inside, they will have a brief chat with officials and then be ushered in to see the Prime Minister, then have their photo taken and out for more pictures in front of the media, and off they go. Now, let me tell you what we're expecting, Sophie, because in essence, most members of people who were in the shadow cabinet yesterday think that they're going to roll over and get the same job in government. And if that's right, probably pretty much the first face that we should see in the next few minutes will be Angela Rayner, Deputy Labour Party leader, quite possibly Deputy Prime Minister, also quite possibly Secretary of State for the Department for Levelling Up, or whatever they call the department in charge of growth and councils and regeneration. She would be, if that is right, the first person to step down Downing Street, the first person then to emerge from the door with a new cabinet position, followed quickly by Rachel Reeves, who was Shadow Chancellor, and by David Laddy, who was Shadow Foreign Secretary, both of whom could well end up in exactly the same job. I can hear a loud noise. Until a few moments ago, there were actually bins blocking the gate into Downing Street. In a sign that the reshuffle is imminent, they're now being wheeled out of the way by members of the Downing Street staff who a few hours ago worked for Rishi Sunak, now are employees under Sir Keir Starmer. In fact, there you can see the bins going behind me. Another obstacle cleared from the path for the next reshuffle. And Keir Starmer will begin appointing his top table.
Sam, I love it. You know you've been working in politics for a long time when you can tell a cabinet is going to start by the fact that the bins are being moved. We just saw one going behind you as well. We will come straight back to you, Sam, as soon as we get any sense of movement down that street. But with us, in the meantime, is Stephen Hammond, former Conservative MP for Wimbledon, decided to stand down at the election. Feeling pretty glad about that decision, I would imagine.
Well, it was a lot of it was personal because my wife and I have parents to look after. I was very aware that, you need a lot of drive, and I've got enthusiasm, but I didn't want to wake up halfway through the next Parliament and think I didn't have the drive. Being a member of Parliament is a great honour, but it's an exhausting job if you do it properly. A lot of great colleagues who've represented constituents well have lost their seats last night. But I was aware that, I wanted to make sure that drive continued for the 5 years, and I didn't want to feel halfway through people saying, well, it's time he went.
I mean, you know what it's like being a Conservative MP in London, and right now it must be pretty lonely for the few still standing. It's been obviously a devastating result for your party across the country, but particularly in London.
Well, it's been a grim, bleak, whatever adjective you want to say, night. I think the key thing, and a lot of my colleagues in London, we saw a very disappointing result in May as well. What we've got to learn, I think, is actually what appeals to the electorate. Where have we made mistakes? Why have we got it wrong? We didn't lose this election because we weren't right-wing enough. We lost this election because we lost our reputation for competence and, more importantly, the trust of the British people.
I mean, you stood unsuccessfully for the party in 97, also 2001, so you know what it's like to kind of be in the wilderness of opposition.
Yeah.
How important is it that you get it right now, and how worried are you that your party might take the wrong turn?
Well, I think it's really... when you're in opposition, you go through stages. You go through the shock of losing, then you get, the recognition you're irrelevant for a while, and then you have to go through the rebuild phase. And we've got to rebuild trust, and the party has to learn the lesson that lurching off, trying to be reform light, or lurching off to the right, we need to camp on the common ground of politics.
Some would say, hang on, if you add together the votes that the Conservatives got and the results that Reform got, then you'd be in number 10. So maybe it is a good idea to tack towards Reform.
But equally, we lost seats and votes last night to the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats. We need to recognise that actually if we want to be in government, we've got to rebuild and regain the trust of the British people and then have policies that appeal on a much wider basis than we have done already.
Will you give me a name on who you'd be interested to see a leadership pitch from? Dehenna Davison said Tom Tugendhat earlier. I don't know if there's anyone else who you fancy throwing into the mix.
Well, I think there'll be a number of people who will throw their name in the mix. It's well known that I think that, as I come from the centre and the centre-right of the Tory party, I think that Tom probably will want to run. And I think he would. He is a man who served his country. He's a man who understands service, just like Keir Starmer. He's a man who can actually say, we need to stand up, rebuild trust and regain our policies for the future.
Adam, I don't know if you've got anything to add.
Yeah, I just want to talk about London a bit. I mean, people hate talking about London, but, I mean, basically, in the capital, the Conservatives have lost seats like Chelsea. So in central London, I'm right in thinking there's actually no Conservative representation anymore.
That's right. So this is a really grim night for us in London, and it carries on from a poor result we had in May. And I think, again, if the Conservatives don't have appeal in the capital, we are missing a major element of what will be appeal in the country. I hope we think very carefully. London's a young, dynamic city, and quite a lot of what we've appeared to do in the last few years hasn't appealed to young people. And I think that, we've got to recognise that people want a home, therefore we need to do more house building in London. We have to create more opportunities, as we have been doing, but more through jobs, more to encourage creativeness, and at the same time, I think, make the case that London needs to be a safe city as well.
And looking at the map more broadly, where are the Tory heartlands?
It's a good question.
Well, it is a good question after last night. And if you've seen the maps, and they to places that would normally have been at, and Tory heartlands have disappeared. And the question mark now is, can we learn the lesson that the Labour Party learned, which was a disastrous result in 2019, and yet here they are with a huge majority. And if in opposition we can learn the lessons with the right leader, there is an opportunity for us to regain, in 5 years' time, a number of the seats that we lost last night.
Well, what you'd have to do is split the Labour vote, isn't it?
Well, what we'd have to do is to make sure that a number of those soft voters that haven't voted to us perhaps for 2 elections, but certainly last night, come back to us. And that is about, I think, firstly, regaining the trust of the British people.
I'm interested to think a little bit about the future of the Conservative Party and where you think it needs to go. You've been saying there about how you kind of win from the centre. You've been leaking votes to Labour and also to the Liberal Democrats. What do you think the next leader needs to really focus on then?
Well, I think he needs to focus on some of the traditional Conservative values, and some of that is safety and security and secure borders. But it's also about, we've always been, and one of the reasons why I've been a Conservative all my life, is about aspiration, opportunity, and creating those opportunities for everybody in this country. And I think that we haven't shown that in the last few years, partly because of some of the external factors, but certainly of our own making. And I also think we need to be very clear that we should be the party of business, encouraging people to thrive, to see economic growth. And everybody talks about economic growth, but it's hard to deliver. I heard the Labour Party, it sort of seems to have become the Labour Party's panacea. We're going to cover all of our financial problems by economic growth. Do you not think the Conservatives have been trying to grow the economy for the last few years? Of course we have. And measures, I think that we need to make sure that we are seen to be pro-business, pro-opportunity.
And what about reform? I mean, a lot of Conservatives now are focusing their attention on reform. That's where a lot of your votes went. What approach do you think the Conservative Party should take now to reform?
Well, I think that it is pretty clear that the reason why reform has done extraordinarily better than most people thought was that people are concerned about immigration, both illegal, legal, and refugee and asylum seekers. We should never confuse the three. I think that we need to make sure that we are clear about how we are going to offer secure borders in the future, and we haven't done that yet. We need a viable policy on that and a feasible policy on that, because that clearly has driven most of the reform vote last night.
Do you think, though, that perhaps some Conservatives are a bit too obsessed with reform? I mean, the point's been made that UKIP in 2015, the precursor party, I suppose one would call it, got 3.8 million votes. This time round, Nigel Farage was talking about 6 million. In fact, he only got 200,000 more, 4 million.
Well, as you heard me say earlier, Adam, I think we'd be absolutely wrong, because we lost votes last night, not just to reform, but to Labour and to Liberal Democrat. And we need to think about how we get all of those votes back, not just lurching off to become Reform Light. You'll never win that way. The Conservative Party will never win that way. We've never won general elections that way.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Good to have you on the programme today, Stephen Hammond. Well, we are awaiting the new cabinet. We are poised and ready to go on Downing Street. As Sam was describing earlier, the bins have been removed, so we can have the beauty parade, if you like, up the street as Keir Starmer appoints his new cabinet. Prime Ministers can appoint 109 paid ministerial jobs and 21 paid cabinet ministers. So a few difficult decisions potentially for the new Prime Minister to make, as there are currently, I think, more people in the shadow cabinet than there are paid jobs. He's also got a bit of reshuffling to do after two members of his shadow cabinet lost their seats overnight in the election. Thangam Debonair in Bristol and Jonathan Ashworth in Leicester. Standing by is our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. Any action going on yet, Sam?
Bar the clearing of the bins, Sophie, it doesn't look quite yet. There are a few officials wandering up and down the street. But let me give you a little bit of background to this cabinet reshuffle, because Keir Starmer's coming in and doing it for the first time. And as I said before, we are expecting it to be predominantly the same faces, the same individuals that he had in his shadow cabinet who were in place this morning, with a couple of exceptions. As you mentioned, Thangam Debonair doing the culture beat, and Jonathan Ashworth, who was on the campaign team and in the cabinet office. So two positions there that he could play with. But there's an interesting difference, which is one of the parts of the process of vetting for cabinet members has traditionally been done by the civil service. Now, a cabinet minister-to-be is taken aside and asked if they've got any embarrassing secrets that could embarrass the Prime Minister if they got into office. Now, I understand that the role of doing that is likely to have transferred to Sue Gray, Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff. She is the person who appears to be hoarding what sounds like, from my contacts, what sounds like pretty unprecedented power behind the black door behind me. She's trying to make sure all information goes through her. And this means that it is Sue Gray, Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, who will fulfil the function of finding out whatever gremlins, whatever horrors, whatever embarrassments there are in the closets of potential cabinet ministers, if that's the model that she ends up being able to convince the civil service to allow her to pursue. Traditionally, it's been quite helpful to have a civil service find out this stuff and simply to be able to advise the Prime Minister whether this person is good or not good. But it sounds like the political team under Sue Gray, of course, formerly a civil servant herself, wants to take control of that function. But it seems as if this cabinet reshuffle, already running about 17 minutes behind what we understood to be the schedule, if it runs in the way that we expect, the first face that we will see will be a person at Keir Starmer's side probably for the next 5 years, and will be one of the most recognised politicians in the country. 44-year-old Angela Rayner, extraordinary career, born into poverty in Stockport, rose up, slept on her grandparents' floor, now one of the biggest faces in our politics in a few moments' time.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates there, poised on Downing Street, awaiting to see if anyone makes that long walk up to the door. Well, while we wait for those appointments to begin this afternoon, let's take a look, shall we, at who could be in the mix on Keir Starmer's front benches. We're expecting him to, I guess, reappoint many of the people in his shadow cabinet team. There are a few of them, starting off with Angela Farage. Most likely she'll become the new Levelling Up Secretary if Keir Starmer decides to keep that job, of course. Also the new Deputy Prime Minister as well. We understand likely to be the first person walking down that road. Rachel Reeves, a face I'm sure you know as well, set to become the UK's first ever female Chancellor. She's held a handful of shadow roles over her years in Parliament, although not under Jeremy Corbyn because she refused to serve under his leadership. Yvette Cooper, a real New Labour veteran, she made her return to Labour's front bench in 2021. She then stayed put in Sir Keir's top team. She could become Home Secretary. That's the job she shadows. She does have ministerial experience as well in the Tony Blair and Gordon Brown governments too. It's widely believed that the top job of Foreign Secretary will go to the current incumbent on the shadow brief, David Lammy. He's been the shadow Foreign Secretary since 2021. David Lammy also had some ministerial experience as well in the New Labour years. Wes Streeting, will probably become the new Health Secretary. Remember, he just clung on to his seat because he was run very close in his seat of Ilford North, but he did hang on, and that puts him in pole position for the all-important job of Health Secretary. Let's have a look at some of the other faces that we are expecting to see walking down Downing Street a little bit later. I'm going to take you first. I'm going to whiz you across to the other side, if you like, of the beauty parade we've got there. Bridget Phillipson, she is set to become the new Education Secretary. She, of course, has been shadowing that brief. She is something that she's been looking at a lot with the kind of childcare roles as well. The former Labour leader, Ed Miliband, most likely to be the Energy Secretary. It's a role he has been shadowing as well. And, of course, a key part of the first steps of Sir Keir Starmer's government with the creation of GB Energy too. The new Attorney General, now, if you don't know what that is, their role is to provide legal advice and support to the government. That could go to Emily Thornberry. That's the role she's currently shadowing. And, of course, another person who we are expecting to be in the ministerial team, Pat McFadden, most likely to be the new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, also one of those people who played such a pivotal role in the campaign, often described as the most important politician you've never heard of. Shabana Mahmood, again, she did manage to hang on to her seat. Some people thought she might be in trouble. She will most likely become the Lord Chancellor and Justice Secretary, as that is the role she is currently shadowing. A few more faces just to rattle through as we await the official appointments made by Sir Keir Starmer. We were expecting them to begin around 2. Looks like they're running slightly delayed, but of course they are very important ones as well. We will keep our eyes on Downing Street. Jonathan Reynolds expected to potentially be the new Business and Trade Secretary as well. Liz Kendall, most likely to become Work and Pensions Secretary, and the new Defence Secretary could be John Healey. Louise Hay, currently the Shadow Transport Secretary, she could become the youngest member of the Cabinet and become Transport Secretary. Annalise Dodds, most likely to become the new Women and Equality Secretary. Well, we are awaiting, of course, those Cabinet appointments, the first big decisions, if you like, by the Keir Starmer administration, and after, of course, he's made some of those important first steps as Prime Minister, including deciding what to do if there was a nuclear strike on the United Kingdom. Now, of course, those Cabinet appointments are what we are awaiting. Let's bring in our panel, shall we? We're joined now by Sama Shah, who is the former Special Advisor to Sajid Javid when he was Home Secretary, and Andrew Fisher, the former Head of Policy for Jeremy Corbyn. Great to have you both here. Andrew, to you first. Keir Starmer has got a stonking great majority based on, historically, relatively low vote share. Does that matter?
I think it does. I mean, it doesn't immediately. He's got a massive majority in Parliament. He can pass whatever legislation he likes, and he'll be very happy with that. But I suspect behind the scenes there'll be some wiser heads kind of going, this is a bit fragile, and more fragile than it looks, because, you know, they're just shy of what Tony Blair got in 1997 in terms of number of MPs, but Tony Blair got 43, 44. They're on 34%. You know, they've only gone up 2% from, in fact, less than 2% from 2019, which they keep describing as Labour's worst result in 80 years. So it's quite a poor result. It's just that the Tories were so abominably bad that relatively they've done well. You know, it's not that they've done well, they've just done less badly than their opponents by quite a margin. You know, the Tories really did implode, and Reform split in the, you know, in the first past the post system. Yeah. If you've got a big split on one side of the aisle, then that gives you a huge mandate. But they should be worried. I mean, Labour started this campaign in the polls on 43, 44, even 46% on some polls, and they've ended up on 34. Now, some of that may be polling error. The pollsters got things wrong and weighted things wrong. But a lot of it, actually, we've seen throughout the campaign, there's been this slow decline in the Labour vote. The more people have seen Keir Starmer, and indeed Rishi Sunak, they've both gone down in people's opinions. That should worry them, I think.
Sam, I couldn't help notice you kind of letting out a sort of an involuntary, I'm not really sure what to say, laugh, cry, when Andrew was talking about the...
There's a lot of emotions going on right now.
...of the Conservative Party.
Yeah, I mean, it's undeniable. It's been a catastrophic night for us, a day, an election campaign. I think it's expected. I think the strategy was always about damage limitation as opposed to trying to win. I think there are lots of Conservatives who are actually quite buoyant today, surprisingly, given the size of Labour's majority. And that is largely because we were thinking that we were heading towards an extinction and that perhaps we might not even form the official opposition to His Majesty's government. So this is actually quite an interesting feeling that a lot of Conservatives are having and lots of Tories that I've spoken to today, because actually for the first time we feel that there's hope. And yes, there is still a massive majority, but I do agree with Andrew that it feels fragile in the same way that 2019 and Boris's majority also felt quite fragile, because at the time I remember somebody saying to me, this is not dissimilar to Mrs Thatcher's victory in '87. She very quickly, or the Tories very quickly, lost that big majority and that spread in the Overton window that we're now seeing today.
We will go back to Downing Street as soon as we see any arrivals. Just to let you know as well, we're also expecting a speech from Nigel Farage in Clacton, because this is another part of this election story, isn't it? Yes, the devastation on the Conservative side, the triumph of Labour, but there's an awful lot of new parties, of splintering votes. Reform, of course, a big part of the story too.
Yeah, look, we've got a multi-party electorate now with a two-party voting system, and it's not working, you know. And I think, you know, you look at the Greens, they've got their best ever result. I think they've polled about 7%. You know, they've got 4 MPs and they're celebrating that. They've got all their target seats, but 7% of the House of Commons would give them sort of 45 MPs. You know, if it was a proportional and fair voting system. So that's quite bad. I mean, the Lib Dems have gone up a lot. Reform, I think they've had to get 1 million votes to get each MP, which is quite a disproportionate result. And it will form some strange alliances, I think, arguing for proportional representation. Now, I've supported that for a long time, just from a fairness point of view. We've got it in Scotland, it works fine. We've got it in Wales, it works fine. We've got it even on the London Assembly, where you have a constituency link still, but then this top-up to make it proportional. I think the arguments for that will be very strong now. And actually, if you're the Labour Party and you look at that, you've got 34% of the vote. You don't tend to become more popular when you're in government. It might be in their interest to think, actually, we need to form alliances and get that through. You know, Labour Party conference has got policy for that. That doesn't matter to Keir Starmer and his leadership. They're not bothered about party democracy. But, you know, there is that strength of feeling within the Labour Party membership and supporter base for that system, because people know it's fairer, actually.
It'll be interesting to see the tone that Nigel Farage takes at 2:30, because I have to say, I mean, look, we all know that he's no shrinking violet, is he?
No, it's true. And what I'm going to find really fascinating about this Parliament is what does Farage actually do now that he's finally, after all these years, become a parliamentarian, and whether it actually suits him to be a parliamentarian and what that actually means in terms of what we'll see of him in the chamber, what we'll see of him in terms of interacting with his constituents, what kind of impact he has. And that is also true of the Greens as well, and pushing that agenda and trying to understand where the Greens are going to make an intervention on climate policies, for example, and how they shape and frame what might happen in government policy.
I mean, Farage did spend 20 years in the European Parliament. I mean, he's not an inexperienced parliamentarian, and he made some quite effective speeches, so I suspect that this is going to further increase his profile.
Yeah, absolutely. But the European Parliament is a completely different beast to what's going to happen here. There is a lot more accountability, and there is a lot more direct accountability to his constituents in
Fence
Clacton.
disputes in Clacton and all that sort of stuff as well. I'd imagine he's going to be having to deal with too.
Every Friday evening, like he didn't want to.
We're looking now at the live pictures from the Reform event in central London, where we are expecting to hear shortly from Nigel Farage. Andrew, we often look at Nigel Farage through the prism of the Conservatives, and I'm sure he's going to have a huge impact, of course, on that party and on the leadership race as well. But he did say he had Labour in his sights, didn't he?
They've definitely got Labour in their sights. I mean, I think we saw in 2019 where they stood down in Conservative-held seats, it did Labour immense damage.
Just going to break you off because we are seeing Angela Rayner in that striking green suit walking down Downing Street. Sam Coates is there.
Here we go. A woman who is about to become the second most senior politician in this country, 44-year-old Angela Rayner, and what a journey she has been on, from one of the poorest council estates in Britain, taking the last few steps up to Downing Street to become the Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, with a vast portfolio, including councils and workers' rights. There she is, walking through the door of number 10, not stopping to pause to talk to the cameras, not coming in a car, but walking all the way up the long road. Angela Rayner, who has been a care worker, a top union official, fought her way up to a very senior position in Unison, the health union, entered politics and was a strong backer, first of Andy Burnham, then a big backer of Jeremy Corbyn, and then elected as the deputy leader of the Labour Party. It's a fascinating position, this. Angela Rayner is the one person that Keir Starmer doesn't really get to choose. The membership of the Labour Party chose Angela Rayner by a 52% margin back in 2020, at the same time that they chose Keir Starmer to be the leader that succeeded Jeremy Corbyn. So he has to work with her, and he has chosen, after years of a turbulent relationship, to put her at the very top table. Angela Rayner, we're expecting, is going to be one of the most senior 4 members of this government. There's going to be, we understand, a quad with Keir Starmer, Angela Rayner, and then the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, and then Cabinet Office Minister Pat McFadden, if the reshuffle goes in the direction that we are expecting. That means that the woman, the 44-year-old woman in a green trouser suit who just walked through the door behind me, will be reviewing almost every major decision that Keir Starmer's government, in its first day today, ever makes. Now, she is going to end up, and we're going to watch this quite closely, with a heck of a lot of jobs if what happens inside behind that black door turns out coming good. She will end up being Deputy Prime Minister, a role that means she will fill in for Keir Starmer in Prime Minister's questions, have her own group of civil servants backing her up in that role. She could well end up running the Department for Communities and Local Government, or Levelling Up, or whatever the Local Growth and Regeneration Department is named under this government. She could also retain the ability or the right to be in charge of workers' rights. She has overseen this package, this really quite punchy package of changes to workers' rights to help cure problems with job insecurity, help give trade unions, her background, more rights. A very contentious package that has put her at times at odds with other members of the shadow cabinet when Labour was in opposition, which ended just a few hours ago. Angela Rayner, arguably one of, if not the most left-wing member of Keir Starmer's cabinet, and very much at the top of the top table. That's what we're expecting, having gone into that building.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. We'll jump straight back to you as soon as we get anyone else walking down that street. But there you go, Angela Rayner, the first of the Cabinet's appointments. She once said, becoming Deputy Prime Minister is about what I can achieve to unlock the potential of people like me. Well, now she has a chance to do just that. A woman who used to go to her grandmother's flat for baths every Sunday because hot water was too expensive at home. Now, one of the most important people in the country, and currently meeting with Sir Keir Starmer to find out exactly what role she's going to have in that new cabinet. Well, joining us now is the Labour peer and the former Home Secretary, Lord Blunkett. It's felt like a truly historic day, hasn't it?
Yes, I have incredibly mixed feelings. I've been in the party 60 years this year. I'm absolutely over the moon that we've got the majority we have and that we can actually start rebuilding Britain. But I'm also extremely worried about the kind of discussion you were just having. I think the idea, because our first-past-the-post system doesn't quite deliver equity in terms of votes cast to MPs in Parliament, that we should go to a national list system is absolute garbage and would create enormous distortions, including giving the very far right a massive foothold, as we've seen in France. And secondly, the notion that you were discussing about the quad, i.e. 4 people effectively running government. This is the rubbish that came out of the Institute for Government, a think tank. And I am, as someone who studied politics, who teaches politics, and practiced it in cabinet for 8 years, I think it would be a massive mistake to exclude the Foreign Secretary and the Home Secretary from that. In other words, to have a two-tier cabinet. So I just wanted to get that off my chest and then to say, good luck, Keir. We'll all be backing in to make this work.
I'm glad you got that off your chest. I'm interested in unpacking both of those points, actually. Firstly, on the idea of a quad. You know, you are someone you've experienced government. You've known what it's been like in the new Labour years. What would your advice be to Sir Keir Starmer now? Because let's be honest, he's got a difficult inheritance, he's got a cynical electorate, and he's got a party that is not used to being in power.
Yeah, I think it's a big challenge. I think the numbers of very new MPs and making sure they feel that they've got a part to play will be a substantial challenge over the months ahead. Bearing in mind that the pool he's drawing from in terms of all ministerial posts, paid posts, is something like half those remaining from before the election, because quite a lot of people stood down. There were 206 seats we held, quite a lot stood down, and therefore there will be quite a lot of new members looking to preferment, some of them returning, having been defeated in 2019. So I think there's going to be some personnel, if you like, human resource challenges. I think there's going to be challenges in terms of getting the momentum and if you like, the energy back into government. It will take time. It can't be to be done overnight. And thirdly, please, whether quad or otherwise, all decisions going up through Downing Street, absolute garbage. Gordon Brown, who I respect greatly and used to work 18 hours, 7 days a week, tried it and it didn't work. Things got blocked up. There was a massive logjam in decision making. So he's not going to seek my advice on this. But if he did, I would say to Keir, it's time now to let go of the reins a bit. You've got to appoint the cabinet and then let them get on with it. And they can make decisions within the parameters that you've laid down, and stick to your promise to decentralise so that everything doesn't have to go through Whitehall and Westminster. And if we don't do that, then I think we'll ground to a standstill, which would be catastrophic.
I just want to unpick as well the first part of your answer too, about the voting system, because, you know, I guess there will be some people who look at this result and think Labour have got a stonking great majority when only around 1 in 5 people voted for them. Reform has to get 1 million votes to get every MP over the line. Is there a risk that, I guess, there's a public who feel unrepresented in the Parliament that they've ended up with? Well, there is if we don't fulfil the promise made in Downing Street a couple of hours ago by Keir Starmer, that we would reach out way beyond the 35% that we got in terms of our percentage of the vote, and to make people feel as though the government is about and for them rather than just an elite. And I think Nigel Farage will be quite dangerous. I think we will be in the same danger that has been experienced across countries in the European Union. And I think we've got to avoid that in every way we can, which is why decentralising, flexing government, energising and renewing that commitment will be really important. OK, thank you.
In the end, you know, the people got what they wanted. They wanted to get rid of the present government, the past government, and they got rid of them. OK, thank you very much indeed. Always so interesting to talk to you. Lord Blunkett there. Thank you. Well, we've got all eyes, of course, on Downing Street. I think we can see Sam Coates, actually, in the bottom right of your screens. Sam, we're going to come to you now. We've got Angela Rayner, of course, behind that door in number 10. Has there been any more movement?
We are expecting in a matter of minutes, potentially a matter of, could be just a few seconds, that the second person to walk down the street is going to arrive. And that, we believe, will be Rachel Reeves, who will make the journey down Downing Street in order to become the first ever female Chancellor. We were notified that it was imminent. That notification proved a little off last time we had one. We had to wait a couple of minutes. But Rachel Reeves, who has been at Keir Starmer's side all the way through this election, is a fundamental cornerstone of the election campaign, was core and key to his promise to keep the public finances under control, to put to bed fears that Labour would tax and spend in a way that the public so often have feared in the past and denied Labour the chance to govern. Rachel Reeves, at times who cuts an austere figure, has been that stern shadow chancellor. At his side. We are waiting some movement, but no, that is not Rachel Reeves yet. Rachel Reeves, who is 45, she's from South East London, but now representing a Leeds seat, has had a long career in public service. Not all that time as a politician. She was MP from 2010, but before then, of course, famously, because she told us over and over on the campaign trail, she worked for the first few years of her career out of university as an economist for the Bank of England. And we have somebody else coming up the street. This is a surprise. It is Pat McFadden. Here we have another man who you will have seen day in, day out on the campaign trail. He's not necessarily as much of a household name, but he's a veteran advisor to Tony Blair. He worked with Gordon Brown, and he now looks to be appointed to one of the biggest jobs in Keir Starmer. Pat McFadden, what job are you going to get? Pat McFadden, who is one of the veterans of campaigning. He was close to Tony Blair, inside Tony Blair's Downing Street, right back from 1997, then transitioning into frontline politics, but always keeping quite a low-key role. The man that you can see on the screen there, he held the job of Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Actually, his real role was to be the public face of the campaign, and together with his wife, the husband and wife couple, were running the Labour campaign from Labour HQ. A Glaswegian, he's 59 years old. Through the Gordon Brown years, he held ministerial positions, so he's one of the few people in this cabinet that's being appointed with big experience. I have to say, we were told it was going to be Rachel Reeves next. It wasn't. Pat McFadden. The significance of him, Sophie, I'll just finish on this. The significance of him is we understand there's going to be this quad. Pat McFadden, Rachel Reeves, Angela Rayner and Keir Starmer. Those four are understood, certainly we understood this in the last few days, understood to be the key decision makers at the heart of Keir Starmer's government, probably alongside his Chief of Staff, Sue Gray. So a vital position, but we are still waiting for Rachel Reeves.
Interesting stuff. We'll come back to you as soon as we get a glimpse of any more movement. But as Sam was just saying, Pat McFadden, surprisingly perhaps the second person to walk up that street. Really, he's kind of Keir Starmer's Mr. Fix-It, the most influential politician you never heard of, as Adam's saying there.
That's his job. I mean, he's probably going to be Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. He's going to be in the Cabinet Office. And they have already constructed this quad where effectively you've got the Prime Minister, then the Deputy Prime Minister, but then on the organisational side, you've got Pat McFadden and also, and he'll be working, of course, with Sue Gray.
We're going to take you to Nigel Farage, who's speaking now.
Where are you from? Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah. Are you downwind of a couple already? You've had a bigger lunch than I've had. God, he must be screaming. He's absolutely steaming, isn't he? That's all right. There's still plenty of beer left in the pub, mate. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye. Lots of love. Lots of love. As I was saying, on the 3rd of June, I decided that I would not. Boring. 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 Well, this is good preparation for the House of Commons, I suppose, isn't it? Very good preparation. It's going to be very lively in there, isn't it? Oh, do buck up, really, please, love. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm enjoying this.
Well, you can see there Nigel Farage really struggling to get started at his speech there. You've had a bigger lunch than I have, just one of the comebacks he used there, as a string of hecklers had to be ejected from that speech in central London. We will go back to that, of course, as soon as Nigel Farage manages to get underway. He said it was good preparation for the House of Commons. To return to the cabinet appointments, Angela Rayner, Pat McFadden, change of plan. He's managed to start talking. Let's listen.
You're very angry. Oh, dear. Listen, mate, you'll have a stroke. You'll have a stroke. You'll do yourself a nasty, mate, honestly. You'll have a stroke if you go on like this. Yeah. Well, we'll find out later whether they're actors and whether they worked in conjunction with Channel 4. Sorry. Of course. No, this can go on for hours. I'm fine. No problem at all. Yeah. As they may well be actors. They may well be actors. We've seen this before, but Channel 4, of course, had absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever. Oh, the anger. The anger. Well, at least they're showing their anger in public. The political establishment are in fear in private as to what happened last night with those results in the elections. And I said on the 3rd of June, when I decided to come out of retirement and get back involved in frontline politics, that I had two very clear objectives. The first was for us to get millions of votes. The second was to establish a bridgehead in Parliament. And you can see there are four of us up here now as we bite our nails with what is going on in Basildon and Thurrock right now, where our candidate, James McMurdoch, on the first count was ahead by 120 votes. On the second count was ahead again, and there is a full recount taking place as I speak. So I'm very hopeful it won't be 4. I'm very hopeful that it will be 5 within the space of the next couple of hours. Now, the results show us some very interesting things. If we had proportional representation, we'd be looking at nearly 100 seats. But equally, first past the post inverts the other way, where Labour get almost the same number of votes they got, well, in fact, fewer votes they got under Corbyn, and yet 200 more seats. It is very much my view that our outdated first past the post electoral system is not fit for purpose, and we will campaign with anyone and everyone to change this electoral system. That certainly we'll be doing, and we'll make those arguments in Parliament as quickly as we can. The results show there is absolutely no enthusiasm for Starmer's Labour whatsoever. And it was interesting to watch Starmer speak outside number 10, his first prime ministerial address, having been to see the King. And you know, in the course of that speech, he looked down at his notes over 150 times. Once every 2.8 seconds. Now, I don't think these people with me need a script because they know what they believe in. And when it comes to providing the voice of opposition, well, we may be too few in number to necessarily be thought of as the opposition in the House of Commons. But let me promise you something. We are going to be the opposition around the country. We are all committed to working for our constituents. We are all committed to doing the best we can in Parliament. But above all, what we are going to do from today is we are going to professionalise the party. We are going to democratise the party. And those few bad apples that have crept in will be gone, will be long gone, and we will never have any of their type back in our organisation. You have my 100% promise on that. What is remarkable is the energy and enthusiasm of those that have come to us over the course of the last few weeks. They were voting with passion. We organised meetings around the country at 24 hours' notice. The venues were all full. This energy and optimism is being reflected today as one member of the public every minute joins the party. A member a minute is joining the party as we speak. And it really is my aim.
I'm going to break away from that momentarily because we can see Rachel Reeves now walking down the streets of Downing Street. Rachel Reeves, they're expected to become the first female Chancellor in the 803-year history of that role. Of course, someone who's been right by Sir Keir Starmer throughout the campaign. Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor, there in Downing Street as Rachel Reeves, try not to smile too much, I think, as she walks up to the door of number 10.
That's the face of somebody who has one of the toughest jobs in government. Rachel Reeves, 45-year-old Leeds MP, Shadow Chancellor from 2021, walking into number 10 to take, we believe, the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first Chancellor, female Chancellor, as you were just saying, since 1221, Sophie. That is a moment that she talked about looking forward to in the campaign, and it seems as if it has finally arrived. And with her entry into number 10, we now have the top 4 most senior people in Keir Starmer's government, including himself, now having gone in the black door behind me.
Rachel Reeves there entering number 10, as you were saying, Sam. She, of course, has been in Parliament for quite some time now, the MP for Leeds West and Pudsey, formerly working at the Bank of England as well. I think, I've got the camera on the gate, Sam, and I feel like I can just see West Streeting there, potentially Shabana Mahmood as well.
I can see Shabana Mahmood there, just at the gates of Downing Street. Probably one of the most relieved members of cabinet members in just a few moments. Here she comes. Not necessarily, again, another household name at the moment, but certain will be in the next few months and years. Shabana Mahmood, who was one of the campaign chiefs until a few months ago, then moved to the Shadow Justice portfolio. It was far from clear that this prominent Muslim politician was going to be here today, because she had a very bitter fight in her Midland seat in order to keep it from a prominent member of George Galloway's Workers' Party campaigning on the issue of Gaza. In the early hours this morning, Shabana Mahmood won that race. Now she is entering into number 10 for what will be a prominent cabinet role. A massive moment for her and a massive moment for the people of her constituency. Justice is her primary brief. She was Prisons Shadow Minister, Shadow Financial Secretary to the Treasury, very close to Keir Starmer, one of the key Starmerites. So Keir Starmer appointing absolute allies to the top jobs right now.
And no surprises yet, Sam, are there? No surprises yet. We know, of course, that we've seen Shabama Mahmood, we've seen Rachel Reeves. I can now see John Healey walking up the street as well. We're expected, of course, to see John Healey being made Defence Secretary, aren't we?
That's right, the Yorkshire MP, John Healey. He will be by Keir Starmer's side in so much of the foreign visits he's about to do, probably travel with him to Washington next week for NATO. For John Healey, who is a veteran of the Gordon Brown government, walking up the pavement of Downing Street, likely to become the Defence Secretary, the successor to Grant Shapps, grappling with those foreign wars, Ukraine, what's going on in the Middle East. John Healey, calm temperament and long experience, valued by Keir Starmer as he enters that big black door. One thing that's notable, Sophie, we haven't yet seen the person we thought would be Foreign Secretary, David Lammy. And if John Healey is Defence Secretary, it does lead you to wonder what's happened to the man who was Shadow Foreign Secretary until today. And we have another face further down the street. I don't know whether the camera can see, but one of the most vociferous, one of the most prominent members of the campaign, Labour's campaign, Wes Streeting, 41-year-old East London MP, self-styled moderniser. I think he wouldn't mind me calling one of the mouthier, more pugnacious members of the Shadow Cabinet, one of those who loves a fight, first became an MP in 2015. Wes Streeting, well, he was, until today, the Shadow Health Secretary. Are you about to become the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting? Are you looking forward to your role in government? A swift entrance into number 10. No hesitation there from a man who made his name politically first in the Students' Union and then as an MP. His partner, interestingly enough, just missed out on becoming an MP in the North East. So slightly bittersweet day on a personal level for Wes Streeting. But one of those, I think, Keir Starmer trusts to deliver public service reform in a big way. The NHS, a key part of the campaign, but the money to fix it, not immediately evident. Can Wes Streeting square that circle?
Well, last night Wes Streeting was worried about losing his seat in Ilford North. This afternoon, he looks almost certain to be appointed the man in charge of the NHS. It really does show how politics can come at you fast. Just to recap, we have got behind that door in number 10, Rachel Reeves, Pat McFadden, John Healey, Shabama Mahmood, and now Wes Streeting. Angela Rayner, of course, the very first person to walk down that street. No surprises yet, Sam, although you did point out that we haven't yet seen a glimpse of the man who was the Shadow Foreign Secretary, although now, I think, right on time, right on cue, I think I can see David Lammy walking down the street.
That is right, Sophie. Here we have David Lammy walking past the security hut just at the edge of the shot. There we have David Lammy, a man who has had so many political firsts in his career. He was the youngest MP in the Commons when he was first elected, aged 27 in 2000. He served for 8 years under Blair and Brown. He refused to serve under Ed Miliband and has been Shadow Foreign Secretary. Now, will the 51-year-old from Tottenham become Foreign Secretary? An ally of Barack Obama, first black male to study at Harvard. Will he be the man at Keir Starmer's side overseas, dealing with the many challenges that the foreign policy agenda will bring, not least the possible election of Donald Trump?
We will wait to see. Of course, we have got big clues with who has gone through the door of number 10, but we don't have any confirmed appointments yet. David Lammy, one of the few people with experience of being in government before in the new Labour years, because, of course, it is a pretty fresh cabinet that is being appointed here. Labour not been in power for almost 2 decades. The progression up the street continues. I think that's Peter Kyle that we are seeing at the bottom of number 10 right now. It is 3 o'clock. If you are just joining us, we have got all eyes on Downing Street, where Sir Keir Starmer, the new Prime Minister, is appointing his cabinet. The next person there awaiting the very carefully choreographed... I can't get my words out. This is a sign of being on TV for too long. Carefully choreographed arrivals here at Downing Street. Peter Kyle waiting his turn. Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates is there for us. Sam.
The Hove MP, Peter Kyle. Yes, he's been the shadow science minister, the 53-year-old, like Wes Streeting, another person on the modernising wing of the Labour Party. Once upon a time, we would have called it the Blairite wing. Already those factions starting to form, or have been forming in the shadow cabinet. Peter Kyle, nevertheless, a prominent and trusted member of the team, regarded as a good media performer, somebody who can give a good account of himself, and has been alongside Keir Starmer pretty much since he became the Labour leader. Peter Kyle, well, he was a prominent Remainer, a big sort of fighting force during the Brexit wars on behalf of the Remain side, now taking the final few steps up to Downing Street in order to find out his fate and whether he becomes the Science Secretary.
There you go, Peter Kyle arriving in number 10. No surprises so far on the people who have made that walk down the street. Peter Kyle, the latest person to go and see Sir Keir Starmer, who is appointing his first cabinet. We can see at the bottom of Downing Street, Bridget Phillipson there. The Shadow Education Secretary, is she due to take on the all-important role of Education Secretary as well, brought up by a single mum in Washington. She had free school meals at school. Could she now be in charge of the education system? Let's go to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates.
That's right, Bridget Phillipson here, the 40-year-old from Washington in Sunderland, who represents one of the Sunderland seats now. She really has been leading for years now on education on behalf of Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer and Bridget Phillipson putting that decision to levy taxes on private schools in order to fund more teachers at the heart of the election campaign manifesto. A big, broad smile from the woman set, we think, to become Education Secretary, with a huge job in front of her. School funding, school reform, the overhaul and a big promise around helping parents in the early years of children's lives. She has a big job but a small budget from which to do it. How will she deal with the teaching unions? How will she deal with demands for pay rises? How will she deal with the creaking education infrastructure, leaking schools, and the manifest problems in that system? Big endorsement in the middle of the campaign by one of the big Academy backers and a former Tory donor, Lord Harris, was a big feather in her cap. The question is, will she continue as Education Secretary, and will she be able to deliver the reforms that she has promised through the campaign?
I'm finding it fascinating, Sam, to see the different reactions of people. Some you can see are just full-on beaming, they're happy to be there. Others trying to perhaps keep a more, I guess, professional, muted air, like trying to hold back the smiles. But you can certainly see, I think, the delight on the faces of the cabinet. Many of them, of course, would have been pretty confident, wouldn't they, Sam, I think, to have got the call up. But, of course, there must be a certain degree of relief as well when the call does come.
That's right. I was quite struck by the seriousness of Angela Rayner, and, well, in contrast to Bridget Phillipson, often a very serious figure herself, beaming as she took the final few strides into that black door. Can I point out a curiosity, Sophie? I'm not really sure why this is the case, but have you noticed that we have not seen Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper walking up the street yet? Now, ordinarily, you would expect the jobs to be appointed in order of seniority, and we did see that quirk with David Lammy arriving after the person, Shabana Mahmood, who we were expecting to be to be appointed Justice Secretary. but we still haven't seen Yvette Cooper. And I've just got one slight arched eyebrow, one slight raised eyebrow, wondering where she is, whether her face. She, of course, is one of the longest-serving figures in politics. She was an advisor in the run-up to 1997, an MP for New Labour in 1997. Her and her husband, Ed Balls, the first husband and wife couple in the cabinet in Gordon Brown's day, and now we had expected her to come in as Home Secretary, tackling the small boats crisis, bringing down immigration levels, which Labour say are too high, but no sign of her. Instead, we have a new name. If you just focus in on the middle of your shot, Sophie, can you see who that is?
Annalise Dodds. I was going to say, Sam, I'm going to let you do the arched eyebrows. The last time I did that, I said David Lammy had been spotted, and then he walked straight into shot, so I've been well behaved. I'm not speculating at all about Yvette Cooper. But you're right, the person that we can see is Annalise Dodds.
That's right. Now, Annalise Dodds, who is just hanging back at the Downing Street gates, has had... Well, I suppose she is at the top table alongside Keir Starmer. She was one of his first big allies, but she started Keir Starmer's tenure as leader of the Labour Party as his shadow chancellor, the biggest, pretty much, or second biggest position around the shadow cabinet table. That is not where she's ended up. In 2021, she was somewhat brutally demoted. The 46-year-old from Aberdeen, the 46-year-old became the shadow cabinet office minister, but she's hanging back because Yvette Cooper's arrived.
Maybe
just in time, just
Sam.
after we gave her the big sell, she heard our call and she's turned up to put our nerves at rest.
She said, hang on a minute, Sam says there's been... She's saying, Sam's saying on Sky that this has been done in order of seniority, so let me go next.
They all listen, Sophie. Quite right too. Yvette Cooper, another one likely to be in the top 5 or 6 most senior jobs in Keir Starmer's government. We're not expecting her to be part of the Quad, even though she's likely to get a great Office of State if she gets the job in government that she's been doing in opposition. One of the cabinet members who has done this walk before. Yvette Cooper did this walk under Gordon Brown when she was Work and Pension Secretary. Now, is she going to be Home Secretary? She's about to find out her fate, soon to meet Keir Starmer's aides, and then the Prime Minister himself to find out her fate. Sophie.
Again, as you were saying, Sam, one of the relatively few people, I should say, in the New Look cabinet to have government experience already. How important do you think that will be for Sir Keir Starmer as he builds a team around him?
Well, look, I think one of the quirks of Keir Starmer is that he too has government experience, albeit not as front-rank politician, but from the civil service side. This 55-year-old has extensive operational experience of how the civil service works in the Communities Department and the Work and Pensions Department back from Gordon Brown's era. But, Sophie, let's be honest, the civil service has changed out of recognition since Yvette Cooper was last in government. The challenges have changed out of recognition, and Yvette Cooper has 2 of the most difficult. You've got the overarching challenge of migration, and then within that, the issue that has dogged the Conservatives and will continue to plague a Labour administration, which is the image of those boats coming across the English Channel. So experience, yes, good, if it means she's able to do the job and cause the kind of change that Keir Starmer says he wants to say. Yvette Cooper is one of the faces of Keir Starmer's missions, so she will have more resource, more clout as a result of that. She's not necessarily at the very top table of decision-making if this quad structure is what they end up using, but a key figure. She was admired by her colleagues for her grasp of detail. She was feared and to a certain degree disliked by civil servants back in the Gordon Brown days for the way that she dealt with them, but a formidable figure who is somewhat feared as well around the cabinet table, or she was certainly around the shadow cabinet table, for being robust, firm, digging her heels in when she wanted to get something. She will be a big figure in this government, particularly if she ends up in the Home Office brief.
She certainly will. Sam, thank you very much indeed. So a parade of members of the former Shadow Cabinet entering Downing Street, meeting Sir Keir Starmer, who is not hanging around. He was only made Prime Minister this morning. He is now cracking on and appointing his cabinet team, and he is getting on with it as well. No official appointments yet, but a lot of familiar faces. I've got Adam Bolton with me as well. It feels so far, and we don't know the roles yet, to be, I guess, a move of stability from the new Prime Minister.
Yes, which is what we expected, what we were led to believe. We're just getting details of what Sue Gray has been telling the new appointees. Really very unsurprising that she's been telling them that the Prime Minister expects them to concentrate on delivery. That will surprise nobody. I do think that, there are possibly some issues if you read the order. People have gone in, possibly people moving around, maybe John Healey be Foreign Secretary, maybe David Lammy be something else. But I know from many years standing outside Downing Street that what you see going through the door hardly ever tells you the story. And we have got those two vacancies of Ashworth and Thangham Debonair. So we will see some surprise faces at some point.
I want to bring in our panel as we await to see more arrivals. We are joined now by Shami Chakrabarti, the Labour peer, and also Ed Vaizey, the former Culture Secretary as well. Ed, you've, I'm sure, had experience of being called up and making the move down Downing Street. How smoothly do you think this one looks like it's going?
Well, I haven't actually, because I just asked for the job that I got and stuck with it for 6 years. So I avoided all of that. But it looks like it's been very smooth. They're not even having to go through Downing Street security. And it's all being very carefully choreographed. We're just waiting for the moment when David Cameron comes through in the Land Rover and gets out as the surprise. But Adam, of course, is quite right. There are, as it were, two vacancies in the Shadow Cabinet, and it'll be interesting to see who he appoints.
In the Cabinet?
In the Cabinet, yes. Thank you, Shami. That's a very good point. Getting used to that in the Cabinet. And, Douglas Alexander, for example, very experienced former Cabinet Minister in the Gordon Brown government, is now an MP again. So will he bring in somebody like that straight into the Cabinet? And who are the other moves? But, a lot of it is very predictable. I like the fact that Sam is trying to inject some suspension into it. Will she become the Education Secretary? We wait to hear, but most of it is predictable. And I think...
no Ed Miliband yet.
And the magic of Sky, Ed Miliband will now appear in
I know, exactly. I'm not falling down.
Walking through the gate.
I'm not falling
but
down.
I think, just objectively, the message of stability and getting on with the job delivery, I'm saying this on behalf of the Labour government, that is what Keir Starmer wants to project, and if it is, that is what he's succeeding in doing.
Shami, Keir Starmer's obviously won this big majority. How important or not do you think it is that he appoints a cabinet that, I guess, reflects all wings of the Labour Party, or does he have licence to do what he likes now?
Well, I think it was important in the tone of his initial remarks that he approached his first communication as Prime Minister with an air of humility. He knows that this is a wonderful, historic achievement and a win in mathematical terms in Parliament, but the voter turnout wasn't great. And he will be thinking, as I am and other people are, that the rise of reform is something to be worried about. And so he addressed people who hadn't voted for him, and that means people who voted for other parties and people who stayed at home. And so I think he will have to bear that in mind, both in the way that he manages this large group of MPs, many of them new, all of them very ambitious. And I listened carefully to what David Blunkett said to you earlier about the sort of HR aspects of that, and also what he projects to the country. We did lose people we didn't expect to lose, including Jonathan Ashworth. There were some surprise results to independence that are attributed to the situation in the Middle East and so on. So I'm sure that will be very much at the forefront of Keir Starmer's mind.
And as you say, 4 in 5 people, of course, didn't vote for him. It's important to sort of set the tone to show, well, he hopes to show that he'll be a Prime Minister.
He wants to show that he's not cocky. one of the refrains that came, I think, from voters, but also was seized upon by the Labour campaign is it's one rule for them. They're arrogant, they're cocky, they're taking people for granted, and he'll want to project the opposite of that, which is I govern for everybody, I want to be uniting, I'm about service and humility and so on.
Ed, we spoke shortly before the election, and you said then you thought it was going to be a difficult night. Did it live up to your expectation? Did it exceed your expectation?
Yeah, why do people say difficult night? I mean, it was an absolute catastrophe. It's a complete and utter car crash. I mean, it's awful. It's really bad. And but what do I cling on to as a kind of silver lining? That there are just enough Tory MPs to form a viable opposition. And weirdly, looking at what Labour has achieved since 2019, you know, even in the first past the post system, with savvy voters who know how to tactically vote, there is potentially a route back for the Conservatives. I think the reform issue is a big problem in the north, but equally the Tories have to recognise that Tory voters tactically voted for the Lib Dems, switched to get Tories out because they were fed up with their own party. And the Tory party is going to have to make a very quick decision as to where it points. And obviously I want it to point to the centre. I think that's the only way you win elections in this country. I think reform is a false friend, and the policies they offer is a false friend, but there will be a fight between the likes of Suella Braverman and Tom Tugendhat, with someone like Kemi Badenoch not quite clear which way she will pivot. So that is the big... If the Tories can get this right very quickly, there is a route back for them.
Who would you be backing then?
They're not a hugely inspiring cast of characters.
That's not the line from Central Office, is it?
They're not an inspiring cast of characters. I like Kemi Badenoch, but she can go off the deep end. She's got this kind of weird obsession with culture wars. I like Tom Tugendhat, but I'm not sure how kind of charismatic and whether he'll cut through. Jeremy Hunt, sheer resilience. My God, holding on to his seat like that. You almost want to give him the leadership as a consolation prize for being a Tory MP.
What about James Cleverly?
I really like James Cleverly, and funnily enough, if he went for it, I'd be quite up for it. I think he did a really good job as Foreign Secretary, wasn't necessarily expected to. I think he did a good job as Home Secretary.
I'm just going to break in because we can see Jonathan Reynolds now walking down the steps of Downing Street, or the street, I should say. Jonathan Reynolds there, formerly the Shadow Business Secretary, will be hoping for a job in Cabinet now. Let's go to Sam Coates, who's standing by.
That's right. Johnny Reynolds has one of the toughest jobs if he gets the portfolio in government that he had in opposition as Business Secretary, which means that on the shoulders of the 43-year-old just walking onto the pavement on Downing Street and crossing the road to enter the big black door is the job of finding and boosting growth. This man must deliver more investment and therefore more tax revenue in order to fund public services. Can he do it? He is very close to Keir Starmer, a trusted member of his team all the way through since the day Keir Starmer became Labour leader. Another figure on the right of the party, broad beam, looking at me as he then turns to go in the door, and he's in. Will Johnny Reynolds become Business Secretary?
Sam, I'm going to break in because we have had the first official appointment, the press statement from number 10 Downing Street. The King has been pleased to approve the appointment of the Right Honourable Angela Rayner as Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities. She will also be Deputy Prime Minister. So that the first official news. She was the first person, of course, through the door of number 10, Angela Rayner, Deputy Prime Minister, but the key appointment, Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities. Sam.
Levelling Up survives. Now, that's a little bit of a turn-up for a book. A Boris Johnson moniker that didn't exist before he came along has now made it into government as Angela Rayner becomes Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, as well as Deputy Prime Minister. So that is a big portfolio for an important member of Keir Starmer's top team. There is a sense that Angela Rayner will be prepared to use her political clout and her political talents to make sure she can shape this government in the way that she wants. She's had at points a difficult relationship with Keir Starmer. In 2021, a reshuffle where he tried to demote her, one of the toughest moments of Keir Starmer's premiership. But since then, and she won that battle, by the way, and remained with the roles and the titles that she wanted, this 44-year-old that you can see on the screen has managed to claw back influence and claw back, it would seem, the respect of the leader himself. He has decided to bring her firmly into the tent. That's what the announcement in the last minute confers. Deputy Prime Minister, a job title that Keir Starmer didn't have to give her, alongside Levelling Up Secretary, a title that I'm surprised has survived, puts her in charge of making people's lives better, as well as deputising for the Prime Minister. An absolutely fundamental role in the government that's being formed today.
In some ways, one of the very first decisions of the new Prime Minister to keep the Department of Levelling Up and to put the Deputy Prime Minister in charge of it as well. Let's bring in Shami, shall we? What do you make of the actions of Keir Starmer so far?
Well, I think that's a very canny announcement to make first. Angela Rayner is the kind of politician who reaches places others cannot reach, to coin a phrase that I think Margaret Thatcher once used of Peter Carrington or someone. There are people who hear Angela and don't hear other politicians because of her unique voice, her backstory and so on. Housing, crucially important. On your point about preserving the Department for Levelling Up, I think there's something to be said for not doing endless machinery of government changes in the way that some governments do. Let's change the nameplates on the department. You know, a lot of that is a distraction from actually delivering on policy. Housing, crucially important to the missions and the promises that are being made. I'd be interested in that particular brief whether Angela still keeps her influence over workplace reforms and the influence over things like abolishing zero-hour contracts and so on, because that is a part of her previous brief that was very important to her, very important to the trade union. So I'm not quite clear whether that it is still within the brief we've just heard, but very good news that she is there as the first announcement.
And Keir Starmer really ripping through this as well. 12 arrivals we've had of the New Look cabinet in Downing Street in just 47 minutes.
I mean, I haven't done any read across from the shadow cabinet to the cabinet, but one of the things that the Tories did, which I thought was a huge mistake, was basically every single person in Parliament was a member of the cabinet. I mean, I think at one point you had sort of 38 people sitting around the cabinet table. There were all these people attending cabinet. Weirdly, with a parliamentary party of 420 odd, you might be tempted to do that. But it would be nice to see a slimmed-down cabinet where actually attending cabinet actually meant something, and there was cabinet discussion.
And also incentives for people for the future. Yeah. If everybody starts at the top table, the only way is down.
That's true. Ed, can I ask how today's felt? Because it just watching, from my perspective, watching Keir Starmer there at number 10, seeing now people that we're used to saying, the shadow cabinet minister, they're walking through the gates of Downing Street. How does it feel after so many years to see Labour in there?
It's not felt great. I mean, it's felt much worse than I thought it would, because obviously, weirdly, I've been thinking about, is politics going to kind of realign in some way between Brexiteers and Remainers in a kind of very, very broad brush kind of way, like protectionists versus globalists or whatever, almost back to sort of 19th century politics, if you like. And so I've been quite free and easy in kind of taking a pop at the Tory party for the last 2 or 3 years, because it's basically been run by Brexiteers who I blame not only for damaging our country, but really damaging my party, and a party that I've worked for since I was 16. So I have been kind of very free and easy in my criticism, and I get a lot of pushback for it. You're not really a Tory or whatever. But when you see it actually happen, it is fairly devastating. It's happening to my generation. It's happening to a lot of MPs who I came into Parliament with, who have lost their seats. So that's very, very sad. But it's also terrible to see my party on its knees. And also, you do want to play a role in trying to put it back up. In '97, even though I wasn't an MP, I played a role in trying to tell the Tory party, please love your country as it is today, rather than the country you imagine it was in the 1950s. I hope they will do that again this time.
It's happening in your old constituency as well. I mean, no Conservatives in Oxfordshire, for example.
Yeah, Oxfordshire is on yellow and red, and Didcot and Wantage. You know, some of the talent that's been lost, Rupert Harrison, who was the candidate in Bicester, George Osborne's economic advisor, who would have been a very important talent in Parliament if he had got elected, didn't get elected. My old constituency, Didcot and Wantage, you know, which didn't even go Liberal in the 97 landslide.
I felt for Robert Buckland, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought that was early on in the night in Swindon, and I think that his very passionate speech from a guy who's not a shouty politician at all.
Yeah.
I have a lot of time for Robert Buckland as a kind of rule of law, one nation Conservative who cares about things like the Convention on Human Rights. He issued a real warning to his colleagues to end the circus, as he described it. Then, of course, not long later, you had Suella Braverman's response. So we begin to see this battle developing for the soul of the British Conservative Party.
Can I ask you the same question as well? Because I think it's fair to say that you're probably not, a natural kind of bedfellow in many ways in the Labour movement is Keir Starmer when it comes to where you position yourself. Maybe that's unfair. You might not feel that way. But how do you feel about seeing him on the steps of Number 10?
I thought that the speech was very impressive. As I said earlier, it was really good to hear that humility, and I think it came across as very sincere. Service, understanding that not everybody voted for us. He didn't say it explicitly, but he will know that the turnout wasn't great. So this fabulous majority in parliamentary terms, but not a fabulous turnout. And to talk about service, to seek unity, to say that he was especially addressing people who hadn't voted Labour, I thought that was very heartening and very impressive for a Prime Minister of any stripe with such a massive majority. You really do want to use that humbly, I think.
And it's interesting you mention Robert Buckland, because, of course, there we've got a retread coming back in Heidi Alexander, who's someone we might well expect to see in a Labour government at some point. But I did want to ask you what you think Jeremy Corbyn is going to do in this Parliament. I mean, there is almost a sort of faction now of pro-Palestinians around him. I mean, how do you think he's going to conduct himself?
Well, obviously, for some time, your colleagues in journalism have been trying to assess to what extent that conflict was going to affect particularly Labour in relation to messaging in the past. And the messaging did move on, but I think most would accept that there were some slips earlier on. I think it ought to be easier in government than it was in opposition. At times, I think it was particularly hard to be in opposition, but with lots of people who, of course, care about human rights and care about conflicts in the world, to be perhaps under greater scrutiny even than the government. Well, now you're in the government and you have a potential opportunity to get the messaging right and to actually have some influence rather than just be punished for things you have actually relatively little direct diplomatic influence over.
I mean, I guess the other thing, we're talking about kind of independence entering Parliament. 4 MPs for reform, they're hoping for a 5th with a recount in Basildon. And how much of an influence do you think that's going to have, Ed?
Well, don't forget, obviously, the Greens have also got 4 MPs, so it's a pattern, isn't it? And the 4 independents as well, it's a pattern of voters going to fringe parties sounds pejorative, but the non-mainstream parties. And that may be something that is developing. But as I say, what you have with reform is, for me, a real crisis for the Conservative Party. Crisis is probably too strong a word, but to physically have them in the House of Commons, to have someone like Nigel Farage, who is Trumpian in terms of his compelling political cut-through, is going to cause the Conservative Party a huge amount of trouble. And, I was listening to Danny Finkelstein, the Tory peer, this morning, and he's very thoughtful about this. He thinks, funny enough, that, Nigel Farage will split with his 3 colleagues very quickly, that reform has to come to the Conservative Party as much as the Tories come to reform and so on. So it's up in the air.
I'm going to break in because we've had our second official appointment that has been made. The King, we're told by Downing Street, has been pleased to approve the appointment of the Right Honourable Rachel Reeves MP as Chancellor of the Exchequer. No surprises there, but confirmation that Rachel Reeves has become the new Chancellor of the Exchequer. Worth pointing out, of course, that in the 803-year history of that job, it's the first time we've had a woman in post.
Well, that's a wonderful first, isn't it? And obviously we've had women prime ministers, all of them Conservative, it has to be said. But yeah, the first woman Chancellor, I think that is a very important first. And of course, she's the first woman Chancellor in a Parliament that I think probably has more women than ever, in a House of Commons with more women than ever. And you know, there's regional diversity. Labour has done well in all of in England, Scotland and Wales. But no, that's an important first for it to have a woman Chancellor of the Exchequer.
I think we can cross to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's in Downing Street. I can see Ed Miliband starting the walk up the street, Sam.
This is a walk that he will have wanted to do. He perhaps would have wanted to do it in different circumstances. The Labour Party leader between 2010 and 2015 could have been Prime Minister, but lost the 2015 election, but in many ways was responsible for Keir Starmer's entry into politics. Now Ed Miliband walking up the street. He was the Shadow Climate Secretary. Climate is his passion. He might be the first Cabinet Minister to return to the same job he did in the last government. Let's see whether Ed Miliband, 54-year-old figure who was by Gordon Brown's side for all the years of New Labour, ran the Labour Party for years but took it down to defeat in 2015 and now has been Shadow Climate Secretary under Keir Starmer, pushing the climate agenda but being forced to retreat somewhat over that £28 billion investment promise every year, which got scaled back in March of this year. Now walking into number 10, will he become the Climate Secretary as we believe?
And Sam, Keir Starmer's really rattling through the appointments here. It's making me realise and I guess just kind of reflect on the fact of how organised this Labour Party is, whether it is the efficiency of the campaign that won so many seats, really maximised the votes in the right places to be the most efficient. And then also, of course, they were ready for the election when Rishi Sunak called it. And it feels like this is a man who is ready to appoint his cabinet as well.
Oh, I completely agree with you, Sophie. Although you could apply a slightly more cynical spin to it. It's quite hard to do a reshuffle when you're already in government and there are lots of plates spinning and, quite frankly, if there's a reshuffle, often some of them smashing at the same time. Labour has had this time to plan. And it's a little bit easier, if we're being honest, if your cabinet appointments mirror, 90% of them mirror, the shadow cabinet appointments and the jobs that those people were in this morning. So yes, rattling through it. What's interesting is they go in and we don't know what the job is, and then we're being informed largely on social media when the appointment is confirmed, and we've only had two such appointments confirmed, Angela Rayner and Rachel Reeves. I think we've had well over half of the likely cabinet now go in. So the question is, who are going to be the new names? Who are going to be the new faces to replace Thangam Debonair and Jonathan Ashworth, who will get cabinet seats perhaps unexpectedly? And will everybody get the jobs that we are expecting that mirrored what they had in opposition? Those are the massive questions now of British politics. The answers, well, they know in the building behind me, and we'll find out soon enough.
No surprises yet. Sam, thank you very much indeed. We'll go straight back to you as soon as we see any more movement on that street. No surprises so far, Adam?
No, although we don't know who's going to get jobs. It's always possible that... can't call it a reshuffle because the pack's only being dealt out for the first time, but there could be some changes in jobs. But, I mean, interesting seeing Ed Miliband there. We were hearing earlier on from Tom Baldwin how Keir Starmer was quite happy to drop or demote his brief for the Green Revolution at the same time as they're both close friends. I mean, they live within a couple of blocks of each other in Kentish Town and spend a lot of time together.
Yeah, that stood out to me as well, that kind of like ruthlessness, the kind of single-mindedness that it does feel like is part of Keir Starmer's character as well.
And what is going to be the surprise announcement, obviously, because it is in so many ways like 1997 all over again. And what the new Labour government did in 1997 was drop in the bombshell of Bank of England independence. Will there be, as I say, Sam is trying to generate a huge amount of anticipation around the cabinet appointments, but most of them are expected. Will there be a surprise appointment or a surprise announcement?
We are seeing Lisa Nandy, which is a bit of a surprise in some ways because she was, of course, demoted or sidelined as part of the shadow cabinet. But then, of course, Sir Keir Starmer is saying that he does want to kind of reprioritise the Department for International Development. Sam Coates is there. Sam, what's happening?
Well, we're delivering you the excitement that Ed Vaizey wants, and here we have some genuine unexpected news. As you say, Lisa Nandy, her roles under Keir Starmer saw a gentle decline from Shadow Foreign Secretary straight after the failed bid for the leadership when Keir Starmer won to the Shadow Levelling Up Secretary, and then she ended up in the role of Shadow International Development Secretary. Of course, the Tories abolished the International Development Department, so the big question now is Lisa Nandy going to be a full cabinet member? Is she going to have the international development brief? And is that international development brief going to be as someone who is in charge of an entirely separate department? Lisa Nandy will be delighted to be doing the walk that you can see her do at the moment. I suspect she did not know as recently as yesterday whether or not she was going to be allowed to do this walk up Downing Street. The 44-year-old, as you say, sideline, not always popular, shaking her head in this direction, but as a broad smile on her face. Lisa Nandy, are you going to be a full cabinet member? We'll find out in just a few minutes as she goes in there. She's a Manchester MP. She is someone who is not afraid to take on her enemies. She was not somebody who completely endeared herself to Keir Starmer's team in her time in the shadow cabinet. There were whispers that they thought she might have been doing a little bit of briefing, but it looks now as if at the point at which Keir Starmer's operation goes into government, Lisa Nandy is back in what for Labour and in terms of the Labour movement could be a really important job, which is international development, giving her the role of dishing out aid money. She'll have a part of her responsibility will be in order just to smooth some of the tensions around the Middle East, and then she will be delighted to have done the walk she's just done. We've got another one, Sophie, more drama for Ed in the corner. It's Ian Murray. Now, Ian Murray has been for many, many years the shadow Scottish secretary because he was the only Scottish figure in Labour politics. But now the 47-year-old looks as if he's defied some expectations that his job might be handed to Douglas Alexander and able to do the walk up Downing Street, likely to become the Scotland secretary going into number 10.
The ages make them sound like footballers, I feel. How mmany caps have they had? 44-year-old.
I feel it's like the commentary on the coronation. And here comes the King of Spain, walking through the arches, it's a wonderful...
It's an important constitutional day for us, to be fair.
Sam can recognise them all, not like the Australian broadcasters who thought Liz Truss was part of the royal family.
It's a good... Louise Hay, there we go. Louise Hay set to become, to continue with your age references, Ed, that you like so much, set to become the youngest member, potentially, of the new cabinet if she gets the job that she currently has in the shadow cabinet of Transport Secretary. Sam Coates is there. Sam.
Absolutely. Look, Louise Hay, or Lou Hay to her friends, is about to become instantly recognisable as Angela Rayner walks out as Deputy Prime Minister. How do you feel, Angela Rayner? She gives Sky a thumbs up. She walks one way into the Foreign Office as Lou Haig does the walk up the pavement. Lou Haig has been the Shadow Transport Secretary. Broad smile, the 36-year-old now going in. Some see her as the most left-wing member of this cabinet, perhaps alongside Angela Rayner. Doesn't pause for the cameras, but does swiftly and beaming go in. There was a rumour last September that Lou Hague might not remain in the shadow cabinet at the last big reshuffle, but no. There she makes it. She is going to be the architect, in all likelihood, of the plan to renationalise the railways that's in Labour's manifesto, to take the railways back into public ownership as each of the franchises expire. But we'll pause there we have Lucy Powell. Lucy Powell, who is walking in now. She is a long time. She has been the shadow leader of the House, a long-time ally of Ed Miliband, somebody who has been at the heart of Labour politics for over a decade, was in the culture brief. Could she return to that now there's a vacancy with Thangam Debonair? In goes Lucy Powell. So there we have, and there we have Rachel Reeves standing inside number 11. Are you delighted to be the first Chancellor, first female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves? Rachel Reeves, who has made a study of women in economics and women in politics, now leaving number 10, walking across Downing Street. Are you pleased to be the first female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves? Keeping her gaze firmly, walking in through Downing Street and down the road to the Foreign Office, where the cars for the waiting cabinet ministers are all parked as the procession continues. And we have another one. Looking right the way down Downing Street is another veteran of the Blair and the Brown years, and that is Liz Kendall.
Well, we spoke to her on this programme this morning. She said she wasn't going to be drawn into whether or not she'd had any conversations about joining the cabinet. But there we have it, the woman who was the Shadow Work and Pensions Secretary looking pretty pleased after getting the call up by the new incoming Prime Minister, Liz Kendall, walking up Downing Street there. And she's someone, as you say, Sam, who she wasn't an MP during the New Labour years, but she was present as an advisor, wasn't she?
That's right. And she ended up running for the leadership. It was sort of on the Blairite wing, the modernising wing. This 53-year-old has been at the forefront of Labour politics for years and years. There she stops to talk to the police officer on guard outside Downing Street before going in. This Leicester MP who at one point was the sort of talismanic figure for those on the Blairite right of the Labour Party, now in the work and pensions brief. Watch her in that job, dealing with welfare, dealing with the budget that many in the Labour Party realise is spiralling out of control, but attempts to squeeze will cause political pain. It's going to be a tough job if she ends up in government with the portfolio that she has.
I'm going to come in, Sam, because we do have some appointments that we can officially bring you now. Pat McFadden, appointed as the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. David Lammy, he is the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs. There had been some speculation he could be moved from that Foreign Office brief. Yvette Cooper is the Home Secretary and John Healey is the Defence Secretary. So 4 more appointments confirmed. And I can see, as I've been talking with those appointments as well, we do also have walking up Downing Street there, Joe Stevens, who was the Shadow Wales Secretary, going into number 10 too. Sam.
That's right, a solicitor and somebody who, unionist first and foremost in that role, and the Shadow Wales Secretary likely to transfer, like so many other of the jobs that you just outlined, into the front. Into the job that she had in opposition, now taking that role in Parliament. Now we have another one, Angela Smith. Angela Smith, for over a decade, has been in the Lords as the shadow leader of the Lords for Labour, now in a walking up the pavement towards Downing Street. She has done so much work on behalf of Keir Starmer, dealing with rebellions and Labour attempts to stop government legislation. Now looks as if she's about to be rewarded. Is she about to become Labour's leader of the Lords in government, around the cabinet table? that must be the presumption right now. Angela Rayner, through all of the Corbyn years, was a steadying, moderate hand in the House. Angela Smith, in all of the Corbyn years, seen as a moderate, steadying hand in the House of Lords through all of the turbulence when the last leader was running the Labour Party, now looking like she's about to collect her reward for long service as the cabinet job in Keir Starmer's new cabinet.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. Well, Adam, they are rattling through and no surprises.
Yeah, I mean, by my count, we've only got, on the first round of cabinet jobs, we've only got Northern Ireland to go. And then haven't seen Darren Jones yet, who we'd expect to be the number 2 in the Treasury, nor have we seen Nick Thomas-Symonds.
And we have seen Angela Smith, and speaking as 2 old members of the House of Lords, the soon-to-be defunct upper chamber, from our benches, she's very popular, very easy to deal with, very
experienced,
leader.
popular, and of course the leader of the Lords is of course it's a cabinet position, and she, she's loyal to the Labour Party, but she has to get the business done in the House of Lords. You have to be able to adopt an air of consensus in your approach to crossbenchers and Conservatives and so on. Also
worth noting that the new Prime Minister is sticking to his commitment to have at least a 50-50 balance in the cabinet. Between...
I didn't know that. That's brilliant. I've always wished we'd had Tory Prime Ministers who'd done that, and that is brilliant news.
Yeah, certainly a good day for female representation, not in the top job, but in the other jobs, certainly. Well, Keir Starmer made a big deal of stability being changed, didn't he, during the election campaign? He said, look, it's good to be boring. Actually, that's different being boring after the turbulence that we've had in our politics. And I guess he started in that vein, really, and keeping all the positions that he had in the shadow cabinet.
Yeah. But does that mean it's going to be a woman who gets appointed as Culture Secretary, then? Otherwise, it throws the whole cosmos out of kilter.
Well, we think it might be Lucy Powell, but I mean, by my count, 10 women have been appointed so far, and I think there have been 19 jobs altogether. So,
Lucy Powell apparently didn't like the culture brief and was quite pleased to get rid of it.
I've not heard that. How can you not like the culture brief?
It's the best one, isn't it? You get all those tickets.
It is the land of free tickets.
Well, there are those who say that Thangam Debonair is the first person in the brief, either for real or in shadow, who actually liked culture.
Although she'd never been to a football match until she got the job, so it depends what culture you mean.
Well, it depends if you count culture as football. I think playing the cello is rather higher up on my scorecard.
I think this is basically the difference between you and me, where you think culture, I immediately think football, and you think classical music.
Yeah, and the BBC.
Media and sport, and some very big regulatory issues there, as well as the fun.
I think the digital's been taken off now. And, that's gone to
decent, but nobody's quite clear where the Online Safety Act sits.
But more seriously, the culture sector is crying out for investment like every other sector. So things that look quite fun from opposition may seem a bit more challenging in government.
So we are waiting to see the news on the Culture Secretary. There's been no Nick Thomas-Symonds, as you said. We're also waiting for Emily Thornberry, Hilary Benn, Steve Reid and Darren Jones as well, who we are expecting to become the new number 2 at the Treasury. Let's cross back to Sam Coates, shall we? No surprises so far in the, I was going to say reshuffle, but it's not really a reshuffle, is it? The appointment of the new cabinet.
No, slap on the wrist from Adam Bolton there. It is, of course, just, I suppose, the first set of appointments from Keir Starmer, although it's a reshuffle if you're comparing it to what he came into office with. Yvette Cooper appointed Home Secretary. Even though some of those early arrivals came out of order, it does seem as if Keir Starmer has stuck precisely to the portfolios that the people around him had in opposition, transferring them person for person, including David Lammy, who's just been confirmed as Foreign Secretary, and Pat McFadden, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, all of those the jobs that they had in opposition now transferring. So really, we could only get two surprises: who's going to be the Culture Secretary and who had that slightly nebulous Cabinet Office job inhabited. I think it was Paymaster General, Shadow Paymaster General, which was inhabited by Jonathan Ashworth, who was defeated by an independent overnight. It appears that there is a tiny break in the proceedings. There's nobody in the corner of Downing Street coming through the gate just yet. But as you say, the big names that we're looking for now are Steve Reed, the kind of one of the founders of Labour Together, who was the Environment Secretary dealing with sewage, Darren Jones, who was Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury in charge of money and doling out departmental cash, and Emily Thornberry, Shadow Attorney General, a big figure in our politics, for some people Marmite, for some people a pugnacious figure on the public stage. Will those figures come in and get the jobs that they had? That's the question that we're asking at the moment.
It is the question that we will keep asking until we get those answers. Sam, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's take a breath, shall we? Because we've had a lot of news happening in the last hour. So let's look at those cabinet appointments so far in a little bit more detail at this point. The first person through the gates of Downing Street, Angela Rayner, appointed as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up. Also, of course, she is the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner there. Rachel Reeves has become the UK's first ever female Chancellor, the first time a woman has held that job in the 803-year history of the role. While David Lammy has been confirmed as the Foreign Secretary, there had been a little bit of a speculation about whether he'd be kept in that post. He has. Pat McFadden, the new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. He will, I'm sure, become the new Prime Minister's Mr Fix-It, the most influential politician you've never heard of, someone who is believed to be part of the decision-making quad that Sam Coates has been talking about. Plus, Yvette Cooper, perhaps a more familiar face to many of you, she has become the Home Secretary. Let's have a little look now, shall we, at some of the other roles that are still being filled. Oh, that's it. There we go. Those are the main ones that we wanted to bring you. If we were going to rattle through them all, I guess we would be here all day.
Yeah, it is very exciting. I mean, there is no... I mean, I was never in the Cabinet, but there is nothing like being a minister if you're passionate about kind of making change and you're passionate about the brief that you think. And I was just thinking about David Lammy, who I've known for quite a long time, you know, going in to be Foreign Secretary. And regardless of your politics, and it sounds a bit trite and perhaps even Westminster Village, you'd say, you know, these guys deserve it. 13 years in opposition is no fun at all. And I can imagine them going into their departments now and thinking, you know, we've got a job to do and we want to do it. Having said that, of course, so I'm really pleased for them regardless, but this is a great day and fun and engaging and it's a big change. But I think this is a government that's going to find it's going to get into trouble. That's not a criticism, quite quickly, I think. It's going to be interesting, the kind of issues that kind of start to bump up against it very, very quickly and start to kind of, you know, you're starting to feel a bit of the treacle around your feet. But they are predictable, at least.
And there is, of course, not in the Cabinet, but you know, she was mentioned earlier, the mighty Sue Gray was said to have prepared a list of what is coming down the track and the very obvious challenges in each of those briefs. Actually.
She's also supposed to have taken charge of vetting, which is quite interesting. That it's not been done by a civil servant; it's been done by a former civil servant. Of course, she's very well qualified, but I suppose she can keep it in the family a bit more if she finds something.
Well, did her son become I assume her son became an MP, as pretty much every Labour candidate seems to have got elected. So her son was standing for Parliament, I think. But
we also have to check it out.
I mean, I've always been a massive Sue Gray fan. I could never understand again why the Tories went down this rabbit hole.
I have to say there is one point worth bearing in mind, which is for Labour assembling a cabinet. This is a first because historically, if you were elected to the shadow cabinet, and they used to elect the shadow cabinet, you had to go into government. And so in the case of the Blair government, for example, the real shakeout took place a year into government.
Did he inherit an elected shadow cabinet?
He did, yes.
And that's a good pub quiz.
That of course, has now been got rid of.
That one was Sue Gray's son.
So these are the people which Keir Starmer wanted, and already in the style of it, we're not seeing any gimmicks.
To go back to David Lammy for a moment, because I know that Sam Coates was indicating there'd been some suggestions that he might not be Foreign Secretary. And again, to go back to this point about Gaza, I think that the confirmation of David Lammy as Foreign Secretary will reassure a lot of people in the party who have had quite significant concerns about our commitment to, human rights and international humanitarian law. David Lammy is seen to have been part of the pivot to a pro-ceasefire position. So I think that will probably reassure some people.
And I think the speculation was partly related to the vacancy which Labour managed to keep in the embassy in Washington, which has become to be seen as very much a prize and also extremely sensitive with the possibility of Trump coming in. And as you know, David Lammy went over and tried to build bridges to people. There was a feeling that perhaps he might go to Washington and that would therefore create a vacancy in London. Obviously, that hasn't happened. But, I mean, the names that are being speculated about, Washington include some well-known figures, Cathy Ashton, former head of the European
David
Affairs.
Miliband.
David Miliband, exactly. So
Peter Mandelson.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
that name's been mentioned. I mean, so...
Who mentioned it? Lord Mandelson?
I don't know, it was in this standard diary, I think. Although, actually, to be fair to Peter Mandelson, he has said on the record at Times Radio, where Ed and I spent some time, that he has been told that he should not expect any role in this government. I don't know whether that extends to being an ambassador.
It's always a good bit of information. I always get suspicious when people say, oh, this person's job's under threat. I mean, who is starting that rumour? Is it the person who wants the job? That's
this whole culture of off-the-record briefing, it's very tantalising for journalists. It's not always completely in the public interest or to the good of trust in politics that everybody wants to restore.
Well, David Lammy gets a lot of credit for keeping Keir Starmer at D-Day and also ensuring that Keir Starmer met Zelensky. And again, I don't know whether that comes from David Lammy's camp or others, but certainly he's had a good press running up to, apart from obviously the speculation he was going to get fired.
That wasn't great,
Well, the alternative rumour is the person who was really keen to make sure that Keir Starmer met Zelensky was, guess who? Zelensky, who saw what was happening.
And his message was one of the first in, I noticed this morning.
Was it?
Yeah.
And Macron, of course, tweeted his
congratulations. I was pleased with our first meeting, yes. I think he said. So.
I mean, this is, I'm sure, what Sir Keir Starmer is going to be getting up to and knuckling down with pretty soon as well. That tends to be what happens, isn't it, Adam? That you get the cabinet appointed and then you're on to the kind of phone calls with foreign leaders. And I'm sure there's lots of decisions that need to be made on who's top of that list.
Well, there are already lots of jokes, which I won't repeat, about his first phone call with Joe Biden.
Let's move off that territory. I can't even work out what it is you're hinting at, but it's probably best to to not go there. I would say.
Hello, Mr. Churchill.
He went there.
He did. I just can't control them at this stage in proceedings. It's always good to have you there, Adam. Lots of policy decisions, of course, as well. Do you feel like it is one of these cabinets that's going to have a pretty short honeymoon because of the inheritance?
Well, again, to go back to the initial Downing Street speech, Keir Starmer was very much trying to get the balance between there is hope, but there isn't a switch that I can flick. So he knows that there's, the honeymoon only lasts so long. He needs to give people hope, but also manage expectations. And I think you're right. I mean, Ed, for understandable reasons, talked about reform and the threat it poses to the rehabilitation of the British Conservative Party. But it brings its challenges to a Labour government as well, particularly if this reset that Keir Starmer describes over people's, public services and housing and life chances doesn't come quickly enough.
How much of a force do you think reform are? Do you think this is just basically people who don't want to vote Conservative, but they can't bring themselves to vote for Starmer, so they'll switch back to the Conservatives? Or do you think actually it's something deeper than that?
Well, I was reading, funny enough, I think Lord Ashcroft sent out an email today because he does these sort of endless polls about where people voted and why they voted Reform. And there's no doubt that the majority of Tories who left the Tory party went to Reform, but they did also go to the Lib Dems. They did also go to Labour. And if you add up the Labour and Lib Dem switchers in the Tory party, they outnumber the Reform. So it's too early to tell.
We're seeing the new Foreign Secretary, that is David Lammy, absolutely beaming as he makes the very short walk from Downing Street to the Foreign Office. Sam's there. Sam.
That's right, Sophie. I asked David Lammy as he was walking, are you pleased to be Foreign Secretary? He turned and he said, I'm very pleased, thank you. And absolutely delighted, David Lammy, to be appointed in a role where he has actually forged, I think he's known within the Labour movement for having forged a significant number of global connections, particularly in America, and not just with Democrats. He was the first black Briton to study at Harvard Law School and has forged a long-term relationship with Barack Obama since those days. But more recently, not only forging ties with prominent Democrats like the former advisor to Barack Obama, Ben Rhodes, but also has made some inroads with Donald Trump's team and therefore a pivotal figure if America goes in a very different direction in November.
It certainly will be really interesting to see how that pans out. Sam, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates there at Downing Street as Sir Keir Starmer, the new Prime Minister, makes those all-important cabinet appointments, some faces that are going to become a lot more familiar in the next few years. It is 4 o'clock. Hello and good afternoon from Westminster. We are here on a momentous day for the United Kingdom, where the political scene as we know it has changed beyond recognition. This afternoon, the new Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has started to assemble his top team, appointing his cabinet after winning a landslide victory at the general election. Angela Rayner is his Deputy Prime Minister. Rachel Reeves makes history as the UK's very first female Chancellor. Well, Labour has now won more than 400 seats, a landslide second only to Tony Blair when New Labour came to power in 1997. Well, let's take you through, shall we, in a bit more detail, the cabinet appointments that have been made so far by Sir Keir Starmer. The very first person to enter the number 10 door to meet with the new Prime Minister was this woman, Angela Rayner. She has been appointed as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities. She's also, of course, the Deputy Prime Minister, which means she has her own mandate, an extraordinary rise for Angela Rayner there. Rachel Reeves, meanwhile, the second person in, she's become the UK's first ever female Chancellor in the 803-year history of that role. The first time a woman has been given that job. David Lammy confirmed as the Foreign Secretary. We saw him there just entering his new office, the resplendent building of the Foreign Office, absolutely beaming, clearly delighted. Pat McFadden, the new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, a key campaigning figure in Labour, often described as the most influential politician you've never heard of and expected to be a key part of the decision-making team in number 10. Yvette Cooper has been appointed as the Home Secretary. She has kept the job that she was shadowing. She has ministerial experience, of course, in the new Labour government. She is now the Home Secretary. John Healey, meanwhile, has been appointed as the Secretary of State for Defence. Again, all of these straight transfers over from the shadow cabinet. Well, let's go live now to Downing Street. We can speak to our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. And Sam, Keir Starmer said that stability would be change, and this is really, I guess, a cabinet that has been appointed around stability.
In the last 90 minutes, Sophie, 20 have gone into the black door behind me, 6 have been confirmed and appointed, and 4 have emerged in one of the most orderly and stable entrances to power that I can remember, with not a single confirmed change so far from the shadow ministerial team that Keir Starmer had before he was formally appointed Prime Minister by the King this morning. It's a cabinet that balances moderates. It balances some on the left, like Angela Rayner and Lou Haig, and several modernisers, perhaps once upon a time who would have been known as Blairites, Wes Streeting and Pat McFadden. We've just had another confirmation. Shabana Mahmood has been confirmed in the role that she had in her shadow position as the Justice Secretary. She will be Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice, replacing Alex Chalk, who was roundly defeated, the Conservative, by the Liberal Democrats in his Cheltenham seat. She survived her electoral test against Independent, and we've got another person walking up Downing Street. I'll just pause there. If we go to the live shot, Alan Campbell is about to become Keir Starmer's chief whip. You won't see this guy out in the sunlight very much. Smiled as I said that, because he is the person in charge of instilling discipline into Labour's parliamentary operation. Let me translate that for you into English, Sophie. Every time a Labour MP steps out of line, they'll be hauled in front of that man, Alan Campbell, for a rollicking if they misbehave, because discipline with this number of MPs is going to be absolutely crucial. Keir Starmer is going to want to stamp his authority and stamp it quickly on the new parliamentary party that contains hundreds of MPs that have never set foot in Westminster before. Dozens of them will have ambitions, dozens of them will have strong views in opposition to the leadership. We have another one. Here he comes, I am told, just out of sight. We are about to get a figure who could be heading to the Treasury. I can't see him yet, but we are told that we have got more appointments imminently, but he is coming. Yes, we were told he's coming shortly. But there you have it. There it is, somebody just edging in. If we could go to the gate of Downing Street, there is potentially walking up now. There he is. His name that you'll be able to see in just a second is Darren Jones, one of the younger members of the Shadow Cabinet, but one of the more prominent figures in the Labour campaign. His job, like Rachel Reeves, one of the trickiest. Darren Jones has been the number 2 in the Treasury team. That means Darren Jones is in charge of public spending and, in essence, in charge of telling his Labour colleagues, no, they cannot spend any more money in the portfolios that they have and that they can't splash the cash because Labour has tight borrowing rules, tight spending rules, and is sticking at the moment to Tory spending plans. This man, I believe is 37, saxophonist. He's the first ever Darren to become Chief Secretary of the Treasury, because he's the first ever Darren to be elected as an MP. So there you have it. A Bristol MP who has catapulted to the top of Keir Starmer's team just in the last few months.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. A couple of confirmed appointments to bring you no surprises from this Cabinet appointment of stability. Shabana Mahmood, as Sam was saying, Lord Chancellor and Secretary of State for Justice. Wes Streeting confirmed as the Health Secretary. We also have Bridget Phillipson as the Secretary of State for Education, and the Right Honourable Ed Miliband as the Secretary of State for Energy, Security and Net Zero. So 4 more confirmed appointments, all direct transfers over from the Shadow Cabinet. Darren Jones is in number 10 now. We expect him to be the number 2 in the Treasury. Sir Alan Campbell also in there, expected to be the Chief Whip. Sir Alan Campbell actually used to be a history teacher before he entered the Commons, so possibly some experience of controlling unruly masses. Let's bring in our panel at this point, shall we, as we await more Cabinet appointments. We are joined now by Harriet Harman, who really needs no introduction, a former Labour MP, Harriet Harman, and also Paul Scully, former Conservative MP. Good to have you both with us. Harriet, it must have been quite an emotional day watching Labour take control in number 10.
It just feels like a huge relief. I'm surprised by how much of a change it feels like. Suddenly not to have the prospect of chaos and scandal and low expectations. It's struck me much more. And I thought that the way that Keir Starmer led it out and then rapidly appointing his cabinet, basically, he's not negotiating with them. They're being told what job they're doing. His authority is huge as a result of this massive landslide he's got. So I think we can really have stability and progress. I mean, it's really beyond exciting for me. I'm slightly giddy with it all.
I can almost see it in your demeanour, actually. I feel like I need to just reflect with you as well, the first ever female Chancellor.
And she is a remarkable woman, Rachel. She's a feminist, and I think will make a massive difference. And not to be underestimated, you know, she's really been fully qualified to be a Chancellor almost since her teens. She's incredibly clever, always exceeding expectations, beating all the boys she played at chess. But she's got a very grounded view of economics. She talks about securonomics, about having security and people having stability so they can plan, whether that's families or businesses. So she's obviously got to ensure that growth is generated so that revenue is available for public services, and she will stick to really tight fiscal rules.
Paul, I've been looking forward to getting your perspective on this because, you know, we've had sort of frank discussions before about the Conservative Party and your own sort of concerns, I guess, about the direction it's going in. What are your reflections on where your party is now?
Well, first of all, congratulations to the Labour Party, to Sir Keir. We were elected at the same time, and it's really important that he does well. It's important that the Conservative Party oppose and hold him to account, clearly, and have a strong opposition, because other oppositions always come from somewhere. A vacuum will be filled, and it's important that we do that role. So I wish him well, because actually this is our country, so I can't just afford 5 years of nothingness. We now need to, as a party, show a bit of humility, listen. As I say, I think this is something that we were just bouncing from crisis to crisis without really articulating that vision, without really understanding the kind of mood that Harriet was just describing there. And so it's important that we take stock and we just don't do a big ideological shift one way or another, because actually my understanding of what I've heard from the voters is about perceived competence. It's about, you know, disunifying. You're not really doing the job that we put you into there to do. So that's what we need to take stock and have a strong leader that can start to portray that competence.
I mean, congratulations as well. You've been on the dissolution honours list. You're going to be in the House of Lords. I just wonder what you think the future of the House of Lords is now that we've got a Labour government. What's going to happen there in terms of reform?
Well, I think first off, Keir Starmer has put in the manifesto that there's going to be an age limit, so you can't serve after you're 80, getting rid of hereditary peers, which really there's no justification for, and then progressing on to really more change. So I'm a turkey going in to vote for Christmas, I reckon. But actually, he needs to appoint loads more peers, and that's slightly counterintuitive, because what we can't have is unelected, appointed Conservative peers holding to ransom a Labour House of Commons with a big mandate for government. So in the short term, you're going to see more Labour peers elected, but actually, make no mistake, there's going to be immediate changes in the institution, and actually it's going to be then moving on to sort of more profound changes.
That's always the problem we've been wrestling with, because that's what part of the stuff that we had for the last 5 years in reverse.
Well, no, I was wondering whether they're going to obstruct the Labour government, since they've largely supported it against the government.
Just to come in now, because we are watching, of course, Downing Street, and that is Hilary Benn, who is making his way up. I should say that there has never been a Prime Minister without a Ben in his cabinet, so it looks like Keir Starmer is not going to be breaking with tradition. Sam Coates in Downing Street. Sam.
Hilary Benn, who served under Gordon Brown, ambling in quite a relaxed fashion up Downing Street, the 70-year-old carrying his rucksack, which is not quite how some of the others did it. He's been in the shadow Northern Ireland portfolio. Are you excited to be back in government, Hilary Benn? Are you excited to be back in government? Do you think it's Northern Ireland? Well, there we go. He's going to wait and see what happens, he says, as he heads back in. The Leeds South MP, son of Tony Benn, but famously describes himself as a Ben, but not a Bennite, reflecting his much, much more moderate politics than his father. He was somebody who played a crucial role being sacked in Labour Party history, being sacked when Jeremy Corbyn was leader, then chairing the Brexit Select Committee and working together with other Remain supporting MPs to challenge and attempt to overthrow the Brexit settlement of Theresa May. That didn't work out. At the last reshuffle by Keir Starmer, he was catapulted back into the shadow cabinet in that pivotal Northern Ireland role. Northern Ireland under pressure because of Brexit, and today Sinn Féin take the largest number of seats in Westminster in Northern Ireland. So a huge amount in the in-tray in Northern Ireland if that's the job that Hilary Benn ends up getting. But given the precedent, pretty much everybody's getting the same job that they had, with one exception. I'm going to give you a rumour, Sophie. A little bit of excitement, a little bit of uncertainty. I am told that the person who might get the culture brief could be Lisa Nandy. She is already inside Downing Street. We saw her go in the last half an hour. There's just a little feeling that rather than keeping her in the international development brief, which may not have a government department attached to it, she could end up skipping across to the culture brief. So let's see if that prediction comes true.
Could it be a reward for taking the punishment when she was had that demotion earlier, loyally continuing to serve Keir Starmer? Let's see. I love the intel, Sam. We'll find out soon if it is correct. A bit of breaking news to bring you, because we are told that President Biden planning to call Britain's new Prime Minister Keir Starmer today to congratulate him on his victory. That's according to a source familiar with the president's schedule. No surprises there, really, but Sir Keir Starmer expected to receive a call from the US president. Right, let's take a check-in, shall we? And we can take you through the latest cabinet appointments, because the new Prime Minister has not been waiting around. He's been rattling through them. Shabana Mahmood, she is the new Justice Secretary. There was a bit of a wobble over whether she'd hold her seat. She has managed to do that, and that means she is now the Lord Chancellor and Justice Secretary in this new look cabinet. Wes Streeting, another person who had a real battle to hang on to a seat in Ilford North. He is the new Health Secretary, the new Health and Social Care Secretary there, Wes Streeting. And Bridget Phillipson becomes the Education Secretary. None of these appointments surprising, all of them direct transfers over from the shadow cabinet. And Ed Miliband appointed as the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. He didn't manage to walk down Downing Street to be Prime Minister when he was leader of the Labour Party, but he has made it for the first time in 14 years as a member of a Labour cabinet. Yvette Cooper there, leaving Downing Street. The new Home Secretary there, walking through the arch that links Downing Street with the Foreign Office. Sam, did she have anything to say when she came past?
Not in this direction. I think she said something looking the other way and I couldn't read through the back of her head, but she looked businesslike as she walked in towards the Foreign Office in order to pick up her car to make the half-mile journey to the Home Office, where she has a bursting in trade. Now let's look at the man on your screen. That is Steve Reid. Steve Reid has been the Environment Secretary. The 60-year-old Stretton MP made his name in politics, actually, in Lambeth politics, fighting left-wingers. He is an avowed Labour Party moderate. He is, at times, pugnacious. He has done a lot of some of the more difficult media rounds. He'll be hoping to tackle the issue of sewage, if, in particular, he gets the Environment brief. Do you expect to be the Environment Secretary, Steve Reid? Do you want to be the Environment Secretary? Well, a shrug there when it came to what he was expecting, and wouldn't answer the question of what he wanted. But what is certainly true is that figure who helped Morgan McSweeney, one of Keir Starmer's closest, most senior aides, fight the left in that battle for control of the Labour Party that stretched back through the last, what would it be, 9 or so years. Steve Reid, an important figure trying to pull Labour politics away from the militant left and back into what he would regard and what Keir Starmer would regard as the mainstream, being rewarded with a cabinet post, having worked alongside lots of other figures, including Keir Starmer's top aide, and now he is likely to end up as the Environment Secretary. Sophie.
Thank you very much, Sam. Sam Coates there, keeping his eye on Downing Street. Rumours that potentially Nisa Nandi could be the new Culture Secretary, but other than that, we have, of course, had a direct transfer over from the shadow cabinet to the cabinet, a reshuffle or the appointment of a new cabinet that is all about stability. Stability is change, according to the new Prime Minister, Adam.
Yeah, so the only face that we speculated on we haven't seen yet is Emily Thornberry. So probably be seeing her in the next few minutes. Every time we've tipped the next arrival, they've gone there. But, you know, it is possible to do this because this is, so far, totally orderly, no surprises, reshuffle, in spite of the two vacancies which were caused by the voters overnight.
Secretary of State for Scotland, do you think they're...
Ian Murray.
Yep. Oh, he's already
yes,
been announced?
well, he hasn't been announced, but he's in number 10.
He's in number 10.
So we're assuming that he's going to get that job. Harriet, I've just been kind of thinking about how, you know, this is a very well-drilled set of appointments here. It's an election campaign that was very organised, very professional, very efficient in terms of votes. Do you think that's a good thing, or do you think that actually the fact that, you know, 4 in 5 people didn't actually directly vote for Keir Starmer could cause issues for him?
Well, I think it's very important that it is so well organised. I think that the spontaneity tipped over into downright chaos in the last government, and people want certainty and they want stability. But I think you saw in Keir's speech in Downing Street that he's very well aware that not only has he got to rebuild the economy and public services, but he's actually got to restore public trust and confidence. He talked about the wound that there was where people didn't feel they could have confidence in their democracy and in their politics, and said that he would not only govern for those who voted for him, but particularly those who didn't vote for him. Because for a moment, for a little while, the opposition are going to have to get their act together after what has been an absolutely massive defeat. And I don't think he wants to give the impression that he is untrammelled power that's not concerned about people who might not agree with him. So he's going to have to listen to people who don't agree with him, because for the moment, the Tories are going to be in a difficult situation righting themselves. It might take quite a while.
I mean, I hate to say it, but it's hard to argue with that, isn't it, Paul, that it might take it quite a while?
I think that's fair, and that's good government. As I say, you know, I'm not going to oppose just for the sake of opposition. It's about making sure that we have that orderly transition, and that's a sensible thing to do. I was just talking earlier about what we do now. Rishi Sunak has obviously said he's stepping down as party leader, but not immediately. So we've got to organise that process, and then in that process, do we have a culmination at party conference, or is party conference the first, when it's the first chance of the party getting together en masse? Is that going to be a bit of a bloodbath? So I think the next couple of weeks will be really pivotal to getting that sense of where the Conservative Party is going to have that transition.
It's a contrast, isn't it? Because look, we're looking here at the very kind of public coronation, if you like, of Keir Starmer as the new Prime Minister, the very public appointment of the Cabinet. What's happening with the Conservative Party now is all behind closed doors, all those wrestlings, all those machinations.
Yeah, and I think that's partly, to be fair, because obviously Keir Starmer has been pretty clear that Labour were going to win the election for some time now. So he's probably been able to have some of these conversations in Labour HQ with the shadow cabinet, saying you're going to get a direct transition in. So it does enable him to have very quick conversations with them. Whereas, as I say, we need to work out who's won, who's lost, and then really where the mood of the new parliamentary party is.
Are there any names that you would throw out as people who you'd like to see a pitch from?
I genuinely don't know yet. I mean, what I'm looking for is a strong leader. You forget the ideology for a minute, and it's not about having a soggy centrist or a rabid right winger or anything like that. If you start chasing reform, you lose just as many votes off the other direction, and vice versa. What we need, as I say, is to have someone that can bring the party back together again as a strong leader. It's a good communicator. I had people like, beforehand, people like Grant Shapps and Tom Tugendhat, James Cleverly, those sort of guys. A Goldilocks character, rather than someone that's just going to go into the deep end and say, come and join me, the water's warm. But Grant's obviously not there, so out of that list.
Yeah, one down, yeah.
And what's your answer to those people like Suella Braverman who are saying, well, we ought to be looking at, or Danny Kruger, we ought to be looking at reform?
I think it's just a mistake, because actually what you look at in reform to me, yes, there are people that want to shift the party towards them. Reform's all about Nigel Farage. He said, I'm coming back, I'm going to be Prime Minister in 5 years. It's almost like you guys look after yourself, including the British public, and then I'll come and sweep in and take the glory. This is just as many people that are voting for reform, in my view, that are genuinely disaffected with the two main parties. I've seen that in Sutton on the opposite end of the scale, where they voted Lib Dem for so many years, and then yet they voted Brexit because everybody thought, oh, they must be tribal Lib Dems. They weren't. They were just dissatisfied with what was happening in Westminster with the two main parties. I think Reform, largely the voters are like that.
We've got a situation where I think Reform have had to get roughly 1 million votes for every MP that's been elected. Do you think, Harriet, that there is a danger that, a big chunk of the public feel pretty unrepresented by the system?
Well, I think, there's a choice. You can either decide that the result of the election, which is a massive Labour majority, means that and that there was many votes for reform which didn't get translated into seats. You can either decide, therefore, your next thing is to talk about voting reform and change the voting system. But the trouble is that all the other voting systems, aside from first past the post, have their own problems. And we did have a referendum on voting reform as recently as 2011, and people voted it down. I think the best thing is to get on with delivering what people's concerns are. And I think getting into a massive procedural complexity, I just don't think is the solution. If you look all around, the low turnouts and the disaffection with politics happens in countries where they've got proportional systems as well. So I don't think it's the problem of the system. But, there might be a bit of a discussion around this, but all the discussion is so complex. And people do understand first past the post, that if you get the most votes, you win and you're accountable.
And it's actually worked in this situation in terms of getting rid of an unpopular government in an orderly fashion. It hasn't worked for certain parties, reform, as we've just been discussing. But overall, it seems to have done its job. It's given a strong government that can then has the ability for
ironically, the Lib Dems, who used to complain that they got more votes and fewer seats, they're now the other way round. They've got loads of seats on fewer votes. And I can't actually see them partnering up with Reform to go for voting change. So I think we're going to be getting on to deliver on the health service, the economy, and all of that sort of thing, rather than going down a procedural rabbit hole.
Well, there was a statistic as well that is interesting, that Reform have got only, I think, a couple of % more than UKIP did in 2015. And it's translated in a handful of... At least they've got some seats this time, but not many.
Yeah, electoral reform is a Labour policy.
Well, we've done electoral reform. We've done it in Scotland. We've done it in the GLA. We've got all sorts of a myriad of voting systems. But the question is whether or not we really are going to change from first past the post. Have you heard Keir Starmer mentioning it that recently? No, he's talked about the economy,
I just find it interesting.
Services.
I'm not a great advocate of it myself. I agree with you two, but we did hear Nigel Farage, when he wasn't shouting at the hecklers, actually saying he was now going to make a big push for electoral reform. There are also some voices within the Conservative Party looking at what happened to Labour this time round, who are beginning to look a bit askance at the first past post system. And so I'm just wondering whether it is going to, boring as it is, and there are better things to talk about it, I'm just wondering whether it's actually going to become
for two parties.
Become a political issue in this Parliament, because we haven't got a two-party system.
No, that's what I'm saying. So it works. So there's always, worth looking in. But as I say, Nigel Farage is going to be looking for things that he can say is unfair, because it really taps into that disaffection.
Yes, it'll suit his agenda. You've been robbed, you should be dissatisfied. But the point is, like with everything else, he hasn't really got a solution.
No.
He's got simple winding everybody up and, building on dissatisfaction. And that's why, it's a problem having them in Parliament, using Parliament for amplifying that sort of division.
I actually think he's going to be constrained in Parliament. I think if he's sitting there on the sidelines, he can say what he wants. It's actually sitting in Parliament, not really getting allocated questions and those kind of things. Again, it might feed into the unfair narrative, but he's going to have less of a voice.
Let's see how that plays out. I'm sure it's going to be a very, colourful, loud. There's lots of adjectives I'm sure all of our viewers will have to describe Nigel Farage in all kinds of directions, parliamentarian as well. Yvette Cooper, the new Home Secretary, has been speaking at her new department. I think we can have a little listen to what she had to say.
Thank you very much. It's been a long time coming for you.
Thank you. Well, look, it's a real honour to be asked by Keir Starmer to serve as the new Home Secretary. The first duty of any government is to keep our country safe, to keep our communities safe, and to keep our borders secure. And so that is why my first task as I go into the Home Office will be the Labour's first steps, which means trying to get neighbourhood police back on our streets in our communities, and also setting up the new Border Security Command to go after the criminal boat gangs that are organising the dangerous boat crossings. We know there are a lot of challenges ahead, and after 14 years, there is some difficult legacy that we will inherit, and we know that that will mean hard graft and not gimmicks ahead in order to tackle that. I think what we also know is it feels that our communities have faced damage and often felt fractured and sometimes brittle as well, and our task has to be to bring people back together and to restore respect and to restore trust, as Keir Starmer has said today, to restore politics to public service as well. So thank you, and let the change begin. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The new Home Secretary there, Yvette Cooper. Interesting to see that she highlighted one of her priorities about smashing the criminal gangs who are organising those small boat crossings. We've had record numbers of small boat crossings this year. It is going to be a difficult policy to enact, something that governments around the world, of course, have struggled with. Will the Labour Party make any more cut through on that? We will wait and see. Sam is in Downing Street for us. Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor. Sam.
John Healey, the new Defence Secretary, just walked out of the black door behind me with his military attaché. He looks like he is going to walk the short walk to the Ministry of Defence. It's a hop across the road, a hop across Whitehall. There you can see him with a man who will keep him secure and help the new Secretary of State keep the nation secure. He's just leaving the big black gate, and they will go and escort him through the crowds and across the road into the side entrance of the Ministry of Defence. He is one of a number of cabinet ministers who is about to leave Downing Street behind me. What's going on is that after the appointment by the Prime Minister of these individuals, they each receive a tailored briefing, as well as having their photograph taken for the social media platform. They each receive a tailored briefing with the expectations that the new Prime Minister has and how they expect them to go about their job. So those are the sorts of conversations going on right now in Downing Street. We're really at the kind of final stages of this reshuffle. We've got only a couple of faces that we're looking left to see. One is we haven't seen Emily Thornberry, who was the Shadow Attorney General. She is, as yet, not in an allocated role, and we haven't seen her. And interestingly, you might remember that in a corner we had Annalisa Dodds. She ended up going through a side entrance and never fully walking up Downing Street. That's because she went into number 9 Downing Street. So that was another thing. And then one other figure who is particularly interesting is we haven't yet heard from Nick Thomas-Symonds. Now, he was at one point one of the closest members of Keir Starmer's top team as Shadow Home Secretary. He was demoted, but the role he was penciled in for was doing the renegotiation with Europe in order to bring the United Kingdom closer to Europe post-Brexit, a big priority, something that may not have even happened out of the Foreign Office. But as yet, we haven't seen him, and we don't know what's happened to him. And one other figure we were expecting to see is the sister of Rachel Reeves, the new Chancellor, Ellie Reeves, who was a key figure on the campaign and one of the familiar faces on the breakfast TV stool with Kay Burley. She was expected to get something of a bump, but we haven't seen her yet. So Nick Thomas-Symonds, Emily Thornberry, Ellie Reeves, and then the Lord's Chief Whip, Lord Kennedy. Actually, Lord Kennedy, in the distant, far distance, I can see him. You might just be able, if you look at the Downing Street gate, to see him. Now, he will not be a figure who is particularly known to many people outside Parliament, but he has been the chief whip. He's just disappeared, I think unusually and rather sweetly. It looks as if he might be going through Downing Street security, something that other possible members of Keir Starmer's top team and cabinet members haven't had to do, and that will delay him and slow down his walk up the street. Roy Kennedy, long-time Labour staff member who ended up joining the House of Lords and being a key figure in the House of Lords. Him and his wife Alicia, top aides to Tom Watson, a big figure in our politics for many years when Gordon Brown was in charge, deputy leader of the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn. Roy Kennedy at his side, and so we are expecting him in the fullness of time, and you can see the kinds of names. So we will pause that. It's hard to see whether or not the system has swallowed up Roy Kennedy, but we thought we could see him in the distance. But we are down into the last 3 or 4 names now, Sophie, as this reshuffle comes to an end in terms of people coming in. But we haven't had confirmation of some of the big jobs, and we are waiting to find out who is going to fill that big vacancy of Culture Secretary, and whether or not our tip of Lisa Nandy is right.
I love it. We will leave Roy Kennedy to battle his way through Downing Street security, and we'll bring you that as soon as we have it. I'm glad as well you cleared up the mystery of what happened to Annalise Dodds. I do remember seeing her bobbing around at the end of Downing Street, just behind Yvette Cooper, and then mysteriously disappearing. Thank you very much, Sam Coates. Sam Coates there at Downing Street. We'll go back to Sam. Of course, as soon as Roy Kennedy manages to make it through security. We're nearly there, aren't we? It feels like, doesn't it?
Has Lucy Powell, shadow leader of the House, gone in?
She's in. We don't know yet what role she's got.
Some speculation she might be going to Culture.
Which she did as a shadow before.
Yeah.
We did.
There's a vacancy there because of Thagam Debn losing her seat.
Yeah, we did see her in, but we are unclear currently. It feels to me like we've been talking an awful lot about people so far, which is understandable because, that's what cabinet appointments are all about. But it does feel like maybe we should touch a bit on policy as well, because the hard work starts here, doesn't it? The public spending projections that we've got have been, effectively described by economists as a complete fantasy. Rachel Reeves says she's going to be sticking to the Conservatives' fiscal rules to get debt falling by the end of the Parliament. I'm no economist, but I'll be frank, I can't see how those two things can work out. Harriet, what do you think?
Well, if I had to choose between the economic acuity of Rachel Reeves or the IFS, although I've got a huge amount of respect for the IFS, Rachel Reeves does know what she's doing, but I do think you're right to say it is going to be incredibly difficult. I think the reason why they have been so strong about the public spending and no tax rises is for 2 reasons. Firstly, because they think the public needed reassurance after the trauma they suffered with Liz Truss and the instability. They needed to have absolute reassurance about the tax situation and the public spending situation. But secondly, that is the way Rachel believes you get growth into the economy, by sticking to the rules and enabling people to have the confidence to invest. So I think it is going to be very, very difficult. And there's a very big parliamentary Labour Party, all of whose constituents will be saying, we need this to happen in our hospital, we need this to happen in our schools, childcare's a problem, we need our high streets sorted out, our council has been starved of funds for years. But one of the things that all of those MPs will know is that the reason they are in is because Keir Starmer has done that remarkable feat of leadership. So he's in a very strong position to exercise leadership over them. And I think it will be a little while before we see a revolt, because they owe him big time.
I think he's kept the Labour Party together. It has been described as the Ming Vase strategy. So it's very risk-averse, just carefully plodding away through the 6 weeks, watching Ed Davies splashing around in water and Rishi doing whatever he's been doing, and these kind of things. So it's a very different approach. And that won't really survive in government. He's going to have to be, because he's going to be scrutinised in a very, very different way. For me, I'm going the other side. I'm working in a start-up company now, so I'm going to be looking not just for that macro, but I'm going to be looking for people in the Labour Parliamentary Party who have got a real sense of businesses and startups and the micro, the individuals that reward, how you reward risk, how you reward entrepreneurship, and therefore drive that kind of investment in, because that's the kind of business that will give us the growth we need in this country.
We've had a couple more new appointments to the Cabinet confirmed, another 4 confirmed. Let's just take you through them now, if we can. Liz Kendall has become the new Work and Pensions Secretary. Liz Kendall there, the new Work and Pensions Secretary. She was shadowing the brief, of course. She has been an advisor in the 1997 Blair government, ran for the leadership herself, although she came last to you, to Harriet Harman.
Yes.
There you go.
Last time she was walking down Downing Street is when I was being appointed and she was my advisor. But she'll be excellent. But she's got one of the toughest roles because there's so much pressure building up in that brief. But she's tough.
She's a tough one. I love it. A bit of insight there from her old boss, Harriet Harman. Liz Kendall there. Jonathan Reynolds has been appointed as the Business and Trade Secretary as well, often on the media rounds. Jonathan Reynolds, the new Business Secretary. Peter Kyle is the new Science, Innovation and Technology Secretary. Peter Kyle there, appointed to that brief. And the new Transport Secretary, youngest member of the Cabinet, I believe, Louise Hay, is the new Transport Secretary. A big Arctic Monkeys fan, as befits a Sheffield MP as well. Louise Hay there. Adam, what do you make of the new...
Well, that's all going with the briefs which they held before. I think we've just about recognised the pattern now.
Yeah, I know. There's no surprises.
What's going? But, I mean, it is pretty remarkable. Here we are, 5 o'clock, so, less than 24 hours after the polls closed, and we've effectively got a 20-plus person cabinet already appointed and going into their departments. I mean, I think that is the message which Keir Starmer wants to send out. We're ready for this, we're prepared for this, and we're going to do it in an orderly fashion. We shall see whether it's sustained.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? The kind of, I guess the early messages he wants to send out is nothing radical, nothing reforming, stability and professionalism, I guess, and that's what he's done.
And I think Adam's right about the kind of speed. He wants to show he's not lolling around triumphalist, sipping the champagne. He's getting on with the difficult work. And I think, not that there's a competition, but I actually think Tony Blair did his cabinet after the 1997 landslide on the Saturday. So I think Keir has got to work even faster. And as I say, the fact that they've gone in and out so quickly is there's no negotiation. He's just telling them, this is what you're going to do. And they know that he's got that authority and that leadership.
As I say, Blair had to contend with the elected shadow cabinet and all of that, which is now gone in the Labour Party.
We can see Wes Streeting we were going to take you to Wes Streeting, but he's absolutely stormed through Downing Street. He's now walking under the arches on his way to the Foreign Office. Wes Streeting there, the new Health Secretary. They all look very happy.
He's got to get his steps up if he's health secretary. But I mean, but you're talking about the no negotiations. I was talking to Peter Kyle just a couple of months ago, before the election was called, because I was a technology minister, and obviously he was shadowing that brief, and he had a very clear view of how he was going to work with the Keir Starmer's missions in that technology brief, how he might sort of work it through. We didn't share the details with me. But obviously there's been some deep thought in that process. So it should be a smooth transition. I don't think it's a surprise, but
he's got a business background, hasn't he?
Yes, I believe he did.
Although he seems
Peter Kyle,
too young to have had any background at all. But
well,
apparently
he's one of the two people in this new cabinet with a PhD. I think the other one's Rachel Reeves. I'm not sure. He's highly academic. He's a very interesting person because he left school with no qualifications, actually worked for Anita Roddick at the Body Shop. She said to him, "You're a bright young man." And he then went back to the school he'd attended as a boy, as an adult, got his A-levels, got into university, and then worked. He's worked particularly strongly in the charity sector, foreign aid and all the rest of it.
But he's going to have to do the strategy on AI, because we need our productivity boosted. AI is going to be fundamental to that. Yeah. We need our public services to be much more productive. And again, AI is there. So he's got to have the strategy which both regulates it, but also ensures it's...
Well, he's a very sharp person and, of course, a very close ally of Wes Streeting as well. So, it's too early to do all this, but if you're thinking about the next generation of Labour leadership, Peter Carl's certainly one of those people, along with
But I think he's got something to build on, because actually what I found when I was Technology Minister, that the opposition that was coming across the dispatch box for me was, can you please do more of the same and do it faster? So I didn't see, apart from some bits around online safety, I don't think see big ideological divides. So therefore, he'll step into a department actually that's on the right rhythm for him to make whatever changes he needs.
And of course they need that growth, don't they? Because
Absolutely.
the whole of Labour's strategy depends on getting growth up.
But if
and
you,
at
want
great
growth,
knots
if
as
you
well.
want growth quickly, technology is where it's at.
But you've got to have a better way of regulating it. We can't regulate the way we did the online safety bill, where David Cameron announced it in 2013. It didn't come through till 2023. The House of Commons has got to change. I reckon they've got to power up the select committees, have concentration of expertise, and delegate powers to those committees to do the regulations, so that the House actually lets go.
I mean,
and then they can do it at pace.
online safety bill should have been done 15 years ago, frankly, and that's why we need to be ahead of.
But it's the processes in the House of Commons that held it back. So they've got to change those processes.
Yeah, I think, well, it's also the fundamental difference about freedom of speech. But yes, it's AI. I think we're slightly ahead of the game, because we're teaching the regulators how to regulate their sectors. It's outcomes, not the technologies themselves.
We're looking at live pictures of Downing Street, where Sir Keir Starmer has been rattling through his reshuffle. That is Bridget Phillipson there, the new Education Secretary. A little smile on her face, as, of course, she has been appointed.
Another one of those people who came from a family on free school meals. Her mother couldn't even afford to buy her a coat to go to school. Her neighbour saw her going to school without a coat, and bought one for her, and yet she went to Oxford. People from, very disadvantaged backgrounds, but very, very bright. Not born to privilege, but just by, really by their own merit have got there.
We've been looking as well, Adam, at some of the pictures of Sir Keir Starmer going into number 10 for the first time, the flag waving, shaking the hands of some of his supporters. You can see him there, a couple of hugs. He's there with his wife, Victoria. Does it remind you of Tony Blair?
Yeah, I mean, it does look like when New Labour came in, they had people on both sides of the road. I think in that case they actually had Union Jack flags. This time around they've got Union Jack umbrellas. Although it does have to be said, I mean, Harriet will remember this, it is a completely different mood.
Yeah, it's more low-key because of the seriousness of the background circumstances.
Yeah, there was a great mood of optimism, I think, in 1997, and I have to say less animus towards John Major than there has been towards the outgoing Conservative government now.
Yeah, it's a different mood, as you say, but at the same time it does feel like a historic day for the Labour Party. I mean, that shot there, Keir Starmer, Labour leader, on the steps of number 10. I mean, you can see it in his face. It's almost as if like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. Now he's got that Ming vase over the line, but
I think
it does
that'll
feel
be a
historic
fleeting
day.
feeling, because he's going to have a big weight on his shoulders once he walks through that door.
I mean, also one big difference. I think Tony, right in saying Tony Blair was the first Prime Minister for a long time to have school-aged children. Blair's took the decision, remember there was that famous pose on the doorstep. The Starmers have decided that they're not even disclosing the names of their son and daughter. They're not there for this big moment. So times have changed, I think, partly because of the way social media has changed.
And he said that's his big worry as well, hasn't he, about protecting his children and his family.
Yeah. And presumably he's got to get through this reshuffle quite quickly, because he's knocking off at 6 o'clock. It's Friday. So spending a bit of time with his family.
Right, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Sam Coates, shall we? Sam Coates, is there any more movement on Downing Street, or are things starting to enter a bit of a quieter period?
So we've had a little bit of toing and froing in Downing Street. Coming out of the Downing Street door behind me, we had Bridget Phillipson. I asked her whether she was pleased to be Education Secretary. She was beaming. Quite frankly, sometimes she can come across as a slightly austere figure. Not at all today. She said yes, she was clearly very happy indeed. We are in the very final stages, almost the tidying up stages of this set of cabinet appointments reshuffle if you compare it to the shadow team that Keir Starmer had. We haven't seen any of Nick Thomas-Simons, who we were expecting to kind of do the Europe renegotiation on behalf of Keir Starmer. Maybe he'll do that, but not from inside cabinet. Emily Thornberry, she's another mystery. She was Shadow Attorney General, and Ellie Reeves was expected to have some kind of promotion. She was one of the deputy campaign figures, but we haven't heard of her. But, Sophie, when we get things wrong, we have to correct them. And I do have to correct something. Earlier, I thought we saw in the distance Roy Kennedy, Lord Kennedy, the Chief Whip for Labour in the Lords. It was quite a long way away. My eyesight wasn't what it was. Turns out it was our very own Mark Austin. Don't think he's about to be Chief Whip in the Lords.
Sam, I can't believe that. It did make a bit more sense, I suppose, at Mark Austin, although he's a very upstanding presenter, obviously would have had to go through Downing Street security.
Mark Austin off stage has just said he'd be a very good Chief Whip. Clearly he thinks he's a disciplinarian. Others might beg to differ.
We couldn't possibly comment on that. Thank you very much. Mark Austin will, of course, be with us here from 5 p.m. So good to see that he's... I think I'm going to see him in that picture, actually, getting ready after making his way through Downing Street security, being mistaken by Roy Kennedy. Apologies to all involved. Right, here is a reminder of what we do know. Let's look through some of the cabinet appointments so far. It's been a busy afternoon in Downing Street. Angela Rayner, appointed as the Secretary of State for Levelling Up. She's also the Deputy Prime Minister, the very first person through that door. Rachel Reeves, meanwhile, has become the UK's first ever female Chancellor, the first time a woman has been appointed to that role in its 800-year history. David Lammy confirmed as the Foreign Secretary. David Lammy there, the new Foreign Secretary. Pat McFadden, perhaps the most influential politician you've never heard of. He is the new Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, a key member, we expect, of the Quad around the new Prime Minister. And Yvette Cooper has become Home Secretary. We, of course, heard her giving a short statement as she made her way into her new department. John Healey has been appointed as the Defence Secretary. All of these jobs, I should say, direct transfers over from the Shadow Cabinet. Shabama Mahmood has become the Justice Secretary, and Wes Streeting, the new Health and Social Care Secretary. Both of those two, there was a few wobbles about whether they would hang on to their seats. They have. They are now in the Cabinet. Bridget Phillipson has become the new Education Secretary, a role that she has been shadowing. She is now the new Education Secretary. And Ed Miliband, former leader himself, of course, of the Labour Party, he's finally made it into number 10, this time as part of the Cabinet. He is the new Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. Liz Kendall is the new Work and Pensions Secretary. Liz Kendall, former leadership candidate herself, she's the new Work and Pensions Secretary. Meanwhile, Jonathan Reynolds has been appointed as the Business and Trade Secretary. Peter Carr, the MP for Hove, is the new Science, Innovation and Technology Secretary. And the new Transport Secretary is Lou Hay, the new Transport Secretary, the youngest member of the Cabinet. Whew, there we go. The new Cabinet. Sir Keir Starmer has not hung around. It's not even 5 p.m. yet. And those are all the appointments officially made to the Cabinet. There's a clutch of people who are also in number 10. So he really is rattling through the appointments. A couple of very brief final reflections from you. Harriet, what's your main takeaway of the day?
Well, we've got a fantastic cabinet, but we've also got a whole load of MPs elected, and within the Parliament there is a record number of women MPs across all the parties except for Reform, 267, and I'm hoping they're going to get together in a women's caucus and make sure all the things that women haven't got at the moment are delivered by this new government. Governments don't like, you know, cross-party groups telling them what to do, but it would be a thoroughly good thing in this instance. Keir Starmer says country before party. I hope the women will say gender before party.
Where do you stand on removing the urinal in the Chancellor's private bathroom? Apparently this has become an issue.
Do you know, that's something I had no idea about. Can you give me a moment to think about that?
I'll be honest, we're entering our kind of final wrap-up of the day. This is not where I expected the conversation to go, Adam.
I'm not sure if that's in the first 100-day plan, is it?
But you never know. It's actively under discussion.
I remember reading about that. But look, clearly they've got to also start on the process of the junior ministers as well. So the cabinet ministers will have a lot. They will know what they want to be doing. They've they've had Keir Starmer's instructions of how he sees them doing, but they will go in for their first day briefings. It'll be interesting now to see what the Conservatives are doing, how they're going to be putting together a shadow cabinet and shadow ministers with a lot of new MPs coming in as well.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it?
Do they have to do that before they choose their new leader?
They don't have to do that, but they will want to get a sense of direction, I suspect.
Adam, it's been a historic day, hasn't it?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, we don't get changes from left to right or right to left more often than about once every 14, 15 years. And that has been one of those watershed elections when this has taken place. It's also, records have been broken all over the place in terms of worst performance by the Conservatives, but also records broken in terms of, other than the main parties, the biggest percentage of the vote so far. That is reflected in Reform getting its first MPs, the Greens getting 4 MPs, and the return of the Liberal Democrats. I mean, it's a completely different political map now.
Extraordinary day, a front row seat, really, on the history books here. Record-breaking for the Conservatives for all the wrong reasons, a worst ever seat loss, and, of course, Sir Keir Starmer making history as well as he enters number 10 as Prime Minister and appoints his cabinet. Thank you for sticking with us here on Sky News. We're going to be crossing to Mark Austin in a minute, but first let's look back at a historic day. It's one in which the makeup of the country's politics has drastically changed, as we've been discussing. A new Prime Minister in number 10, who along with his new cabinet has promised to rebuild trust in politics and restore hope to the nation. Let's take a look back now at some of the big moments of the day.
I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change. I will step down as party leader.
He's just entered history as a man who led Britain's most successful political party to its worst ever loss of seats.
We did it!
Liz Truss, the former Prime Minister, the shortest ever serving Prime Minister, is out of Parliament.
Shapps, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,400.
Goodbye, Mr. Rees-Mogg.
Bristol, you made history today.
It is grim, it is miserable, it is a complete disaster for John Swinney's party.
Boring! Well, this is good preparation for the House of Commons, I suppose. Any more for any more? Actually, yeah.
Trust is a very precious commodity. And I want to thank people for trusting us again.
This is an historic meeting. And here comes the new Prime Minister.
Our country has voted decisively for change, for national renewal and a return of politics to public service. This lack of trust can only be healed by actions, not words. I know that. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.